When Day is Done by Arnold Castle. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Recording by James Jenkins. When Day is Done by Arnold Castle. It was 3 p.m. and quitting time at Utopian Appliances Incorporated. Bertram J. Bernard, the firm's stocky, thick-jawed president, waited discreetly at his desk for a few minutes, then closed the file he had been studying, bid his secretary a pleasant evening, and strode calmly out of the office. He did not want to appear eager, and succeeded superbly in that. Joining several junior executives, he conversed genially with them as they descended to the rapid transit floor. 3 of the bright, confident young men decided to stop for a quick one at the building's plush saloon. Well, that was okay. Bernard had been a late runner in his youth, but now, well into middle age, he'd learned that life had other demands and pleasures. "Have a good run, BB," said Watkins, the treasurer at the Raptran gate. "Gloria's coming in on the 3:30, and we're going to dinner and then some musical or other she's been dying to see." So Bernard entered the Raptran alone, though surrounded by scores of pushing, jabbering strangers, finding a seat on the aisle next to an electronics company vice president whom he knew slightly. He engaged in trade conversation during the 5 minutes it took the monorail to reach his stop. He and the electronics executive got off, as did about half the Raptran's passengers, mostly middle-aged men like himself, early runners. The escalator from the monorail stop descended directly into the jungle station beneath. In the large lobby, the crowd disappeared, and Bernard was again alone when he reached the dressing rooms. This was not surprising, he reflected. Not many members of his jungle station could afford the elaborate private locker unique to this wing of the building. He pressed his thumbprint to the lock, and the door slid back. Inside, he undressed completely, noting with critical satisfaction the strength and color of his body in the full-length mirror at one end of the locker. He quickly packed his clothes, shoes, and briefcase into a small suitcase, with delivery instructions on the top. Then he climbed into his jungle suit. Knee-length shorts, sweatshirt, rubber-soled shoes, and hip holster. He checked the frequency setting on the sonic pistol, adjusting it to the Panthers who were reported in the ascendancy. As a last thought, merely a whim, he glanced down at the station emblem on his sweatshirt, just to enjoy the sense of pride he derived from the large red UF above it. Of course, there were getting to be more and more ulcer-frees these days, but that did not make it any less of a matter of pride. And anyway, several factions were pressing determinately for a neurosis-free insignia. Though there were complications there. Oh well, the important thing's the run, he remembered. In the lobby again, he deposited his suitcase at the delivery window. Then he stopped at the building board to read the ascendancy rating for the day. These were official, therefore several days outdated, but one could extrapolate. Panthers were dropping into third position, behind polar bears, with giraffes at the top by a good margin. Outside the building, he ran into a tipster and decided he'd best buy a dope sheet. He gave the seedy little man a $1 bill and looked over the page. "Keep it right where you got it, Mac," the man whispered hoarsely, nodding toward the pistol at Bernard's side. "I got it straight. Them Panthers all over the place. Watch out at the waterhole especially." Glancing swiftly over the page, Bernard saw that 50 panthers had entered his sector of the jungle overnight, with a herd of 15 giraffes headed well toward the south. But he also noted there had been 3 deaths from polar bears in the past week, in his sector alone. Fortunately, the frequency readjustment from panthers to polar bears was an easy one. 3 clicks counterclockwise with the thumb. He'd have to remember about the waterhole, though. It was either that or go above the rapids. The sharks below the rapids were pretty quick during the summer. "Thanks, bud," he told the tipster. Then he strode, still calm, to the wall. Expertly he clambered up its handholds till he reached the top, 30 feet from the ground. On the other side lay the jungle, its lush, tropical growth hiding from his alert eyes the danger that lurked within. He popped a verve pill into his mouth and chewed it thoughtfully. Far in the distance, some 5 miles at the narrowest point, rose the outer wall. Between the two prowled a variety of ambivalent robot beasts, now ready to dismember him, but on weekends adjusted to take small boys and girls for short rides or simply stalk about picturesquely. Drawing his pistol and placing it between his teeth, Bernard leapt to the ground between the wall and the large low palm. At once the pistol was again in his hand, but nothing moved. Now he could see clearly the path he must take. Bending low, he trotted along the undergrowth. It soon began to clear, and still no danger in sight. He holstered the pistol and advanced, half walking, half running, till he could hear the hiss of the rapids. Enough noise to mask the sound of a dozen panthers, he thought, but it covered his own footsteps too, and panthers were more phonotropic than polar bears, the latter having a preference for radar spotting. Coyotes were the worst, of course. With their damn infrared thermosensors, they could spot a runner even when he was in cover. Fortunately, they were scarce, and getting more so. Bernard had only encountered a coyote twice, deactivating it both times, but he had been lucky. He recalled the story about that city councilman. An hour later, he arrived at the river, a half-mile above the rapids and well away from the waterhole. He had only seen one beast in the first 3 miles of his trek, a giraffe hobbling along in olfactory pursuit of another runner far to the right. Giraffes were mainly a nuisance, though they could kick and trample a man. Bernard had heard of such a thing happening, but it was a rarity. They were easy to elude. He crossed the river on a long raft he found, which had evidently been rigged to dump him in about halfway across. At least he'd got that far on it, he told himself, as he struck out for the shore. For one horrible moment, he thought he detected a shark upstream, but it was merely the shadow of a large palm leaf. He had a strong, insensible fear of sharks. A mile farther found him crawling over the rocky ground as the growls of panthers reached his acute ears from behind a ridge of brush. If they heard him, they ignored him, perhaps more interested in other quarry. His knees and arms were scraped, but not bleeding, and at last he was able to get to his feet to make better time. It was then that he heard the girls scream. No regulations in the rulebook discriminated against women becoming runners, but only a few of the millions who worked at offices and plants in the city did so. Also, there was nothing in the code about helping other runners. Each was entirely on his own, free to help or be helped or not helped, if he chose. Bernard would never have called for help himself, but the sound of the woman's cry appealed to the other side of his nature. He changed his direction, but moved with great caution now. Soon he saw her and froze. She was clad as he, different sector emblem, but the same proudly borne UF on her sweater. Her face and body were young and attractive, but her long dark hair was tangled and wet, and her limbs mud-spattered. She had screamed only once, and now her small lipsticked mouth hung open with terror. Backed against a tree, she gaped in horror, waiting as 3 panthers approached from as many directions. Her sonic lay on the ground outside the circle. It was obvious that she was finished if Bernard did not assist her. Raising his hand till the pistol sight was where he wanted it, he modified the angle adjustment till all of the animals were within its range. Then he depressed the trigger several times. 2 fell, and the 3rd animal leaped at the girl, but she twisted around the tree, and Bernard picked off the panther as it readied itself for a second spring. At once the girl dived for her pistol. Proper response, Bernard thought approvingly. Then she ran toward him and threw herself against him, breathing deeply in that position for several moments. Bernard felt strongly the strength and zest of youth as he held the girl in his arms. Then they turned and walked together to the outer wall, which was less than half a mile away. There was no danger from the deactivated panthers, which would remain out of commission for half an hour, so they had no reason to hurry. Bernard helped her climb the wall, though she seemed quite adept at it herself. On the other side they emerged upon the street. Across the street lay the acres and acres of homes, which were the city's eastern suburb. "Oh, it was just horrible!" the girl finally cried. "All at once they sprang from nowhere. I tripped, and my sonic fell out of my holster. I'd be dead if it weren't for you." "Very true," Bernard agreed. "You'll be more careful in the future, I hope." "If only I could thank you in some way. I owe you so much. My apartment is just up the next street, only a few blocks. Wouldn't you like to stop in for a drink?" "I'm sure you're as tired as I." But Bernard declined. He walked her home, then continued on, unaware of the envious glances of young children as he passed, unaware of other runners, early runners, middle-aged men like himself, also walking the streets, wearily but not stooping, not frowning. How good a warm shower would be, thought Bernard, as he entered the last mile. His wife would probably want a drink, so there would be that too, and dinner. He was hungry. Ulcer-free and happy, he walked the last mile in contentment. The office was something that had happened long ago. Would happen again tomorrow, but could never invade his thoughts that night, and he knew exactly how his wife would greet him at the door. "Hello, darling, how was the run?" she asked, kissing him as he came into the house. "You only made fair time this evening. Something happened?" "No, pretty routine. Panthers are on the increase. I came across 3 of them attacking a girl runner. Works as a copywriter in the city. She claims that the jungle cured her ulcers completely. Really remarkable." Said Virginia, taking his holster. "Attractive, no doubt. I suppose she tried to seduce you. I've heard stories about those jungle women." "Nothing of the sort. Just suggested I drop in for a drink. After all, she was grateful." What nonsense, he told himself as he showered. Virginia suggesting that the girl had intended to seduce him. Oh well, what difference did it make? Man, that hot water felt good, even on his scratched legs and arms. How many years had he been making the run now? 23 almost. In a way, he could consider himself a sort of pioneer. And to think that the only reason he had started jungle running in the first place was to please the supervisor. These days, everyone did it. As he dried himself off, hearing the tinkle of cocktails in the living room, he wondered if the Panthers would move south away from the waterhole before tomorrow's run. End of When the Day is Done by Arnold Castle. Recording by James Jenkins.
The Dancers by Wilton Hazard. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Read by Dale Grothmann. There was time now, plenty of time on this strange, dark planet, for those erudite exiles from frozen Earth to ponder the value of man's accumulated knowledge. The Dancers by Wilton Hazard. It was an hour before dawn. In the middle of the night, the big ship had landed on the new planet, a satellite of the sun Proxima. Now they sat in the dark waiting, and they talked. "I wish we hadn't killed them," Rossiter said softly. His profile was faintly visible against the diffused light of the stars. "It's a bad sign, a bad start for a new life." "They attacked us," Bernard answered quickly. 2 spears against 40 blasters and stun guns? Rossiter laughed. An attack? We should have met them with stunners at low charge, but McNess ordered us to blast. The woman and the baby stick in my craw. All our nerves were on edge, Bernard answered thoughtfully. I know I was afraid when we first stepped out of the ship. There was something terrifying about air and space and the sky. But you're right, of course. We shouldn't have been ordered to blast. The 2 men were sitting a little apart, but there was a murmur of many low voices around them as the others from the Elpis waited and talked. I wonder why they attacked us, Bernard went on. Primitives usually run. We must have been an unbelievable sight to them, spiraling down out of the sky. I don't know, Rossiter replied wearily. And we can't ask them. They're dead, all 5 of them. That wind's cold. He was shivering. You could go back inside the ship, Bernard said half humorously. I'm sick of the Elpis. We all are. 8 years of it. It's too much. We'll get used to the wind, I suppose. There's going to be lots of wind, with so much water and only this one landmass on our new world. It's not like Earth. Bernard made an involuntary movement. Then he relaxed. I suppose the taboo is lifted now that we've landed, he said heavily. We can talk about Earth again, and wonder, and speculate. I wonder what they're doing now on Earth. Starving, freezing, burrowing into the ground for coal and warmth. They must be living a good many 100 feet down now, those that are left. And the seas are frozen. There's an ice sheet from pole to pole. We astronomers paid you back finely, didn't we, Bernard, for all the appropriations you got us in committee meetings. You were always generous with us and the physicists, but when the catastrophe happened, the mystery, the debacle, we couldn't help. We didn't know the answer. We didn't know. I remember, Bernard answered, choking a little. I remember the day before it happened. There was a report on my desk about some tribe of Indians high in the Andes. The report said that the parents had been persuaded to send their children to the school in the foothills, that even among the adults illiteracy and ignorance were being eliminated. It was the last of the ignorant tribes. I looked up at the sign over my desk and read the motto, "There is nothing unknowable. There are only things not yet known." And I thought, yes, we're getting near our goal. We've conquered ignorance and superstition and illiteracy. And as time goes on, we'll know more and more things. The area of the unknown will constantly diminish. Knowledge is like an expanding circle of light that eats into the darkness. Then the darkness came, and you didn't know. We know what happened well enough, Rossiter corrected. He sounded older than his 52 years. I was at the observatory that night. I remember thinking that it was almost time for me to go to the dormitory to sleep. It was summer. Sirius and the sun would both soon be up. Sirius rose, blazing in the darkness, and after him Leo, in the southeast. It should have been invisible in the sunlight. I couldn't believe what I saw. And still the sun didn't come up. We know what happened in a way. We don't know how or why. The sun, our sun, never rose. The sun just disappeared. How softly everyone's speaking, Bernard said irrelevantly. It's the sky and the darkness. I can hardly hear you. He got to his feet. Where are you going, Tom? Rossiter asked. I'm going to look at the bodies, the people we blasted, I mean. That's morbid. Don't go, Tom. Stay here. But I want to go. I'll be back. He moved away through the dimly visible outlines of men and women seated on the ground. He came back after a while and sat down by his friend in silence. I think I know why they attacked us, he said after a pause. Why? I think we interrupted some magical or religious rite. They were at a very low level of material culture, of course. The points on the spears were stone, and they were wearing garments that looked like some sort of tree bark. Not woven cloth. But the young men were wearing rattles of some sort of shell around their ankles, and the old man was holding a little drum in his hands. You see, they had a good cranial capacity. As soon as human beings can think at all, they start trying to impose their will on the universe. I think they met here by the shore to perform some sort of magic. The woman and the baby watched. The old man played his drum. And the two young men sang and danced. Perhaps this bit of coast was sacred to them. Perhaps, when we set our ship down here, we profaned a sacred place. The woman and the baby bother me, Rossiter said thoughtfully. It seems a dreadful thing to me to kill a woman. Ever since Kate died, Bernard rested his hand for a moment on the older man's shoulder in sympathy. It was wrong. We shouldn't have done it, he responded. But we must forget it. Tomorrow, when it's light, we'll bury them. I wonder if they were the only humanoid life on the planet, Rossiter said, pursuing his own train of thought. This island was the only landmass we found anywhere. If those five, so few, when we blasted them, did we wipe out the planet's native humanoid life? Possibly, Bernard admitted uneasily. He cleared his throat. If they hadn't attacked us, we could have helped them. They were primitive, superstitious, blankly ignorant, of course, but they had good skulls. They could have learned. We could have taught them, as we did the primitives on Earth. We'd have led them gently away from their superstition and ignorance, as we did on Earth. Let's not talk about it anymore." Rossiter made a sort of noise. Bernard leaned forward quickly. "What's the matter, Dick? Are you all right?" What you said." Rossiter seemed to grope for words. "Be quiet a minute, Tom. I want to think. What you said then, He laid his hands over his eyes. "I'll get Dr. Ferguson," Bernard offered. "No, I'm all right." Once more he fumbled for words. I've suddenly come to understand. You made me understand, as we did on Earth." "What?" Rossiter got to his feet. In his normal voice, which sounded very loud in the darkness, he said, "I know what made the sun go out." The murmur of low talking ceased suddenly. There was a sense of listening, of half-seen bodies leaning forward intently in the starlight. Rossiter said, "On Earth, there was always somebody dancing." "Dancing? I don't see." Bernard spoke in wonderment, but there was an odd, apprehensive tone in his voice. "There was always somebody dancing," said Rossiter. He halted. Then he continued in a stronger voice. "Always. In the high mountains there was somebody fasting and praying. Always before dawn there was the sound of the rattles and the stamping footsteps. In the winter the flame leapt high on the rock through the swirls of snow as they made fire magic. They danced, they prayed, they chanted, and the sun came up." "What are you trying to say?" Bernard demanded. He had risen and was standing facing the older man. "That people used to think, before we taught them better, that they had something to do with the sun's rise. They grew too wise to believe it any longer. But who knows? Who knows whether they were not right? Whether the force that impels the stars is not, finally, the human will?" There was a silence. Somebody laughed nervously. Dr. Ferguson had stepped forward and was holding Rossiter by the elbow. Together, he and Bernard urged the older man toward the Elpis. They spoke to him gently. They did not argue or disagree with him. They led him inside the ship. Much later, Bernard came out alone. Dr. Ferguson had remained with Rossiter, quieting him with sedatives. It was still quite dark. Bernard looked up at the sky, sighing. "How long the dawn is in coming," he said, as if to himself. The end of The Dancers by Wilton Hazard.
Asleep in Armageddon by Ray Bradbury. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Recording by Mike Manolakes. Asleep in Armageddon by Ray Bradbury. You don't want death, and you don't expect death. Something goes wrong, your rocket tilts in space, a planetoid jumps up, blackness, movement, hands over the eyes, a violent pulling back of available power in the forejets, the crash, the darkness. In the darkness, the senseless pain. In the pain, the nightmare. He was not unconscious. "Your name?" asked hidden voices. "Sale," he replied in whirling nausea. "Leonard Sale." "Occupation?" cried the voices. "Spaceman!" he cried, alone in the night. "Welcome," said the voices. "Welcome, welcome." They faded. He stood up in the wreckage of his ship. It lay like a folded, tattered garment around him. The sun rose, and it was morning. Sale pried himself out of the small airlock and stood breathing the atmosphere. Luck, sheer luck, the air was breathable. An instant's checking showed him that he had 2 months' supply of food with him. Fine, fine. And this? He fingered at the wreckage. Miracle of miracles, the radio was intact. He stuttered out the message on the sending key. Crashed on planetoid 787. Sail. Send help. Sail. Send help. The reply came instantly. Hello, Sail. This is Adams in Marsport. Sending rescue ship Logarithm. Will arrive planetoid 787 in 6 days. Hang on. Sail did a little dance. It was as simple as that. One crashed. One had food. One radioed for help. Help came. La! He clapped his hands. The sun rose and was warm. He felt no sense of mortality. 6 days would be no time at all. He would eat, he would read, he would sleep. He glanced at his surroundings. No dangerous animals. A tolerable oxygen supply. What more could one ask? Beans and bacon was the answer. The happy smell of breakfast filled the air. After breakfast, he smoked a cigarette slowly, deeply, blowing out. He nodded contentedly. What a life! Not a scratch on him. Luck. Sheer luck. His head nodded. Sleep, he thought. Good idea. 40 winks. Plenty of time to sleep, to take it easy. 6 whole, long, luxurious days of idling and philosophizing. Sleep. He stretched himself out, tucked his arm under his head, and shut his eyes. Insanity came in to take him. The voices whispered. Sleep. Yes, sleep, said the voices. Ah, sleep, sleep. He opened his eyes. The voices stopped. Everything was normal. He shrugged. He shut his eyes casually, fitfully. He settled his long body. Eee, sang the voices far away. Ah, sang the voices. Sleep, 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 sang the voices. Die, 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 sang the voices. Ooh, cried the voices. A bee ran through his brain. He sat up. He shook his head. He put his hands to his ears. He blinked at the crashed ship. Hard metal. He felt the solid rock under his fingers. He saw the real sun warming the blue sky. Let's try sleeping on our back, he thought. He adjusted himself, lying back down. His watch ticked on his wrist. The blood burned in his veins. Sleep, 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 sang the voices. Oh, sang the voices. Ah, sang the voices. Die, 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 die. Sleep, sleep, die, sleep, die, sleep, die. Ooh, ah, ee. Blood tapped in his ears, the sound of the wind rising. Mine, mine, said a voice. Mine, mine, he's mine. No, mine, mine, said another voice. No, mine, mine, he's mine. No, ours, ours, sang 10 voices. Ours, ours, he's ours. His fingers twitched, his jaws spasmed, his eyelids jerked. At last, sang a high voice. Now, now, the long time, the waiting, over, sang the high voice. Over at last. It was like being undersea. Green songs, green visions, green time. Bubbled voices drowning in deep liquors of sea tide. Faraway choruses chanting senseless rhymes. Leonard Sale stirred in agony. Mine! Mine! Cried a loud voice. Mine! Mine! Shrieked another. Ours! Ours! Shrieked the chorus. The din of metal, the crash of sword, the conflict, the battle, the fight, the war, all of it exploding, his mind fiercely torn apart. He leaped up screaming. The landscape melted and flowed. A voice said, I am Tile of Rathalar, proud Tile, Tile of the blood mound and the death drum, Tile of Rathalar, killer of men. Another spoke, I am Ior of Wendilow, wise Ior, destroyer of infidels. The chorus chanted, and we the warriors, we the steel, we the warriors, we the red blood rushing, the red blood falling, the red blood steaming in the sun. Leonard Sale staggered under the burden. Go away, he cried. Leave me in God's name, leave me. Shrieked the high sound of steel hot on steel. Silence. He stood with the sweat boiling out of him. He was trembling so violently he could not stand. Insane, he thought, absolutely insane, raving insane, insane. He jerked the food kit open, did something to a chemical packet. Hot coffee was ready in an instant. He mouthed it, spilled gushes of it down his shirt. He shivered. He sucked in raw gulps of breath. Let's be logical, he thought, sitting down heavily. The coffee seared his tongue. No record of insanity in the family for 200 years. All healthy, well-balanced. No reason for insanity now. Shock? Silly. No shock. I'm to be rescued in 6 days. No shock to that. No danger. Just an ordinary planetoid. Ordinary place. No reason for insanity. I'm sane. Oh, cried a small metal voice within. An echo, fading. Yes, he cried, beating his fists together. Sane! Ha 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 ha! Somewhere a vanishing laughter. He whirled about. Shut up, you! He cried. We didn't say anything, said the mountains. We didn't say anything, said the sky. We didn't say anything, said the wreckage. All right then, he said, swaying. See that you don't. Everything was normal. The pebbles were getting hot. The sky was big and blue. He looked at his fingers and saw the way the sun burned on every black hair. He looked at his boots and the dust on them. Suddenly he felt very happy because he made a decision. I won't go to sleep, he thought. I'm having nightmares, so why sleep? There's your solution. He made a routine. From 9 o'clock in the morning, which was this minute, until 12, he would walk around and see the planetoid. He would write on a pad with a yellow pencil everything he saw. Then he would sit down and open a can of oily sardines and some canned fresh bread with good butter on it. From 12:30 until 4, he would read 9 chapters of War and Peace. He took the book from the wreckage and laid it where he might find it later. There was a book of T.S. Eliot's poetry, too. That might be nice. Supper would come at 5:30, and then from 6 until 10 he would listen to the radio from Earth. There would be a couple of bad comedians telling jokes and a bad singer singing some song, and the latest news flashes signing off at midnight with the UN anthem. After that, he felt sick. I'll play solitaire until dawn, he thought. I'll sit up and drink hot black coffee and play solitaire, no cheating, until sunrise. Ho ho, he thought. What did you say? He asked himself. I said, ha ha, he replied. Sometime you'll have to sleep. I'm wide awake, he said. Liar, he retorted, enjoying the conversation. I feel fine, he said. Hypocrite, he replied. I'm not afraid of the night or sleep or anything, he said. Very funny, he said. He felt bad. He wanted to sleep. And the fact that he was afraid of sleep made him want to lie down all the more and shut his eyes and curl up. Comfy cozy? Asked his ironic censor. I'll just walk and look at the rocks and the geological formations and think how good it is to be alive, he said. Ye gods, cried his censor. William Saroyan. You'll go on, he thought, maybe one day, maybe one night, but what about the next night and the next and the next? Can you stay awake all that time for 6 nights until the rescue ship comes? Are you that good, that strong? The answer was no. What are you afraid of? I don't know. Those voices, those sounds. But they can't hurt you, can they? They might. You've got to face them sometime. Must I? Brace up to it, old man. Chin up and all that rot. He sat down on the hard ground. He felt very much like crying. He felt as if life was over and he was entering new and unknown territory. It was such a deceiving day, with the sun warm. Physically, he felt able and well. One might fish on such a day as this, or pick flowers, or kiss a woman, or anything. But in the midst of a lovely day, what did one get? Death. Well, hardly that. Death, he insisted. He lay down and closed his eyes. He was tired of messing around. All right, he thought, if you are death, come and get me. I want to know what all this damn nonsense is about. Death came. Eee, said a voice. Yes, I know, said Leonard Sale, lying there. But what else? Ah, said a voice. I know that also, said Leonard Sale irritably. He turned cold. His mouth hung open wildly. I am Tyle of Rathalar, killer of men. I am Ior of Wendelow, destroyer of infidels. What is this place? Asked Leonard Sale, struggling against horror. Once a mighty planet, said Tyle of Rathalar. Once a place of battles, said Ior of Wendelow. Now dead, said Tyle. Now silent, said Ior. Until you came, said Tyle. To give us life again, said Ior. You're dead, insisted Leonard Sale, flesh writhing. You're nothing but empty wind. We live through you, and fight through you. So that's it, thought Leonard Sale. I'm to be a battleground, am I? Are you friends? Enemies, cried Ior. Foul enemies, cried Tyle. Leonard smiled a rictal smile. He felt ghastly. How long have you waited? He demanded. How long is time? 10,000 years? Perhaps. 10 million years? Perhaps. What are you? Thoughts, spirits, ghosts? All of those and more. Intelligences? Precisely. How did you survive? Sang the chorus far away. Ah, sang another army, waiting to fight. Once upon a time, this was fertile land, a rich planet, and there were 2 nations, strong nations, led by 2 strong men, I, Ior, and he, that one who calls himself Tyle. And the planet declined and gave way to nothingness. The peoples and the armies languished in the midst of a great war which had lasted 5,000 years. We lived long lives and loved long loves, drank much, slept much, fought much. And when the planet died, our bodies withered, and only in time and with much science did we survive. Survive? Wondered Leonard Sale. But there is nothing of you. Our minds, fool, our minds! What is a body without a mind? What is a mind without a body? Laughed Leonard Sale. I've got you there. Admit it, I've got you. True, said the cruel voice. One is useless, lacking the other. But survival is survival even when unconscious. The minds of our nations, through science, through wonder, survived. But without senses, lacking eyes, ears, lacking touch, smell, and the rest? Lacking all those, yes. We were vapors merely. For a long time. Until today. And now I am here, thought Leonard Sale. You are here, said the voice, to give substance to our mentalities, to give us our needed body. I'm only one, thought Sale. Nevertheless, you are of use. I'm an individual, thought Sale. I resent your intrusion. He resents our intrusion. Did you hear him, Ior? He resents. As if he had a right to resent. Be careful, warned Sale. I'll blink my eyes and you'll be gone, phantoms. I'll wake up and rub you out. But you'll have to sleep again, sometime, cried Ior. And when you do, we'll be here, waiting, waiting, waiting for you. What do you want? Solidity, mass, sensation again. You can't both have it. We'll fight that out between us. A hot clamp twisted his skull. It was as if a spike had been thrust and beaten down between the bivalve halves of his brain. Now it was terribly clear, horribly, magnificently clear. He was their universe, the world of his thoughts, his brain, his skull, divided into two camps, that of Ior, that of Tile. They were using him. Pennants flung up on a pink mine sky. Brass shields caught the sun. Gray animals shifted and came rushing in bristling tides of sword and plume and trumpet. Eee! The rushing. Ah! The roaring. Now! The whirling. 10,000 men hurtled across the small hidden stage. 10,000 men floated on the shellacked inner ball of his eye. 10,000 javelins hissed between the small bone hulls of his head. 10,000 jeweled guns exploded. 10,000 voices chanted in his ears. Now his body was riven and extended, shaken and rolled. He was screaming, writhing. The plates of his skull threatened to burst asunder. The gabbling, the shrilling, as across bone plains of mind and continent of inner marrow, through gullies of vein, down hills of artery, over rivers of melancholy, came armies and armies, one army, two armies. Swords flashed in the sun, bearing down upon each other. 50,000 minds, snatching, scrabbling, cutting at him, demanding, using. In a moment, the hard collision, one army on another, the rush, the blood, the sound, the fury, the death, the insanity. Like cymbals, the army struck. He leaped up, raving. He ran across the desert. He ran and did not stop running. He sat down and cried. He sobbed until his lungs ached. He cried very hard and long. Tears ran down his cheeks and into his upraised, trembling fingers. God, God, help me! Oh, God, help me, he said. All was normal again. It was 4 o'clock in the afternoon. The rocks were baked by the sun. He managed, after a time, to cook himself a few hot biscuits, which he ate with strawberry jam. He wiped his stained fingers on his shirt, blindly trying not to think. At least I know what I'm up against, he thought. Oh, Lord, what a world! What an innocent-looking world, and what a monster it really is. It's good no one ever explored it before. Or did they? He shook his aching head. Pity them whoever crashed here before, if any ever did. Warm sun, hard rocks, not a sign of hostility. A lovely world. Until you shut your eyes and relaxed your mind. And the night, and the voices, and the insanity, and the death padded in on soft feet. I'm all right now, though, he said proudly. Look at that. He displayed his hand. By supreme effort of will, it was no longer shaking. I'll show you who in hell's ruler here, he announced to the innocent sky. I am. He tapped his chest. To think that thought could live that long. 1,000,000 years, perhaps, all these thoughts of death and disorder and conquest, lingering in the innocent but poisonous air of the planet, waiting for a real man to give them a channel through which they might issue again in all their senseless virulence. Now that he was feeling better, it was all silly. All I have to do, he thought, is stay awake 6 nights. They won't bother me that way. When I'm awake, I'm dominant. I'm stronger than those crazy monarchs and their silly tribes of sword flingers and shield bearers and horn blowers. I'll stay awake. But can you? He wondered. 6 whole nights? Awake? There's coffee and medicine and books and cards. But I'm tired now, so tired, he thought. Can I hold out? Well, if not, there's always the gun. Where will these silly monarchs be if you put a bullet through their stage? All the world's a stage? No, you, Leonard Sale, are the small stage, and they the players. And what if you put a bullet through the wings, tearing down scenes, destroying curtains, ruining lines? Destroy the stage, the players, all, if they aren't careful? First of all, he must radio through to Marsport again. If there was any way they could rush the rescue ship sooner, maybe he could hang on. Anyway, he must warn them what sort of planet this was, this so innocent-seeming spot of nightmare and fever vision. He tapped on the radio key for a minute. His mouth tightened. The radio was dead. It had sent through the proper rescue message, received a reply, and then extinguished itself. The proper touch of irony, he thought. There was only one thing to do. Draw a plan. This he did. He got a yellow pencil and delineated his 6-day plan of escape. Tonight, he wrote, read 6 more chapters of War and Peace. At 4 a.m, have hot black coffee. At 4:15, take cards from pack and play 10 games of solitaire. This should take until 6:30 when more coffee. At 7 o'clock, listen to early morning programs from Earth, if the receiving equipment on the radio works at all. Does it? He tried the radio receiver. It was dead. Well, he wrote, from 7 o'clock until 8, sing all the songs you remember. Make your own entertainment. From 8 until 9, think about Helen King. Remember Helen. On second thought, think about Helen right now. He marked that out with his pencil. The rest of the days were set down in minute detail. He checked the medical kit. There were several packets of tablets that would keep you awake. 1 tablet an hour every hour for 6 days. He felt quite confident. Here's mud in your evil eye, Ior, Tile. He swallowed one of the stay-wake tablets with a scalding mouth of black coffee. Well, with one thing and another, it was Tolstoy or Balzac, gin rummy, coffee, tablets, walking, more Tolstoy, more Balzac, more gin rummy, more solitaire. The first day passed, as did the second and the third. On the 4th day, he lay quietly in the shade of a rock, counting to 1,000 by 5s, then to 10s, to keep his mind occupied and awake. His eyes were so tired he had to bathe them frequently in cool water. He couldn't read. He was bothered with splitting headaches. He was so exhausted he couldn't move. He was numb with medicine. He resembled a waxen dummy, stuffed with things to preserve him in a state of horrified wakefulness. His eyes were glass, his tongue a rusted pike. His fingers felt as if they were gloved in needles and fur. He followed the hand of his watch. 1 second less to wait, he thought. 2 seconds, 3 seconds, 4, 5, 10, 30 seconds, a whole minute. Now an hour less time to wait. Oh, ship, hurry on thy appointed round. He began to laugh softly. What would happen if he just gave up, drifted off to sleep? Sleep, sleep, perchance to dream. All the world a stage. What if he gave up the unequal struggle, lapsed down? Eee! The high, shrill warning sound of battle metal. He shivered. His tongue moved in his dry, burry mouth. Ior and Tile would battle out their ancient battle. Leonard Sale would become quite insane. And whichever won the battle would take this ruin of an insane man, the shaking, laughing, wild body, and wander it across the face of this world for 10, 20 years, occupying it, striding in it, pompous, holding court, making grand gestures, ordering heads severed, calling on inward unseen dancing girls. Leonard Sale, what remained of him, would be led off to some hidden cave, there to be infested with wars and worms of wars for 20 insane years, occupied and prostituted by old and outlandish thoughts. When the rescue ship arrived, it would find nothing. Sale would be hidden somewhere by a triumphant army in his head, hidden in some cleft of rock, placed there like a nest for Ior to lie upon an evil occupation. The thought of it almost broke him in half. 20 years of insanity. 20 years of torture, doing what you don't want to do. 20 years of wars raging and being split apart. 20 years of nausea and trembling. His head sank down between his knees. His eyes snapped and cracked and made soft noises. His eardrum popped tiredly. Sleep, sleep, sang soft sea voices. I'll make a proposition with you. Listen, thought Leonard Sale. You, Ior. You too, Tile. Ior, you can occupy me on Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays. Tile, you can take me over on Sundays, Tuesdays, and Saturdays. Thursday is maid's night out, okay? Eee, sang the sea tides, seething in his brain. Oh, sang the distant voices softly, soft. What do you say? Is it a bargain, Ior, Tile? No, said a voice. No, said another. Greedy, both of you, greedy, complained Sale. A pox on both your houses. He slept. He was Ior, jeweled rings on his hands. He arose beside the rocket and held out his fingers, commanding blind armies. He was Ior, ancient ruler of jeweled warriors. He was Tile, lover of women, killer of dogs. With some hidden bit of awareness, his hand crept to the holster at his hip. The sleeping hand withdrew the gun there. The hand lifted, the gun pointed. The armies of Tile and Ior gave battle. The gun exploded. The bullet tore across Sale's forehead, wakening him. He stayed awake for another 6 hours, getting over his latest siege. He knew it to be hopeless now. He washed and bandaged the wound he had given himself. He wished he had aimed straighter and it was all over. He watched the sky. 2 more days. 2 more. Come on, ship, come on. He was heavy with sleeplessness. No use. At the end of 6 hours, he was raving badly. He took the gun up and put it down and took it up again, put it against his head, tightened his hand on the trigger, changed his mind, looked at the sky again. Night settled. He tried to read, threw the book away. He tore it up and burned it just to have something to do. So tired. In another hour, he decided, if nothing happens, I'll kill myself. This is for certain now. I'll do it this time. He got the gun ready and laid it on the ground next to himself. He was very calm now, though tired. It would be over and done. He would be dead. He watched the minute hand of his watch. 1 minute, 5 minutes, 25 minutes. The flame appeared on the sky. It was so unbelievable, he started to cry. A rocket, he said, standing up. A rocket, he cried, rubbing his eyes. He ran forward. The flame brightened, grew, came down. He waved frantically, running forward, leaving his gun, his supplies, everything behind. You see that, Ior, Tile? You savages, you monsters, I beat you! I won! They're coming to rescue me now! I've won, damn you! He laughed harshly at the rocks in the sky and the backs of his hands. The rocket landed. Leonard Sale stood, swaying, waiting for the door to lid open. Goodbye, Ior! Goodbye, Tile! He shouted in triumph, grinning, eyes hot. Eee, sang a diminishing roar in time. Ah! Voices faded. The rocket flipped wide its airlock. 2 men jumped out. Sale, they called. We're ship ACD-N13. Intercepted your SOS and decided to pick you up ourselves. The Marsport ship won't get through until day after tomorrow. We want a spot of rest ourselves. Thought it'd be good to spend the night here, pick you up and go on. No, said Sale, face melting with terror. No spend night. He couldn't talk. He fell to the ground. Quick, said a voice in the bleary vortex over him. Give him a shot of food liquid, another of sedative. He needs sustenance and rest. No rest, screamed Sale. Delirious, said one man softly. No sleep, screamed Sale. There, there, said the man gently. A needle poked into Sale's arm. Sale thrashed. No sleep, go! He mouthed horribly. Oh, go! Delirious, said one man. Shock. No sedative, screamed Sale. The sedative flowed into him. Yee, sang the ancient winds. Ah, sang the ancient seas. No sedative, no sleep, please don't, screamed Sale, trying to get up. You don't understand. Take it easy, old man, you're safe among us now, nothing to worry about, said the rescuer above him. Leonard Sale slept. The two men stood over him. As they watched, Sale's features changed violently. He groaned and cried and snarled in his sleep. His face was riven with emotion. It was the face of a saint, a sinner, a fiend, a monster, a darkness, a light, one, many, an army, a vacuum, all. He writhed in his sleep. The sound burst from his mouth. Ah! He screamed. What's wrong with him? Asked one of the two rescuers. I don't know. More sedative? More sedative. Nerves. He needs more sleep. They stuck the needle in his arm. Sale writhed and spat and moaned. Then, suddenly, he was dead. He lay there, the two men over him. What a shame, said one of them. Can you figure that? Shock. Poor guy. What a pity. They covered his face. Did you ever see a face like that? Totally insane. Loneliness. Shock. Yes. Lord, what an expression. I hope never to see a face like that again. What a shame, waiting for us, and we arrive, and he dies anyway. They glanced around. What shall we do? Shall we spend the night? Yes, it's good to be out of the ship. We'll bury him first, of course. Naturally. And spend the night in the open with good air, right? Good to be in the open again, after 2 weeks in that damn ship. Right. I'll find a spot for him. You start supper, eh? Done. Should be good sleeping tonight. Fine. They made a grave and said a word over it. They drank their evening coffee silently. They smelled the sweet air of the planet and looked at the lovely sky and the bright and beautiful stars. What a night, they said, lying down. Pleasant dreams, said one, rolling over, and the other replied, Pleasant dreams. They slept. End of Asleep in Armageddon by Ray Bradbury.
The Meteor Girl by Jack Williamson. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Recording by Jen Warren. What's the good in Einstein, anyhow? I shot the question at lean, young Charlie King. In a moment, he looked up at me. I thought there was pain in the back of his clear brown eyes. Lips closed in a thin white line across his wind-tanned face. Nervously, he tapped his pipe on the metal cowling of the Golden Gull's cockpit. I know that space is curved, and that there is really no space or time, but only space-time, that electricity and gravitation and magnetism are all the same. But how is that going to pay my grocery bill? Or yours? That's what Virginia wants to know. Virginia Randall? I was astonished. Why, I thought, I know, we've been engaged a year, but she's called it off. Charlie looked into my eyes for a long minute, his lips still compressed. We were leaning on the freshly painted, streamlined fuselage of the Golden Gull, as neat a little amphibian monoplane as ever made 300 miles an hour. She stood on the glistening white sand of our private landing field on the eastern Florida coast. Below us, the green Atlantic was running in white foam on the rocks. In the year that Charlie King and I had been out of the Institute of Technology, we had built the nucleus of a commercial airplane business. We had designed and built here in our own shops several very successful seaplanes and amphibians. Charlie's brilliant mathematical mind was of the greatest aid, except when he was too far lost in his abstruse speculations to descend to things commercial. Mathematics is painful enough to me when used in calculating the camber of an airplane wing, and pure mathematics, such as the theories of relativity and equivalence, I simply abhor. I was amazed. Virginia Randall was a girl trim and beautiful as our shining Golden Gull. I had thought them devotedly in love, and had been looking forward to the wedding. But it isn't 2 weeks since Virginia was out here. You took her up in the Western Gulf 4. Nervously, Charlie lit his pipe, drew quickly on it. His face, lean and drawn beneath the flying goggles pushed up on his forehead, sought mine anxiously. I know. I drove her back to the station. That was when we quarreled. But why? About Einstein? That's silly. She wanted me to give it up here and go in with her father in his Wall Street brokerage business. The old gent is willing to take me and make a businessman of me. Why, I couldn't run the business without you, Charlie. We talked about that, Hammond. I don't really do much of the work. Just play around with the mathematics and leave the models and blueprints to you. Oh, Charlie, that's not quite. It's the truth right enough, he said bitterly. You design aircraft, and I play with Einstein. And as you say, a fellow can't eat equations. I'd hate to see you go. And I'd hate to give up you, and our business, and the math. Really no need of it. My tastes are simple enough. An old ironclad Randall has made all one family needs. Virginia's not exactly a pauper herself. 2 or 3 millions, I think. And where did Virginia go? She took the Valhalla yesterday at San Francisco, going to join her father at Panama. He cruises about the world in his steam yacht, you know, and runs Wall Street by radio. I was to telegraph her if I'd changed my mind. I decided to stick to you, Hammond. I telegraphed a corsage of orchids and sent her the message, Einstein forever. If I know Virginia, those were not very politic words. Well, a man. His words were cut short by a very unusual incident. A thin, high scream came suddenly from above our neat stuccoed hangars at the edge of the white field. I looked up quickly to catch a glimpse of a bright object hurtling through the air above our heads. The bellowing scream ended abruptly in a thunderous crash. I felt a tremor of the ground underfoot. What? I ejaculated. Look, cried Charlie. He pointed. I looked over the gleaming metal wing of the Golden Gull to see a huge cloud of white sand rising like a fountain at the farther side of the level field. Deliberately the column of debris rose, spread, rained down, leaving a gaping crater in the earth. Something fell? It sounded like a shell from a big gun, except that it didn't explode. Let's get over and see. We ran to where the thing had struck, 300 yards across the field. We found a great funnel-shaped pit torn in the naked earth. It was a dozen yards across, 15 feet deep, and surrounded with a powdery ring of white sand and pulverized rock. Something like a shell hole, I observed. I've got it, Charlie cried. It was a meteor. A meteor? So big? Yes. Lucky for us it was no bigger. If it had been like the one that fell in Siberia a few years ago, or the one that made the Winslow crater in Arizona, we wouldn't have been talking about it. Probably we have a chunk of nickel-iron alloy here. I'll get some of the men out here with digging tools, and we'll see what we can find. Our mechanics were already hurrying across the field. I shouted at them to bring picks and shovels. In a few minutes, 5 of us were at work throwing sand and shattered rock out of the pit. Suddenly, I noticed a curious thing. A pale bluish mist hung in the bottom of the pit. It was easily transparent, no denser than tobacco smoke. Passing my spade through it did not seem to disturb it in the least. I rubbed my eyes doubtfully, said to Charlie, Do you see a sort of blue haze in the pit? He peered. No. Yes, I do. Funny thing. Kind of a blue fog. And the tools cut right through it without moving it. Queer. Must have something to do with the meteor. He was very excited. We dug more eagerly. An hour later, we had opened the hole to a depth of 20 feet. Our shovels were clanging on the gray iron of the rock from space. The mist had grown thicker as the excavation deepened. We looked at the stone through a screen of motionless blue fog. We had found the meteor. There were several queer things about it. The first man who touched it, a big Swede mechanic named Olsen, was knocked cold as if by a nasty jolt of electricity. It took half an hour to bring him to consciousness. As fast as the rugged iron side of the meteorite was uncovered, a white crust of frost formed over it. It was as cold as outer space, nearly at the absolute zero, Charlie explained, and it was heated only superficially during its quick passage through the air. But how it comes to be charged with electricity, I can't say. He hurried up to his laboratory behind the hangars, where he had equipment ranging from an astronomical telescope to a delicate seismograph. He brought back as much electrical equipment as he could carry. He had me touch an insulated wire to the frost-covered stone from space, while he put the other end to one post of a galvanometer. I think he got a current that wrecked the instrument. At any rate, he grew very much excited. Something queer about that stone, he cried. This is the chance of a lifetime. I don't know that a meteor has ever been scientifically examined so soon after falling." He hurried us all across to the laboratory. We came back with a truckload of coils and tubes and batteries and potentiometers and other assorted equipment. He had men with heavy rubber gloves lift the frost-covered stone to a packing box on a bench. The thing was irregular in shape, about a foot long. It must have weighed 200 pounds. He sent a man racing on a motorcycle to the drugstore to get dry ice, solidified carbon dioxide, to keep the iron stone at its low temperature. In a few hours, he had a complete laboratory set up around the meteorite. He worked feverishly in the hot sunshine, reading the various instruments he had set up and arranging more. He contrived to keep the stone cold by packing it in a box of dry ice. The mechanic stopped for dinner, and I tried to get him to take time to eat. "No, Hammond," he said. "This is something big. We were talking about Einstein. This rock seems energized with a new kind of force. All meteors are probably the same way when they first plunge out of space. I think this will be to relativity what the falling apple is to gravity. This is a big thing." He looked up at me, brown eyes flashing. "This is my chance to make a name, Hammond. If I do something big enough, Virginia might reconsider her opinion." Charlie worked steadily through the long, hot afternoon. I spent most of the time helping him, or gazing in fascination at the curious haze of luminous blue mist that clung like a sphere of azure fog about the meteoric stone. I did not completely understand what he did. The reader who wants the details may consult the monograph he is preparing for the scientific press. He had the men string up a line from our direct current generator in the shops to supply power for his electrical instruments. He mounted a powerful electromagnet just below the meteorite and set up an X-ray tube to bombard it with rays. Night came, and the fire of the white sun faded from the sky. In the darkness, the curious haze about the stone became luminescent, distinct, a dim, motionless sphere of blue light. I fancied that I saw grotesque shapes flashing through it. A ball of blue fire, shimmering and ghost-like, shrouded the instruments. Charlie's induction coil buzzed wickedly, with purple fire playing about the terminals. The X-ray tube flickered with a greenish glow. He manipulated the rheostat that controlled the current through the electromagnet and continued to read his instruments. "Look at that," he cried. The bluish haze about the stone grew brighter. It became a ball of sapphire flame, 5 feet thick, bright and motionless. A great sphere of shimmering azure fire. Wisps of pale, sparkling bluish mist ringed it. The stone in its box, the X-ray bulb and other apparatus were hidden. The end of the table stuck oddly from the ball of light. I heard Charlie move a switch. The hum of the coils changed a note. The ball of blue fire vanished abruptly. It became a hole, a window in space. Through it we saw another world. The darkness of the night hung about us. Where the ball had been was a circle of misty blue flame, 5 feet across. Through that circle, I could see a vast expanse of blue ocean, running in high, white-capped rollers, beneath a sky overcast with low gray clouds. It was no flat picture like a movie screen. The scene had vast depth. I knew that we were really looking over an infinite expanse of stormy ocean. It was all perfectly clear, distinct, real. Astounded, I turned to find Charlie standing back and looking into the ring of blue fire with a curious mixture of surprise and delighted satisfaction. What? I gasped. "It's amazing. Wonderful. More than I had dared hope for. The complete vindication of my theory. If Virginia cares for scientific reputation. But what is it? It's hard to explain without mathematical language. You might say that we are looking through a hole in space. The new force in the meteorite, amplified by the X-rays and the magnetic field, is causing a distortion of space-time coordinates. You know that a gravitational field bends light. The light of a star is deflected in passing the sun. The field of this meteorite bends light through space-time, through the 4-dimensional continuum. That scrap of ocean we can see may be on the other side of the Earth." I walked around the circle of luminous smoke with the marvelous picture in the center. It seemed that the window swung with me. I surveyed the whole angry surface of that slate-gray, storm-beaten sea to the misty horizon. Nowhere was it broken by land or ship. Charlie fell to adjusting his rheostat and switches. It seemed that the gray ocean moved swiftly beyond the window. Vast stretches of it raced below our eyes. Faint black stains of steamer smoke appeared against the blue-gray horizon and swept past. Then land appeared, a long green-gray line. We had a flash of a long coast that unreeled an endless panorama before us. It was such a view as one might get from a swift airplane, a plane flying thousands of miles per hour. The Golden Gate flashed before us, with the familiar skyline of San Francisco rising on the hills behind it. "San Francisco!" Charlie cried. "This is the Pacific we've been seeing. Let's find the Valhalla. We might be able to see Virginia." The coastline vanished as he manipulated his instruments. Staring into the circle of shining blue mist, I saw the endless ocean racing below us again. We picked up a pleasure yacht running under bare poles. "I didn't know there was such a storm on," Charlie murmured. Other vessels swam past below us, laboring against heavy seas. Then we looked upon an ocean whipped into mighty, white-crowned waves. Rain beat down in sheets from low, dense clouds. Vivid violet lightnings flashed before us. It seemed very strange to see such lightning and hear not the faintest whisper of thunder, but no sound came from anything we saw through the blue-rimmed window in space. "I hope the Valhalla isn't in weather like this," cried Charlie. In a few minutes, a dark form loomed through the wind-riven mist. Swiftly it swam nearer, became a black ship. "Only a tramp," Charlie said, breathing a sigh of relief. It was a dingy tramp steamer, her superstructure wrecked. Her fires seemed dead. She lay across the wind, rolling sluggishly, threatening to sink with every monstrous wave. We saw no living person aboard her. She seemed a sinking derelict. We made out the name Roma on her side. Charlie moved his dials again. In a few minutes, the slender prow of another great steamer came through the sheets of rain. It was evidently a passenger vessel. She seemed limping along, half-wrecked, with mighty waves breaking over her rail. Charlie grew white with alarm. "The Valhalla!" he gasped. "And she's headed straight for that wreck." In a moment, he brought the liner closer below our blue-rimmed window. I, too, made out the name. The wet, glistening decks were almost deserted. Here and there a man struggled futilely against the force of the storm. In a few minutes, the drifting wreck of the Roma came into our view, dead ahead of the limping liner. Through the mist and falling rain, the derelict could not have been in sight of the lookout of the passenger vessel until she was almost upon it. We saw the white burst of steam as the siren was blown. We watched the desperate effort of the liner to check her way, to come about, but it was too much for the already crippled ship. Charlie cried out as a mighty wave drove the Valhalla down upon the sluggishly drifting wreck. All the mad scene that ensued was strangely silent. We heard no crash when the collision occurred, heard no screams or shouts while the mob of desperate, white-faced passengers were fighting their way to the deck. The vain struggle to launch the boats was like a silent movie. One boat was splintered while being lowered. Another, already filled with passengers, was lifted by a great wave and crushed against the side of the ship. Only shivered wood and red foam were left. The ship listed so rapidly that the boats on the lee side were useless. It was impossible to launch the others in that terrible, lashing sea. "Virginia can swim," Charlie said hopefully. "You know she tried the Channel last year and nearly made it, too." He stopped to watch that terrible scene in white-faced, anxious silence. The tramp went down before the steamer, drawing fragments of wrecked boats after it. The liner was evidently sinking rapidly. We saw dozens of hopeless, panic-stricken passengers diving off the lee side, trying to swim off far enough to avoid the tremendous suction. Then, with a curious deliberation, the bow of the Valhalla dipped under green water. Her stern rose in the air until the ship stood almost perpendicular. She slipped quickly down, out of sight. Only a few swimming humans and the wrecks of a few boats were left on the rough gray sea. Charlie fumbled nervously with his dials, trying to get the scene near enough so that we could see the identity of the struggling swimmers. A long boat, which must have been swept below by the suction of the ship, came plunging above the surface, upside down. It drifted swiftly among the swimmers, who struggled to reach it. I saw one person, evidently a girl, grasp it and drag herself upon it. It swept on past the few others still struggling. The wrecked boat with the girl upon it seemed coming swiftly toward our blue-rimmed window. In a few minutes I saw something familiar about her. "It's Virginia!" Charlie cried. "God! We've got to save her somehow!" The long rollers drove the overturned boat swiftly along. Virginia Randall clung desperately to it, deluged in foam, whipped with flying spray, the wild wind tearing at her. About us, the clear, still night was deepening. The air was warm and still. The hot stars shone steadily. Quiet, lighted houses were in sight above the beach. It was very strange to look through the fire-rimmed circle to see a girl struggling for life, clinging to a wrecked boat in a stormy sea. Charlie watched in an apathy of grief and horror, trembling and speechless, doing nothing except move the controls to keep the floating girl in our sight. Hours went by as we watched. Then Charlie cried out in sudden hope. "There's a chance! I might do it. I might be able to save her." Might do what? We are able to see what we do because the field of the meteor bends light through the four-dimensional continuum. The world line of a ray of light is a geodesic in the continuum. The field I have built distorts the continuum, so we see rays that originated at a distant point. Is that clear? Clear as mud. Well, anyhow, if the field were strong enough, we could bring physical objects through space-time instead of mere visual images. We could pick Virginia up and bring her right here to the crater. I'm sure of it. You mean you could move a girl through some 4,000 or 5,000 miles of space? You don't understand. She wouldn't come through space at all, but through space-time, through the continuum, which is a very different thing. She is 4,000 miles away in our three-dimensional space, but in space-time, as you see, she is only a few yards away. She is only a few yards away from us in the fourth dimension. If I can increase the field a little, she will be drawn right through. You're a wizard if you can do it. I've got to do it. She's a fine swimmer, that's the only reason she's still alive, but she'll never live to reach the shore. Not in a sea like that. Charlie fell to work at once, mounting another electromagnet beside the one he had set up, and rigging up 2 more X-ray bulbs beside the packing box which held the meteor. The motion of the boat and the fire-rimmed window kept drawing it swiftly away from us, and Charlie showed me how to move the dial of his rheostat to keep the girl in view. Before he had completed his arrangements, a patch of white foam came into view just ahead of the drifting boat. In a moment I made out a cruel black rock, with the angry sea breaking into fleecy spray upon it. The boat was almost upon it, driving straight for it. Charlie saw it and cried out in horror. The long black hull of the splintered boat, floating keel upward, was only a few yards away. A great white-capped breaker lifted it and hurled it forward, with the girl clinging to it. She drew herself up and stared in terror at the black rock, while another long, surging roller picked up the boat and swept it forward again. I stood, paralyzed in horror, while the shattered boat was driven full upon the great rock. I could imagine the crash of it, but it was all as still as a silent picture. The boat, riding high on a crest of white foam, smashed against the rock and was shivered to splinters. Virginia was hurled forward against the slick, wet stone. Desperately she scrambled to reach the top of the boulder. Her hand slipped on the polished rock, the wild sea dragged at her. At last she got out of reach of the angry gray water, though spume still deluged her. I breathed a sigh of relief, though her position was still far from enviable. "Virginia, Virginia! Why did I let you go?" Charlie cried. Desperately he fell to work again, mounting the magnet in tubes. Another hour went by, while I watched the shivering girl on the rock. Bobbed hair, wet and glistening, was plastered close against her head, and her clothing was torn half off. She looked utterly exhausted. It seemed to take all her ebbing energy to cling to the rock against the force of the wind and the waves that dashed against her. She looked cold, blue, and trembling. The water stood higher. "The tide is rising," Charlie exclaimed. "It will cover the rock pretty soon. If I don't get her off in time, she's lost." He finished twisting his wires together. "I've got it all ready," he said. "Now I've got to find out exactly where she is to know how to set it. Even then it's fearfully uncertain. I hate to try it, but it's the only chance." "You can find out?" "Yes. From the spectral shift and other factors. I'll have to get some other apparatus." He ran up to the laboratory, across the level field that lay black beneath the stars. He came back panting, with spectrometer, terrestrial globe, and other articles. "The tide is higher," he cried as he looked through the blue-rimmed circle at the girl on the rock. "She'll be swept off before long." He mounted the spectrometer and fell to work with a will, taking observations through the telescope, adjusting prisms and diffraction gratings, reading electrometers and other apparatus, and stopping to make intricate calculations. I helped him when I could, or stared through the ring of shining blue mist, for I could see the waves breaking higher about the exhausted girl who clung to the rock. Clouds of wind-whipped spray often hid her from sight. I knew that she would not have the strength to hold on much longer against the force of the rising sea. Although driven almost to distraction by the horror of her predicament, he worked with a cool, swift efficiency. Only the pale, anxiety-drawn expression on his face showed how great was the strain. He finished the last spectrometer observation, snatched out a pad, and fell to figuring furiously. "Something queer here," he said presently, frowning. "A shift of the spectrum that I can't explain by distortion through three-dimensional space alone. I don't understand it." We stared at the chilled and trembling girl on the rock. "I'm almost afraid to try it. What if something went wrong?" He turned to the terrestrial globe he had brought down and traced a line over it. He made a quick calculation on his pad, then made a fine dot on the globe with the pencil point. "Here she is, on a rock some miles off Point Eugenia, on the coast of the Mexican state of Lower California. Most lonely spot in the world. No chance for a rescue. We must—" "My God!" he screamed in sudden horror. "Look!" I looked through the blue-ringed window and saw the girl. Green water was surging about her waist. It seemed that each wave almost tore her off. Then I saw that she was struggling with something. A great coiling tentacle, black and leathery and glistening, was thrust up out of the green water. It waved deliberately through the air and grasped at the girl. She seemed to scream, though we could hear nothing. She beat at the monster, weakly, vainly. "She's gone," cried Charlie. "An octopus," I said. "A giant cuttlefish." Virginia made a sudden fierce effort. With a strength that I had not thought her chilled limbs possessed, she tore away from the dreadful creature and clambered higher on the rock. But still a hideous black tentacle clung about her ankle, tugging at her, drawing her back despite her desperate struggle to break free. "I've got to try it," Charlie said, determination flashing in his eyes. "It's a chance." He closed the switch. His new coil sung out above the old one. X-ray tubes flickered beside the blue fire that ringed the window. He adjusted his rheostats and closed the circuit through the new magnet. A curtain of blue flame was drawn quickly between us and the round, fire-rimmed window. A huge ball of blue fire hung about the meteorite and the instruments. For minutes it hung there, while Charlie, perspiring, worked desperately with the apparatus. Then it expanded, became huge. It exploded noiselessly in a great flash of sapphire flame, then vanished completely. Meteor, bench, and apparatus were gone. In the light of the stars we could make out the huge crater the meteorite had torn, with a few odds and ends of equipment scattered about it. But all the apparatus Charlie had set up, connected with the meteoric stone, had disappeared. He was dumbfounded, staggered with disappointment. "Virginia! Virginia!" he called out in a hopeless tone. "No, she isn't here. It didn't draw her through. I failed, and we can't even see her anymore." Desperately I searched for consolation for him. "Maybe the octopus won't hurt her," I offered. "They say that most of the stories of their ferocity are somewhat exaggerated." "If the monster doesn't get her, the tide will," he said bitterly. "I made a miserable failure of it. And I don't know why. I can't understand it." Apathetically, he picked up his pad and held it in the light of his electric lantern. "Something funny about this equation. The shift of the spectrum lines can't be accounted for by distortion through space alone." With wrinkled brow, he stared for many minutes at the bit of paper he held in the white circle of light. Suddenly he seized a pencil and figured rapidly. "I have it! The light was bent through time. I should have recognized these space-time coordinates." He calculated again. "Yes, the scene we saw in that circle of light was distant from us not only in space but in time. The Valhalla probably hasn't sunk yet at all. We were looking into the future." "But how can that be? Seeing things before they happen." I have the profoundest respect for Charlie King's mathematical genius, but when he said that, I was frankly incredulous. Space and time are only relative terms. Our material universe is merely the intersection of tangled world lines of geodesics in a four-dimensional continuum. Space and time have no meaning independently of each other. Jeans says, a terrestrial astronomer may reckon that the outburst on Nova Persei occurred a century before the Great Fire of London, but an astronomer on the Nova may reckon with equal accuracy that the Great Fire occurred a century before the outburst on the Nova. The field of this meteorite deflected light waves so that we saw them earlier, according to our conventional ideas of time, than they originated. We saw several hours into the future. And the amplified field of the magnet, though strong enough to move Virginia through space, was not sufficiently powerful to draw her back to us across time. Yet she must have felt the pull. Some dreadful thing may have happened. The problem is rather complicated. He lifted his pencil again. In the glow of the little electric lantern, I saw his lean young face tense with the fierce effort of his thought. His pencil raced across the little pad, setting down symbols that I could make nothing of. My own thoughts were racing. Seeing into the future was a rather revolutionary idea to me. My mind is conservative. I have always been skeptical of the more fantastic ideas suggested by science. But Charlie seemed to know what he was talking about. In view of the marvelous things he had done that night, it hardly seemed fair to doubt him now. I decided to accept his astounding statement at face value and follow the adventure through. He lifted his pencil and consulted the luminous dial of his wristwatch. We saw that last seen some 12 hours and 40 minutes before it happened, to put it in conventional language. The distortion of the time coordinates amounted to that. In the light of dawn, for we had been all night at the meteor pit, and silver was coming in the east, he looked at me with fierce resolve in his eyes. Hammond, that gives us over 12 hours to get to Virginia. You mean to go? But just 12 hours. That's better than the transcontinental record, to say nothing of the time it would take to find a little rock in the Pacific. We have the Golden Gull. She's as fast as any ship we've ever flown. But we can't take the Gull. Those alterations haven't been made. And that new engine. A Bearcat for power, but it may go dead any second. The Gull can fly, but she isn't safe. Safety be damned. I've got to get to Virginia and get there in the next 12 hours. The Gull will fly, but... All right, please help me get off. Help you off? It's a full thing to do. But if you go, I do. Thanks, Hammond. Awfully. He gripped my hand. We've got to make it. With a last glance into the gaping pit from which we had dug the marvelous stone, we turned and ran across to the hangars. As we ran, the sun came above the sea in the east. Its first rays struck us like a fiery lance. The mechanics had not yet appeared. Charlie pushed the doors back, and we ran out the trim little Golden Gull, beautiful with her slender wing and her graceful, tapering lines. I seized the starting crank, and Charlie sprang into the cockpit. I cranked until the mechanism was droning dismally, and pulled the lever that engaged it with the engine. I had been in too much haste to get up the proper speed, and the powerful new engine failed to fire. Charlie almost cried with vexation while I was cranking again. This time the motor coughed and fell into a steady, vibrant roar. With the wind from the propeller screaming about me, I disengaged the crank and stood waiting while the motor warmed. Charlie gave it scant time to do so before he motioned me to kick out the blocks. I tumbled into the enclosed cockpit beside him. He gave the ship the gun, and we roared across the field. In 5 minutes we were flying west, at a speed just under 300 miles per hour. Charlie was crouched over the stick, scanning the instrument board, and flying the Gull almost at her top speed. Again and again his eyes went to the little clock on the panel. 12 hours and 40 minutes, he said. And an hour gone already. We've got to be there by 5 minutes after 6. We were flying over Louisiana when the oil line clogged. The engine heated dangerously. Reluctantly, Charlie cut off the ignition and fell into a swift spiral to an open field. We've got to fix it, he said. Another hour gone, and we need every minute. This new engine, it's powerful enough, but we should have had time to overhaul it and make those changes. Charlie landed with his usual skill, and we fell to work in desperate haste. A grizzled farmer, a wad of tobacco in his cheek and 3 ragged urchins at his heels, stopped to watch us. He had just been to his mailbox and had a morning paper in his hand. Charlie questioned him about the storm. Storm center nears the American coast, he read in a nasal drawl. Greatest storm of year drive shipping upon west coast. 6 vessels reported lost. SS Valhalla, disabled, sends SOS. 1,000 lives are the estimated toll tonight of the most horrific storm of the year, which is sweeping toward the Pacific coast, driving all shipping before it. Radiograms from the Valhalla at 5 p.m. report that she is disabled and in danger. It is doubtful that rescue vehicles can reach her through the storm. We got the engine repaired, took off again. Charlie looked at the little clock. 5 minutes to 10. 8 hours and 10 minutes left, and we've got a darn long ways to go. We had to stop at San Antonio, Texas, to replenish gasoline and oil. 10 minutes lost, Charlie complained as we took off. And that monster, waiting in the future to drag Virginia to a hideous death. 2 hours later, the plane developed trouble in the ignition system. The motor was new, with several radical changes that we had introduced to increase power and lessen weight. As I had objected to Charlie, we had not done enough experimental work on it to perfect it. We limped into the field at El Paso and spent another priceless half-hour at work. I got some sandwiches at a luncheon counter beside the field and listened a moment to a radio loudspeaker there. "Many thousands are dead," came the crisp metallic voice of the announcer, as a result of the storm now raging on the Pacific coast, the worst in several years. The storm center is spending its force on the coastal regions today. Millions of dollars in damage are reported in cities from San Francisco to Manzanillo, Mexico. The greatest disaster of the storm is the loss of the passenger liner Valhalla of the Red Star Line. It is believed to have collided with the abandoned hulk of an Italian-owned tramp freighter, the Roma, which was left by its crew yesterday in a sinking condition. Radiograms from the liner ceased 3 hours ago when she was said to be sinking. The officers doubted that her boats could be launched in such a sea. I waited to hear no more. Charlie checked our route while we were stopped. And we took off. We crossed the Rio Grande and flew across the rocky, brush-scattered hills of Mexico in a direct line for the rock in the sea. "If anything happens so we have to land again, well, it's just too bad," Charlie said grimly. "But we've got to go this way. It's something over 600 miles in a straight line. 15 minutes to 4 now. We have to average nearly 300 miles an hour to get there." He was silent and intent over his maps and instruments as we flew on over the lofty Sierra Madre Range and over a long slope down to the Gulf of California. Headwinds beset us as we were over the stretch of blue water, and we flew on into a storm. "We had hardly time to make it without the wind against us," Charlie said. "If it holds us back many miles, well, it just mustn't." Purple lightning flicked ominously in the mass of blue storm clouds that hung above the mountainous peninsula of Lower California. I had a qualm about flying into it in our untested machine, but Charlie leaned tensely forward and sent the Golden Gull on at the limit of her speed. Gray vapor swirled around us, rent with livid streaks of lightning. Thunder crashed and rumbled above the roar of our racing engine. Wild winds screeched in the struts. Rain and hail beat against us. The plane rose and fell. She was swirled about like a falling leaf. The stick struggled in Charlie's hands like a living thing. With lips tightened to a thin line, he fought silently, fiercely, desperately. Suddenly we were sucked down until I had an uneasy feeling at the pit of my stomach. I saw the grim outline of a bare mountain peak dangerously close below us, shrouded in wind-whipped mist. In sudden alarm I shouted, "We'd better get out of this, Charlie. We can't live in it long." In the roar of the storm he did not hear me, and I shouted again. He turned to face me after a glance at the clock. "We've less than an hour, Hammond. We've got to go on." I sank back in my seat. The plane rolled and tossed until I thanked my lucky stars for the safety strap. In nervous anxiety, I watched Charlie bring the ship up again and fight his way on through the storm. For an eternity, it seemed, we battled through a chaos of wind-driven mist, bright with purple lightning and shaken with crashing thunder. Charlie struggled with the controls until he was dripping with perspiration. He must have been utterly worn out after 36 hours of exhausting effort. A dozen times I despaired of life. The compass had gone to spinning crazily. We dived through the rain until we could pick up landmarks below. 3 times a great bare peak loomed suddenly up ahead of us, and Charlie averted collision only by zooming suddenly upward. Then slate-gray water was beneath us, running in white-crested mountains. I knew that we were at last out over the Pacific. "We've passed Point Eugenia," Charlie said. "It can't be far now, but we have only 15 minutes left. 15 minutes to get to her, before the attraction of the meteor jerks her away, perhaps to a horrible fate." We flew low and fast over the racing waves. Charlie looked over his charts and made a swift calculation. He changed our course a bit, and we flew on at top speed. We scanned the vast, mad expanse of sea below the blue-gray clouds. Here and there were lines of white breakers, but nowhere did we see a rock with a girl upon it. Presently, the green outline of an island appeared out of the wild water on our right. "That's Del Tiburon," Charlie said. We missed the rock. He swung the plane about and we flew south over the hastening waves. I looked at the little clock. It showed 2 minutes to 6. I turned to Charlie. 7 minutes, he whispered grimly. On and on we flew, in a wide circle. The motor roared loud. An endless expanse of racing waves unreeled below us. The little hand crawled around the dial. 1 minute past 6. Only 4 minutes to go. We saw a speck of white foam on the mad gray water. It was miles away, almost on the horizon. We plunged toward it, motor bellowing loud. 5 miles a minute we flew. The white fleck became a black rock smothered in snowy foam. On we swept, and over the rock with bullet-like speed. As we plunged by, I saw Virginia's slender form, tattered, brine-soaked, straggling in the hideous tentacles of the monster octopus. It was the same terrible scene that we had viewed through the amazing phenomenon of distortion of light through space-time 4,000 miles away and 12 hours before. In a few minutes the time would come when Charlie had ended our view of the scene by his attempt to draw the girl through the fourth dimension to our apparatus in Florida. What terrible thing might happen then? Charlie brought the ship about so quickly that we were flung against the sides. Down we came toward the mad waves in a swift glide. In sudden apprehension, I dropped my hand on his shoulder. "Man, you can't land in a sea like that. It's suicide." Without a word, he shook off my hand and continued our steep glide toward the rock. I drew my breath in apprehension of a crash. I do not blame Charlie for what happened. He is as skillful a pilot as I know. It was a mad freak of the sea that did the thing. The gray waste of mountainous, white-crested waves rose swiftly up to meet us, with the rock with the girl clinging to it just to our right. The Golden Gull struck the crest of a wave, buried herself in the foam, and plunged down the long slope to the trough. We rose safely to the crest of the oncoming roller, and I saw the black outline of the rock not a dozen yards away. Charlie had landed with all his skill. It was not his fault that the blustering wind caught the ship as she reached the crest of the wave and flung her sideways toward the rock. It is no fault of his that the white-capped mountain of racing green water completed what the wind had begun and hurled the frail plane crashing on the rock. I have a confused memory of the wild plunge at the mystery of the wave, of my despair as I realized that we were being wrecked. I must have been knocked unconscious when we struck. The next I remember, I was opening my eyes to find myself on the rock, Charlie's strong arm on my shoulder. I was soaked with icy brine, and my head was aching from a heavy blow. Virginia, shivering in blue, was perched beside us. I could see no sign of the plane. The mighty sea had swept away what was left of it. Clinging to the lee side of the rock, I saw the black tentacles of the giant octopus, waiting for a wave to dash us to its mercy. "All right, Hammond?" Charlie inquired anxiously. "I'm afraid you got a pretty nasty bump on the head. About all I could do to fish you out before the gull was swept away." He helped me to a better position to withstand the force of the great roller that came plunging down upon us like a moving mountain. Virginia was in his arms, too exhausted to do more than cling to him. "What can we do?" I sputtered, shaking water from my head. "Not a thing. We're in a pretty bad fix, I imagine. In a few seconds we will feel the attraction of the meteor's field, the force with which I tried to draw Virginia to the crater through the fourth dimension. I don't know what will happen. We may be jerked out of space altogether. And if that doesn't get us, the tide and the octopus will." His voice was drowned in the roar of the coming wave. A mountain of water deluged us. Half drowned, I clung to the rock against the mad water. Then blinding blue light flashed about me. A sharp crash rang in my ears like splintering glass. I reeled and felt myself falling headlong. I brought up on soft sand. I sat up, dumbfounded, and opened my eyes. I was sitting on the steep sandy side of a conical pit. Charlie and Virginia were sprawled beside me, looking as astonished as I felt. Charlie got to his knees and lifted the limp form of the girl in his arms. Something snapped in my brain. The sand-walled pit was suddenly familiar. I got to my feet and clambered out of it. I saw that we were in our own landing field. Astonishingly, we were back in the meteor crater. Charlie's vanished apparatus were scattered about us. I saw the gray side of the rough iron meteorite itself, half buried in the sand at the bottom of the pit. What happened? I demanded of Charlie. Don't you see? Simple enough. I should have thought of it before. The field of the meteorite brought Virginia, and us, through to this point in space. But it could not bring us back through time. Instead, the apparatus itself was jerked forward through time. That is why it vanished. We got here just 12 hours and 40 minutes after I closed the switch, since we had been looking that far into the future. The mathematical explanation. That's enough for me, I said hastily. We better see about a warm, dry bed for Virginia and some hot soup or something. Now the rough gray meteorite, in a neat glass case, rests above the mantel in the library of a beautiful home where I am a frequent guest. I was there one evening a few days ago when Charlie King fell silent in one of his fits of mathematical speculation. Einstein again? I chaffingly inquired. He raised his brown eyes and looked at me. Hammond, since relativity enabled us to find the meteor girl, you ought to be convinced. Virginia, whom her husband calls the meteor girl, came laughingly to the rescue. Yes, Mr. Hammond, what do you think of Einstein now? End of The Meteor Girl by Jack Williamson. Recording by Jen Warren.
Longevity by Teresa Windsor. A morality tale, 1960s style. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Read by Dale Grothmann. Longevity by Teresa Windsor. Legend had it that many thousands of years ago, right after the Great Horror, the whole continent of the West had slowly sunk beneath the West Water, and that once every century it arose during a full moon. Still, Captain Henrik clung to the hope that the legend would not be borne out by truth. Perhaps the West Continent still existed. Perhaps, dare he hope, with civilization. The crew of the Semilunis thought him quite mad. After all, hadn't the East and South continents been completely annihilated by the great sky fires? And wasn't it said that they had suffered but a fraction of what the West Continent had endured? The Semilunis anchored at the mouth of a great river. The months of fear and doubt were at end. Here, at last, was the West Continent. A small party of scouts was sent ashore with many cautions to be alert for luminous areas, which meant certain death for those who remained too long in its vicinity. Armed with bow and arrow, the party made its way slowly up the great river. Nowhere was to be seen the color green, only dull browns and grays, and no sign of life, save for the occasional patch of lichen on a rock. After several days of rowing, the food and water supply was almost half depleted, and still no evidence of either past or present habitation. It was time to turn back, to travel all the weary months across the West Water, the journey all in vain. What a small reward for such an audacious trip! Just proof of the existence of a barren landmass, ugly and useless. On the second day of the return to the Semilunis, the scouting party decided to stop and investigate a huge opening in the rocky mountainside. How suspiciously regular and even it looked, particularly in comparison to the rest of the countryside, which was jagged and chaotic. They entered the cave apprehensively, torches aflare and weapons in hand. But all was darkness and quiet. Still, the regularity of the cave walls led them on. Some creature, man or otherwise, must have planned and built this. But to what end? Now the cave divided into 3 forks. The torches gave only a hint of the immensity of the chambers that lay at the end of each. They selected the center chamber, approaching cautiously, breath caught in awe and excitement. The torches reflected on a dull black surface, which was divided into many, many little squares. The sameness of them stretched in uncountable yards in all directions. What were these ungodly-looking edifices? The black surface was cold and smooth to the touch, and quite regular, except for a strange little hole at the bottom of each square, and a curious row of pictures along the top. They would copy these strange pictures. Perhaps back home there would be a scholar who would understand the meaning behind these last remnants of people of the West Continent. The leader took out his slate and painstakingly copied. Safeguard your valuables at Allegheny Mountain Vaults, Box 4544356782. The End of Longevity by Teresa Windsor.
The Talkative Tree by H.B. Fife. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Recording by Annie Mars. The Talkative Tree by H.B. Fife. Dang vines! Beats all how some plants have no manners, but what do you expect when there used to be men? All things considered, the obscure star, the undetermined damage to the stellar drive, and the way the small planet's murky atmosphere defied precision scanners, the pilot made a reasonably good landing. Despite sour feelings for the space service of Whitehorse, Steward Peter Colin had to admit that casualties might have been far worse. Chief Steward Slichow led his little command, lest 2 third-class ration keepers thought to have been trapped in the lower hold, to a point 200 meters from the steaming hull of the Peace State. He lined them up as if on parade. Colin made himself inconspicuous. "Since the crew will be on emergency watches repairing the damage," announced the chief in clipped, aggressive tone, "I have volunteered my section for preliminary scouting as is suitable. It may be useful to discover temporary sources in this area of natural foods." Volunteered his section, thought Colin rebelliously, like the supreme director of Whitehorse. Being conscripted into this idiotic space fleet that never fights is bad enough without a tin god on jets like Slouchow. Prudently, he did not express his resentment overtly. His well-schooled features revealed no trace of the idea, or of any other idea. The planetary state of Whitehorse had been organized some 15 light-years from old Earth, but many of the homeworld's less kindly techniques had been employed. Lack of complete loyalty to the state was likely to result in a siege of treatment that left the subject suitably repersonalized. Colin had heard of instances wherein mere unenthusiastic posture had betrayed intentions to harbor treasonable thoughts. "You will scout in 5 details of 3 persons each," Chief Slatchow said. "Every hour each detail will send 1 person in to report, and he will be replaced by one of the 5 I shall keep here to issue rations." Colin permitted himself to wonder when anyone might get some rest, but assumed a mildly willing look. Too eager an attitude could arouse suspicion of disguising an improper viewpoint. The maintenance of a proper viewpoint was a necessity if the planetary state were to survive the hostile plots of Earth and the latter's decadent colonies. That, at least, was the official line. Colin found himself in a group with Jack Emmett, a third cook, and Eva Yurtok, a powdered food storekeeper. Since the crew would be eating packaged rations during repairs, Yurtok could be spared to command a scout detail. Each scout was issued a pocket pistol and a plastic water tube. Chief Slatchow emphasized that the keepers of the rations could hardly, in an emergency, give even the appearance of favoring themselves in regard to food. They would go without. Colin maintained a standard expression as the chief's sharp stare measured them. Yurtok, a dark, lean-faced girl, led the way with a quiet monosyllable. She carried the small radio they were permitted to use for messages of utmost urgency. Emmett followed, and Colin brought up the rear. To reach their assigned sector, they had to climb a forbidding ridge of rock within half a kilometer. Only a sparse creeper grew along their way, its elongated leaves shimmering with bronze-green reflections against the stony surface. But when they topped the ridge, a thick forest was in sight. Yurtok and Emmett paused momentarily before descending. Colin shared their sense of isolation. They would be out of sight of authority and responsible for their own actions. It was a strange sensation. They marched down into the valley at a brisk pace, becoming more aware of the clouds and atmospheric haze. Distant objects seemed blurred by the mist, taking on a somber, brooding greyness. For all Colin could tell, he and the others were isolated in a world bounded by a rocky ridge behind them and a semicircle of damp trees and bushes several hundred meters away. He suspected that the hills rising mistily ahead were part of a continuous slope, but could not be sure. Yurtok led the way along the most nearly level ground. Low creepers became more plentiful, interspersed with shabby thickets of tangled, spike-armored bushes. Occasionally small flying things flickered among the foliage. Once a shrub puffed out an enormous cloud of tiny spores. "Be a job to find anything edible here," grunted Emmett, and Colin agreed. Finally, after a longer hike than he had anticipated, they approached the edge of the deceptively distant forest. Yurtok paused to examine some purple berries glistening dangerously on a low shrub. Colin regarded the trees with misgiving. "Looks as tough to get through as a tropical jungle," he remarked. "I think the stuff puts out shoots that grow back into the ground to root as they spread," said the woman. "Maybe we can find a way through." In 2 or 3 minutes they reached the abrupt border of the odd-looking trees. Except for one thick trunk giant, all of them were about the same height. They craned their necks to estimate the altitude of the monster, but the top was hidden by a wide spread of branches. The depth behind it looked dark and impenetrable. "We'd better explore along the edge," decided Yurtok. "Emmett, now is the time to go back and tell the chief which way we're—" "Emmett!" Colin looked over his shoulder. 50 meters away, Emmett sat beside the bush with the purple berries, utterly relaxed. "He must have tasted some," exclaimed Colin. "I'll see how he is." He ran back to the cook and shook him by the shoulder. Emmett's head lolled loosely to one side. His rather heavy features were vacant, lending him a doped appearance. Colin straightened up and beckoned to Yurtok. For some reason, he had trouble attracting her attention. Then he noticed that she was kneeling. "Hope she didn't eat the stupid thing too," he grumbled, trotting back. As he reached her, whatever Yurtok was examining came to life and scooted into the underbush with a flash of greenish fur. All Colin saw was that it had several legs too many. He pulled Yurtok to her feet. She pawed at him weakly, eyes as vacant as Emmett's. When she let go in sudden horror, she folded gently to the ground. She lay comfortably on her side, twitching one hand as if to brush something away. When she began to smile dreamily, Colin backed away. The corners of his mouth felt oddly stiff. They had involuntarily drawn back to expose his clenched teeth. He glanced warily about, but nothing appeared to threaten him. "It's time to end this scout," he told himself. "It's dangerous. One good look and I'm jetting off. What I need is an easy tree to climb." He considered the massive giant, soaring 30 or 40 meters into the thin fog and dwarfing other growth. It seemed the most promising choice. At first, Colin saw no way, but then the network of vines clinging to the rugged trunk suggested a route. He tried his weight gingerly, then began to climb. "I should have brought Yurtok's radio," he muttered. "Oh well, I can take it when I come down if she hasn't snapped out of her spell by then. Funny, I wonder if that green thing bit her. Footholds were plentiful among the interlaced lioness. Colin progressed rapidly. When he reached the first thick limbs, twice head height, he felt safer. Later, at what he hoped was the halfway mark, he hooked one knee over a branch and paused to wipe sweat from his eyes. Peering down, he discovered the ground to be obscured by foliage. I should have checked from down there to see how open the top is, he mused. I wonder how the view will be from up there. It depends on what you're looking for, Sonny. Something remarked in a coughing wheeze. Colin, slipping, grabbed desperately for a branch. His fingers clutched a handful of twigs and leaves, which just barely supported him until he regained a grip with the other hand. The branch quivered resentfully under him. "Careful there," whooshed the eerie voice. "It took me all summer to grow those." Colin could feel the skin crawling along his backbone. "Who are you?" he gasped. The answering sigh of laughter gave him a distinct chill despite its suggestion of amiability. "Name's Johnny Ashlew. Kinda thought you'd start with what I am. Didn't figure you'd ever seen a man grown into a tree before." Colin looked about, seeing little but leaves and fog. "I have to climb down," he told himself in a reasonable tone. "It's bad enough that the other two passed out without me going space happy too." "What's your hurry?" demanded the voice. "I can talk to you just as easily all the way down, you know. Air holes in my bark. I'm not like an earth tree." Colin examined the bark of the crutch in which he sat. It did seem to have assorted holes and hollows in its rough surface. "I never saw an earth tree," he admitted. "We came from Huatos." "Where's that?" "Oh, never mind. Some little planet. I don't bother with them all. Since I came here and found out I could be anything I wanted." "What do you mean, anything you wanted?" asked Colin, testing the firmness of a vertical vine. "Just what I said," continued the voice, sounding closer in his ear as his cheek brushed the ridged bark of the tree trunk. "And if I do have to remind you, it would be nicer if you said Mr. Ashlew, considering my age." "Your age? How old?" "Can't really count it in Earth years anymore. Lost track. I always figured being a tree was a nice, peaceful life. And when I remembered how long some of them live, that settled it. Sonny, this world ain't all it looks like." "It isn't, Mr. Ashlew?" asked Colin, twisting about in an effort to see what the higher branches might hide. "Nope. Most everything here is run by the life. That is, the thing that first grew big enough to do some thinking and set its roots down all over until it had control. That's the outskirts of it down below." "The other trees? That jungle?" "It's more'n a jungle, Sonny. When I landed here, along with the others from the Arcturan spark, the planet looked pretty empty to me. Just like it must have looked, too. Watch it there, boy. If I didn't twist that branch over in time, you'd be bouncing off my roots right now." Thanks," grunted Colin, hanging on grimly.
"Doggone Vine," commented the windy whisper. "He ain't one of my crowd. Landed years later in a ship from some star towards the center of the galaxy. You should have seen his looks before the life got in touch with his mind and set up a mental field to help him change form. Looks twice as good as a vine."
He's very handy, agreed Colin politely. He groped for a foothold. Well, matter of fact, I can't get through to him much, even with the life's mental field helping. Guess he started living with a different way of thinking. It burns me. I thought of being a tree, and then he came along to take advantage of it. Colin braced himself securely to stretch tiring muscles. Maybe I'd better stay here a while, he muttered. I don't know where I am. You're about 50 feet up, the sighing voice informed him. You ought to let me tell you how the laugh helps you change form. You don't have to be a tree. No? Some of the boys that landed with me wanted to get around and see things. Lots changed to animals or birds or even stay to man. On the outside, anyway. Most of them have changed as their bodies wear out, which I don't. And some made bad mistakes trying to be things they saw on other planets. I wouldn't want to do that, Mr. Ashley. There's just one thing. The life don't like taking chances on word about this place getting around. It sort of believes in peace and quiet. You might not get back to your ship in any form that could tell tales. Listen, Colin blurted out. I wasn't so much enjoying being what I was that getting back matters to me. Don't like your home planet, whatever the name was? Huatos. It's a rotten place. A planetary state. You have to think and even look the way that's standard 30 hours a day, asleep or awake. You get scared to sleep for fear you might dream treason and they'd find out somehow. Woo-wee! Heard about them places. Must be tough just to live. Suddenly, Colin found himself telling the tree about life on Huatos and of the officially announced threats to the planetary state's planned expansion. He dwelt upon the desperation of having no place to hide in case of trouble with the authorities. A multiple system of such worlds was agonizing to imagine. Somehow, the oddity of talking to a tree wore off. Colin heard opinions sprouting out which he had prudently kept bottled up for years. The more he talked and stormed and complained, the more relaxed he felt. If there were ever a fellow ready for this planet, decided the tree named Ashlew, you're it, sonny. Hang on there while I signal the life by root. Colin sensed a lack of direct attention. The rustle about him was natural, caused by an ordinary breeze. He noticed his hand shaking. Don't know what got into me, talking that way to a tree, he muttered. If Yurtok snapped out of it and heard, I'm as good as repersonalized right now. As he brooded upon the sorry choice of arousing his search by hiding where he was or going back to bluff things out, the tree spoke. Maybe you're all set, sonny. The life has been thinking of learning about other worlds. If you can think of a safe form to jet off in, you might make yourself a deal. How'd you like to stay here? I don't know, said Colin. The penalty for desertion. Whoosh! Who'd find you? You could be a bird, a tree, even a cloud. Silenced, but doubting, Colin permitted himself to try the dream on for size. He considered what form might most easily escape the notice of search parties and still be tough enough to live a long time without renewal. Another factor slipped into his musings. Mere hope of escape was unsatisfying after the outburst that had defined his fuming hatred for Huatos. I'd better watch myself, he thought. Don't drop diamonds to grab at stars. What I wish I could do is not just get away, but get even for the way they make us live. The whole damn setup. They could just as easy make peace with the Earth colonies. You know why they don't? Why? Wheezed Ashlew. They're scared that without talk of war and scouting for Earth fleets that never come, people would have time to think about the way they have to live and who's running things on the planetary state. Then the gravy train would get blown up. And I mean blown up. The tree was silent for a moment. Colin felt the branches stir meditatively. Then Ashlew offered a suggestion. I could tell the life your side of it, he hissed. Once in with us, you could always make thinking connections, no matter how far away. Maybe you could make a deal to kill two birds with one stone, as they used to say on Earth. Chief Steward Slatchow paced up and down beside the ration crate, turned up to serve him as a field desk. Scowled in turn, impartially at his watch and at the weary stewards of his headquarters detail. The latter stumbled about, stacking and distributing small packets of emergency rations. The line of crewmen released temporarily from repair work was transient as to individuals, but immutable as to length. Slouchow muttered something profane about disregard of orders as he glared at the rocky ridges surrounding the landing place. He was so intent upon planning greetings with which to favor the tardy scouting party that he failed to notice the loose cloud drifting over the ridge. It was tenuous, almost a haze. Close examination would have revealed it to be made up of myriads of tiny spores. They resembled those cast forth by one of the bushes Colin's party had passed. Along the edges, the haze faded raggedly into thin air, but the units evidently formed a cohesive body. They drifted together, approaching the men as if taking intelligent advantage of the breeze. One of Chief Slatchow's staggering flunkies, stealing a few seconds of relaxation on the pretext of dumping an armful of light plastic packaging, wandered into the haze. He froze. After a few heartbeats, he dropped the trash and stared at the ship and men as if he had never seen either. A hail from his master moved him. "Coming, Chief," he called, but returning at a moderate pace, he murmured, "My name is Fraser. I'm a second assistant steward. I'll think as Unit 1. Throughout the cloud of spores, the mind formerly known as Peter Colin congratulated himself upon its choice of form. Nearer to the original shape of the life than Ashlew got, he thought. He paused to consider the state of the tree named Ashlew. Half immortal, but rooted to one spot, unable to float on the breeze or through space itself, on the pressure of light. Especially, it was unable to insinuate any part of itself into the control center of another form of life, as a second spore was taking charge of the body of Chief Slatchow at that very instant. There are not enough men, thought Colin. Some of me must drift through the airlock in space. I can spread through the air system to the command group. Repairs to the peace state and the return to Huartos passed like weeks to some of the crew, but like brief moments in infinity to other units. At last the ship parted the air above headquarters city and landed. The unit known as Captain Theodore Kessel hesitated before descending the ramp. He surveyed the field, the city, and the waiting team of inspecting officers. Could hardly be better, could it? He chuckled to the companion unit called Security Officer Ta. Hardly, sir. All ready for the liberation of Huartos. Reformation of the planetary state, mused the captain, smiling dreamily as he grasped the handrail. And then, reformation of the planetary mind. End of The Talkative Tree by H.B. Fife. Recording by Annie Mars. The Talkative Tree by H.B. Fife. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Recording by Annie Mars. The Talkative Tree by H.B. Fife. Dang vines! Beats all how some plants have no manners, but what do you expect when there used to be men? All things considered, the obscure star, the undetermined damage to the stellar drive, and the way the small planet's murky atmosphere defied precision scanners, the pilot made a reasonably good landing. Despite sour feelings for the space service of Huatos, Steward Peter Colin had to admit that casualties might have been far worse. Chief Steward Slichow led his little command, lest 2 third-class ration keepers thought to have been trapped in the lower hold, to a point 200 meters from the steaming hull of the Peace State. He lined them up as if on parade. Colin made himself inconspicuous. "Since the crew will be on emergency watches repairing the damage," announced the chief in clipped, aggressive tone, "I have volunteered my section for preliminary scouting as is suitable. It may be useful to discover temporary sources in this area of natural foods." Volunteered his section, thought Colin rebelliously, like the supreme director of Huatos. Being conscripted into this idiotic space fleet that never fights is bad enough without a tin god on jets like Slouchow. Prudently, he did not express his resentment overtly. His well-schooled features revealed no trace of the idea, or of any other idea. The planetary state of Huatos had been organized some 15 light-years from old Earth, but many of the homeworld's less kindly techniques had been employed. Lack of complete loyalty to the state was likely to result in a siege of treatment that left the subject suitably repersonalized. Colin had heard of instances wherein mere unenthusiastic posture had betrayed intentions to harbor treasonable thoughts. "You will scout in 5 details of 3 persons each," Chief Slatchow said. "Every hour each detail will send 1 person in to report, and he will be replaced by one of the 5 I shall keep here to issue rations." Colin permitted himself to wonder when anyone might get some rest, but assumed a mildly willing look. Too eager an attitude could arouse suspicion of disguising an improper viewpoint. The maintenance of a proper viewpoint was a necessity if the planetary state were to survive the hostile plots of Earth and the latter's decadent colonies. That, at least, was the official line. Colin found himself in a group with Jack Ammett, a third cook, and Eva Yurtok, a powdered food storekeeper. Since the crew would be eating packaged rations during repairs, Yurtok could be spared to command a scout detail. Each scout was issued a pocket pistol and a plastic water tube. Chief Slatchow emphasized that the keepers of the rations could hardly, in an emergency, give even the appearance of favoring themselves in regard to food. They would go without. Colin maintained a standard expression as the chief's sharp stare measured them. Yurtok, a dark, lean-faced girl, led the way with a quiet monosyllable. She carried the small radio they were permitted to use for messages of utmost urgency. Ammett followed, and Colin brought up the rear. To reach their assigned sector, they had to climb a forbidding ridge of rock within half a kilometer. Only a sparse creeper grew along their way, its elongated leaves shimmering with bronze-green reflections against the stony surface. But when they topped the ridge, a thick forest was in sight. Yurtok and Ammett paused momentarily before descending. Colin shared their sense of isolation. They would be out of sight of authority and responsible for their own actions. It was a strange sensation. They marched down into the valley at a brisk pace, becoming more aware of the clouds and atmospheric haze. Distant objects seemed blurred by the mist, taking on a somber, brooding grayness. For all Colin could tell, he and the others were isolated in a world bounded by a rocky ridge behind them and a semicircle of damp trees and bushes several hundred meters away. He suspected that the hills rising mistily ahead were part of a continuous slope, but could not be sure. Yurtok led the way along the most nearly level ground. Low creepers became more plentiful, interspersed with shabby thickets of tangled, spike-armored bushes. Occasionally small flying things flickered among the foliage. Once a shrub puffed out an enormous cloud of tiny spores. "Be a job to find anything edible here," grunted Ammit, and Colin agreed. Finally, after a longer hike than he had anticipated, they approached the edge of the deceptively distant forest. Yertok paused to examine some purple berries glistening dangerously on a low shrub. Colin regarded the trees with misgiving. "Looks as tough to get through as a tropical jungle," he remarked. "I think the stuff puts out shoots that grow back into the ground to root as they spread," said the woman. "Maybe we can find a way through." In 2 or 3 minutes they reached the abrupt border of the odd-looking trees. Except for one thick trunk giant, all of them were about the same height. They craned their necks to estimate the altitude of the monster, but the top was hidden by a wide spread of branches. The depth behind it looked dark and impenetrable. "We'd better explore along the edge," decided Yertok. "Ammit, now is the time to go back and tell the chief which way we're—" "Ammit!" Colin looked over his shoulder. 50 meters away, Ammit sat beside the bush with the purple berries, utterly relaxed. "He must have tasted some," exclaimed Colin. "I'll see how he is." He ran back to the cook and shook him by the shoulder. Ammit's head lolled loosely to one side. His rather heavy features were vacant, lending him a doped appearance. Colin straightened up and beckoned to Yertok. For some reason, he had trouble attracting her attention. Then he noticed that she was kneeling. "Hope she didn't eat the stupid thing too," he grumbled, trotting back. As he reached her, whatever Yertok was examining came to life and scooted into the underbush with a flash of greenish fur. All Colin saw was that it had several legs too many. He pulled Yertok to her feet. She pawed at him weakly, eyes as vacant as Ammit's. When she let go in sudden horror, she folded gently to the ground. She lay comfortably on her side, twitching one hand as if to brush something away. When she began to smile dreamily, Colin backed away. The corners of his mouth felt oddly stiff. They had involuntarily drawn back to expose his clenched teeth. He glanced warily about, but nothing appeared to threaten him. "It's time to end this scout," he told himself. "It's dangerous. One good look and I'm jetting off. What I need is an easy tree to climb." He considered the massive giant, soaring 30 or 40 meters into the thin fog, and dwarfing other growth. It seemed the most promising choice. At first, Colin saw no way, but then the network of vines clinging to the rugged trunk suggested a route. He tried his weight gingerly, then began to climb. "I should have brought Yertok's radio," he muttered. "Oh well, I can take it when I come down if she hasn't snapped out of her spell by then. Funny, I wonder if that green thing bit her." Footholds were plentiful among the interlaced lianas. Colin progressed rapidly. When he reached the first thick limbs, twice head height, he felt safer. Later, at what he hoped was the halfway mark, he hooked one knee over a branch and paused to wipe sweat from his eyes. Peering down, he discovered the ground to be obscured by foliage. "I should have checked from down there to see how open the top is," he mused. "I wonder how the view will be from up there." "It depends on what you're looking for, Sonny," something remarked in a coughing wheeze. Colin, slipping, grabbed desperately for a branch. His fingers clutched a handful of twigs and leaves, which just barely supported him until he regained a grip with the other hand. The branch quivered resentfully under him. "Careful there," whooshed the eerie voice. "It took me all summer to grow those." Colin could feel the skin crawling along his backbone. "Who are you?" he gasped. The answering sigh of laughter gave him a distinct chill despite its suggestion of amiability. "Name's Johnny Ashlew." Kinda thought you'd start with what I am. Didn't figure you'd ever seen a man grown into a tree before. Colin looked about, seeing little but leaves and fog. I have to climb down, he told himself in a reasonable tone. It's bad enough that the other two passed out without me going space happy too. What's your hurry? Demanded the voice. I can talk to you just as easily all the way down, you know. Air holes in my bark. I'm not like an earth tree. Colin examined the bark of the crutch in which he sat. It did seem to have assorted holes and hollows in its rough surface. I never saw an earth tree, he admitted. We came from Huatos. Where's that? Oh, never mind. Some little planet. I don't bother with them all. Since I came here and found out I could be anything I wanted. What do you mean, anything you wanted? Asked Colin, testing the firmness of a vertical vine. Just what I said, continued the voice, sounding closer in his ear as his cheek brushed the ridged bark of the tree trunk. And if I do have to remind you, it would be nicer if you said Mr. Ashlew, considering my age. Your age? How old? Can't really count it in Earth years anymore. Lost track. I always figured being a tree was a nice, peaceful life. And when I remembered how long some of them live, that settled it. Sonny, this world ain't all it looks like. It isn't, Mr. Ashlew? Asked Colin, twisting about in an effort to see what the higher branches might hide. Nope. Most everything here is run by the life. That is, the thing that first grew big enough to do some thinking and set its roots down all over until it had control. That's the outskirts of it down below. The other trees? That jungle? It's more than a jungle, Sonny. When I landed here, along with the others from the Arcturan Spark, the planet looked pretty empty to me. Just like it must have looked, too. Watch it there, boy. If I didn't twist that branch over in time, you'd be bouncing off my roots right now. Thanks, grunted Colin, hanging on grimly. Doggone vine, commented the windy whisper. He ain't one of my crowd. Landed years later in a ship from some star towards the center of the galaxy. You should have seen his looks before the life got in touch with his mind and set up a mental field to help him change form. Looks twice as good as a vine. He's very handy, agreed Colin politely. He groped for a foothold. Well, matter of fact, I can't get through to him much, even with the life's mental field helping. Guess he started living with a different way of thinking. It burns me. I thought of being a tree, and then he came along to take advantage of it. Colin braced himself securely to stretch tiring muscles. Maybe I'd better stay here a while, he muttered. I don't know where I am. You're about 50 feet up, the sighing voice informed him. You ought to let me tell you how the life helps you change form. You don't have to be a tree. No? Some of the boys that landed with me wanted to get around and see things. Lots changed to animals or birds or even stayed a man. On the outside, anyway. Most of them have changed as their bodies wear out, which I don't. And some made bad mistakes trying to be things they saw on other planets. I wouldn't want to do that, Mr. Ashlew. There's just one thing. The life don't like taking chances on word. about this place getting around. It sort of believes in peace and quiet. You might not get back to your ship in any form that could tell tales. Listen, Colin blurted out. I wasn't so much enjoying being what I was that getting back matters to me. Don't like your home planet, whatever the name was? Huatos. It's a rotten place. A planetary state. You have to think and even look the way that's standard 30 hours a day, asleep or awake. You get scared to sleep for fear you might dream treason and they'd find out somehow. Woo-wee! Heard about them places. Must be tough just to live. Suddenly, Colin found himself telling the tree about life on Huatos and of the officially announced threats to the planetary state's planned expansion. He dwelt upon the desperation of having no place to hide in case of trouble with the authorities. A multiple system of such worlds was agonizing to imagine. Somehow, the oddity of talking to a tree wore off. Colin heard opinions sprouting out which he had prudently kept bottled up for years. The more he talked and stormed and complained, the more relaxed he felt. If there were ever a fellow ready for this planet, decided the tree named Ashlew, you're it, sonny. Hang on there while I signal the life by root. Colin sensed a lack of direct attention. The rustle about him was natural, caused by an ordinary breeze. He noticed his hands shaking. Don't know what got into me, talking that way to a tree, he muttered. If Yurtok snapped out of it and heard, I'm as good as repersonalized right now. As he brooded upon the sorry choice of arousing a search by hiding where he was or going back to bluff things out, the tree spoke. Maybe you're all set, sonny. The life has been thinking of learning about other worlds. If you can think of a safe form to jet off in, you might make yourself a deal. How'd you like to stay here? I don't know, said Colin. The penalty for desertion. Whoosh! Who'd find you? You could be a bird, a tree, even a cloud. Silenced, but doubting, Colin permitted himself to try the dream on for size. He considered what form might most easily escape the notice of search parties and still be tough enough to live a long time without renewal. Another factor slipped into his musings. Mere hope of escape was unsatisfying after the outburst that had defined his fuming hatred for Huatos. I'd better watch myself, he thought. Don't drop diamonds to grab at stars. What I wish I could do is not just get away, but get even for the way they make us live. The whole damn setup. They could just as easy make peace with the Earth colonies. You know why they don't? Why? Wheezed Ashlew. They're scared that without talk of war and scouting for Earth fleets that never come, people would have time to think about the way they have to live and who's running things on the planetary state. Then the gravy train would get blown up. And I mean blown up. The tree was silent for a moment. Colin felt the branches stir meditatively. Then Ashlew offered a suggestion. I could tell the life your side of it, he hissed. Once in with us, you could always make thinking connections, no matter how far away. Maybe you could make a deal to kill two birds with one stone, as they used to say on Earth. Chief Steward Slatchow paced up and down beside the ration crate, turned up to serve him as a field desk, scowled in turn, impartially at his watch and at the weary stewards of his headquarters detail. The latter stumbled about, stacking and distributing small packets of emergency rations. The line of crewmen released temporarily from repair work was transient as to individuals, but immutable as to length. Slouchow muttered something profane about disregard of orders as he glared at the rocky ridges surrounding the landing place. He was so intent upon planning greetings with which to favor the tardy scouting party that he failed to notice the loose cloud drifting over the ridge. It was tenuous, almost a haze. Close examination would have revealed it to be made up of myriads of tiny spores. They resembled those cast forth by one of the bushes Colin's party had passed. Along the edges, the haze faded raggedly into thin air, but the units evidently formed a cohesive body. They drifted together, approaching the men as if taking intelligent advantage of the breeze. One of Chief Slatchow's staggering flunkies, stealing a few seconds of relaxation on the pretext of dumping an armful of light plastic packaging, wandered into the haze. He froze. After a few heartbeats, he dropped the trash and stared at the ship and men as if he had never seen either. A hail from his master moved him. "Coming, Chief," he called, but returning at a moderate pace, he murmured, "My name is Fraser. I'm a second assistant steward. I'll think as Unit 1. Throughout the cloud of spores, the mind formerly known as Peter Colin congratulated himself upon its choice of form. Nearer to the original shape of the life than Ashlew got, he thought. He paused to consider the state of the tree named Ashlew, half immortal but rooted to one spot, unable to float on the breeze or through space itself, on the pressure of light. Especially, it was unable to insinuate any part of itself into the control center of another form of life, as a second spore was taking charge of the body of Chief Slatchow at that very instant. There are not enough men, thought Colin. Some of me must drift through the airlock in space. I can spread through the air system to the command group. Repairs to the peace state and the return to Huartos passed like weeks to some of the crew, but like brief moments in infinity to other units. At last the ship parted the air above Headquarters City and landed. The unit known as Captain Theodore Kessel hesitated before descending the ramp. He surveyed the field, the city, and the waiting team of inspecting officers. Could hardly be better, could it? He chuckled to the companion unit called Security Officer Taff. Hardly, sir. All ready for the liberation of Huartos. Reformation of the planetary state, mused the captain, smiling dreamily as he grasped the handrail. And then, reformation of the planetary mind. End of The Talkative Tree by H.B. Fife. Recording by Annie Mars.
The Castaway by Nelson S. Bond. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Recording by James Jenkins. The Castaway by Nelson S. Bond. There was an ad in the classified columns of this week's Spaceways Weekly. It asked for information concerning the whereabouts of one Paul Moran, last known to have taken off from Long Island Spaceport for parts unlogged. Captain Neely drew this notice to my attention. He said, "Look at this, Braid. Wasn't Moran the chap we picked up in the asteroids? It seems to me I remember." "You should," I told him. "You see his name twice every shuttle, engraved on cold steel, and you can be thankful for that. But I don't think he'll answer this ad. I don't think they'll ever hear from him." "That," scoffed the shipper, "is nonsense. Do you realize what this means, Braid? This ad was inserted by the government patent office. There's a fortune waiting for Mr. Moran back on Earth when he sees this." "Fortune waiting," I said softly. "When and if he sees it. But I wonder, Skipper, I wonder." We were about 3,000 miles northwest and loft of Ceres when we first sighted him. I remember that well because I was on the bridge, and our Sparks, Toby Frisch, had just handed me a free clearance report from the space commander of that planetoid. I read it and chuckled. I said, "Sparks, this bit of a transcription is a masterpiece." Nobody expects a radio man to be good-looking or have brains, but blue space above, man, your spelling and grammar. Leave my relatives, said Sparks stiffly. Out of this. Is this message OQ or ain't it? Yes, I told him, with a light sprinkling of no. Sometimes I wish we had a good operator aboard the Antigone. Like one of those Donovan brothers, for instance. Them guys, sniffed Sparks. Too wise for their britches, both of 'em. I'm a bug pounder, not a joke book. If it's smart cracks you want, why don't you buy an audio? It was at this point that Lieutenant Russ Bartlett, first mate of our ship, who had been shooting the azimuth through the Perry lenses, turned and waved to me excitedly. Brait, take a look, quick! There's a man down below, on one of the minor asteroids. I said, A joke, Bartlett? You'd better check the alignment of those Perry lenses. That's the man in the moon you see. Gunner McCoy, Bartlett's staunchest friend and admirer, looked up from the road report, wrinkled his leathery, space-toughened cheeks into a frown, and squirted knuckle juice at a distant gaboon. Maybe I'll better look, Mr. Brait, he said. If Russ says there's a man there, then there's a man there. So I looked, and to look was to act. I cut in my intercommunication unit and bawled a stop hypo order to Chief Lester in the engine room below. Bartlett was right. There was a single, bulgur-clad figure sprawled on the craggy rock of a tiny asteroid hurtling itself beneath us. A man who lay there quietly, did not rise, did not wave, gave no sign of noticing our approach, even when I dropped the Antigone down toward the spatial island. Bartlett, peering through the duplicate lens, said, Dead, Brait. He must have cracked up. He's not moving. But there was no wrecked spaceship around. I said, We'll know in a few minutes, and then the skipper burst into the bridge, startled and curious. Something haywire, boys? Here, I'll take over. He was a good man, Captain McNeely, a hardened spacehound, canny and wise to the ways of the void, always on deck in moments of emergency. That's why the IPS, the corporation for which we work, had placed him in command of the Antigone, finest and fastest ship in the fleet. But I calmed his rotors. Everything's OQ, sir, I told him. We're standing by to take on a space-wrecked sailor, I think. My guess was right. A few minutes later, we threw out a grapple, space-anchored the Anti, and a rescue party landed on the asteroid. They brought back with them a sad-looking specimen of the genus Homo sapiens. His cheeks were drained and sunken beneath a bristled, unkempt beard. His skin was blistered frightfully from long exposure to solars and cosmics. His limbs were so feeble that he couldn't walk unaided. He had to be carried. Someone unscrewed his faceport for him. He drew a long, deep breath of the pure Antigone air. His waned eyes lighted dimly, and he spoke in a voice that was a thin husk of a sound. Thank you, gentlemen. I had hoped that at last I might, but you meant well, I suppose. Which was, I thought at the time, a damn strange speech of gratitude, but I had no time to answer, for his knees suddenly buckled beneath him. His eyes closed. Had it not been for the friendly hands that supported him, he would have pitched forward on his face. Captain McNeely snapped, Sick bay! Snap it up, you lubbers! This man's in bad shape. Out on his feet cold. Sparks whispered, Gosh, he looks like a corpus. As the sailors bore our unexpected passenger away, I stared at him disgustedly. Corpse, I said. Huh? Said Sparks. Corpse, I repeated. Corpse. You, suggested Sparks, ought to take something for that indigestion. Lieutenant, my sister had it. It made her a physical reek. It's against the rules for a second mate to punch a radio man, so I kicked him. There are limits. That was our first meeting with the mysterious Paul Moran. We didn't know his name then, of course. We learned that several days later, after Doc Jernigan, our medico, had coaxed, bulldozed, and sulfanilamide him back off the brink of the dark and nasty. Doc was the first to tag Morgan with the adjective we all eventually accepted. It's the dangdest thing, he told me, I've ever seen, Brait. I'll swear on a pile of prescriptions that he didn't have one chance in a million of pulling through. But he's still alive. By rights, he should have been dead 2 weeks before we found him. Do you know he was out on that asteroid 5 solid weeks, without food, with only 1 container of water, with oxygen reserves in his tank practically exhausted? And his condition, Jernigan, shook his head uncomprehendingly. Deplorable. He was desiccated, undernourished, fouled from weeks in a bulgur. Acute cyanosis alone should have killed him, but, I said, the will to live, Doc. It's the determining factor in many a borderline case. I've heard of men with holes in their heads you could drive a Stratos plane through with, who simply refuse to. That's just it, said Jernigan. He wants to die. He refused to take food. I had to feed him intravenously and force him to drink. But in spite of his physical and mental condition, he still lives. It's mysterious, Brate. So I went in to visit our strange passenger. He wasn't a bad-looking chap, now that his whiskers had been plowed. Thin, of course, hollow of cheek and eye. His skin was sallow, faintly olive. The contours of his head, long and narrow, short-indexed. He was a typical Mediterranean, if what my profs taught me is right. Medium stature, small-boned, thin, tapering fingers, crisp, oily hair, black as space. I said, well, you look like a new man, which he did. You're looking fine, I said, which he wasn't. He turned his head slowly, studied me with grave, questioning eyes. His voice was faint but low and pleasing. You are Mr. Brate, the second mate? I believe I have you to thank for rescuing me. That's all right, I told him. Why, he interrupted gently, did you do it? I said, oh, come on now. You gotta perk up. You get a little flesh on your bones and you'll feel better. But he went on as though not hearing my words. It was a chance, the best chance I've had for years, 1,000 years, and you took it from me. Out there I might have found peace at last. The power cannot, it must not extend to the depths of space. His voice had risen. There was a light madness of strained, savage intensity in his eyes. I felt the little hairs on the back of my neck pringling. I knew now that the man had not come unscathed through his experience. He was space crazy, wildly, desperately so. I said in what I hoped was a soothing voice, now take it easy, Mr. Moran, isn't it? The ghost of a smile touched his lips, and his body became less tense. He said wearily, Moran, yes, or Adder, or Card, or anything you choose. It hardly seems important anymore. I've had so many names. That wasn't exactly encouraging, but at least he was quieter now, and I had to know a few things about him to put in the ship's log. I asked, how did you get to that asteroid, Moran? Were you space-wrecked? If so, what's the name of your craft? The authorities will want to know. He answered almost mockingly, I was marooned. Marooned? But that's criminal. Who did it? We'll have them picked up and punished. You'll do nothing of the sort. They marooned me on that asteroid because I deserved it, and I respect and thank them for it. His voice was rising again, higher and shriller. I thank them, do you hear? I bless them 100,000 million times. Though their effort was in vain, I was, and I am, a Jonah. A Jonah. Jonah, Jonah. He sat bolt upright in bed, screaming the word defiantly. Doc Jernigan raced in, glanced at me reproachfully, and took his patient in hand. You'd better go, Brate, he suggested. So I left. The sweat on my forehead was damp and cold. I needed a drink. When I told Cap McNeely of my experience, he nodded soberly. I know, Brate. I saw him before you did, and he acted just as loony toward me. Warned me he was a Jonah. I'm not superstitious, I interrupted, but there are such things as Jonahs, men whose very presence aboard the spaceship seemed to cause trouble, dissension, disaster. Do you remember that Venetian blaster on the Goddard 3? The survivors always swore he caused the crack-up. Moran's case, frowned the skipper, is more than just superstition. He told me that he never wanted to see Earth again. When I told him that was too bad, that we were headed for Earth right now, he warned me solemnly that he'd do everything in his power to prevent us getting there. So what do you think of that? I think, I said glumly, he's nuts, and if we pay any attention to him, we'll all be nuts too. Well, I've got to go, Cap. I've got to check the shield generators before we go busting into Earth's H layer. And I left. Well, I was busy for the next 4 days on my job. It's a plenty important job and had to be done carefully. The H layer of the planets, the Kenley Heaviside layer, it's a supertension field of force, similar in composition to the corona of a star, a wide swath of ionized gas, with high potential, serving as a shield against the murderous Q and ultraviolet rays that emanate from solar bodies. But the H-layer is a barrier as well as a shield. The first spaceflight experimenters learned that, and the knowledge cost them their lives, for their craft hit the H-layer unguarded, and where had been a glistening ship, now was pitted blackened metal. Where had been life, now there was charred carbon. Now all spaceships were equipped with shield generators. They were generators by courtesy only. Actually, they were huge condensers fed by cable lines tied at intervals to the hull plates. The theory was that as the craft plunged into and through the H-layer, these condensers would absorb the excess potential, thus allowing the ship to pass through unharmed. And it worked swell, most of the time. Oh, every few years a ship would get theirs, would blow out in a blue wreath of coruscate flame. But for the most part the trip was safe enough, except, of course, when a condenser was in bad condition, which is why I was giving ours a check and a double check. Still, I could never rid myself of a queasy moment when we hit that blanket of spark-happy ionization, particularly when a planet was at aphelion as Earth was now, because at such times the H-layer was more highly active than usual. And to tell the truth, I wasn't satisfied with the way my work was going. First I hit my thumb with a monkey wrench. It didn't hurt the wrench, but my thumb turned pale mauve and throbbed like a 16-year-old kid's pulse on his first hayride. Then I lost a brass collar off the hull brace, and since we didn't carry a reserve stock, I had to ask Chief Lester to make me one. By the time that was ready, I'd busted a .44 coal cable lock and had to jury-rig a substitute. Oh, it was a headache. But I wasn't the only guy on board the Auntie who was having troubles. Slops raised a howl to high heaven because his stove went on the squeegee. Gunner McCoy stalked into the officers' mess one afternoon, demanding what such and so had stripped the gears off of his pet rotor gun. Sparks burned out 3 vacuum tubes in one day, breaking contact with all transmitting stations, and almost causing us to crack up on a rogue asteroid. Even Cap McNeely was visited by the plague. He came wailing to me on the bridge that the refrigeration units in number 3 storage bin had broken down. And we've lost a whole bin full of clab, brat, worth at least 6,000 credits on Earth. Corporation will be mad as hell. That's tough, I said, but there's nothing we can do about it. It wasn't your fault. He eyed me curiously. Brait, he said. Yes, Cap? I've been wondering. Do you think there could be anything in what Moran said about him being a Jonah? I've been thinking the same thing myself. I don't know, Skipper. I wouldn't say yes and I wouldn't say no, but there's no doubt about it. Things have been going haywire ever since we picked him up. I'll be glad when he lifts Gravs off the ante. Cap said grumpily. Of course it's just nonsense. Bad luck doesn't hang around one man like that. It's against the law of averages. Still, I wish you'd sort of keep an eye on him for the next 3 days, Brait. Till we land on Earth. I've got a notion. So is Earth, I grinned. 5 of them. Atlantic, Pacific, Indian, and 2 etceteras. What's yours? It might, frowned the skipper, be sabotage. He said he'd do everything in his power to prevent our reaching Earth, and he's up and around now. If you think that, I suggested, why don't you just shove him in the clink, just to make sure? Can't do it, 'cause I've no proof he's responsible for these occurrences. And besides, a rescued passenger is entitled to the courtesy of the ship. So that's how I assumed, in addition to the rest of my duties, the job of watchdogging this mysterious Paul Moran. As Cap McNeely had said, Moran was up and about now. He made what Doc Jornigan claimed was the swiftest recovery in the annals of medicine. He still looked like a skeleton in search of a square meal, but there was sanity in his eyes, if not always in his speech. Like that afternoon in Sparks' radio turret, for instance. We had been talking, Sparks and I, about spaceflight. What a great thing it was, how only in its infancy it had already changed man's outlook, widening the borders of man's domain, creating a newer, greater universe. We've got, Sparks said, reason to be proud of ourselves. Gee, I was reading in the library. You, I interrupted wonderingly, can read? Comments to you, Lieutenant, sniffled Sparks. As I was saying before, I was so rudely ruptured. I was reading in the library some old books from the 20th century. Just about 150 years old, mind you. They had the craziest ideas about what men would find on other planets, if and when we ever got there. Flaming men, and robots, and all sorts of things. Nothing like what we actually found. Of course, we shouldn't laugh at them too much. They had no way of knowing. We're the first people to have ever traveled in space. No, said Moran. Sparks said patiently. Well, I didn't mean us here in this room, of course. We ain't, but I mean all the people of our time. And I still say, said Moran gravely, no, Man in all ages is a creature of conceit, self-pride, self-glorification. There was space flight long before you lived, Sparks. A race long dead now from a neighboring planet. I said gently, "You're thinking of those pyramids found on Venus and Mars, Moran. I know that's a puzzler for modern science, and I've read several theories regarding their builders. But most authorities agree that their mere presence does not necessarily imply the existence of a single race of engineers. The pyramid is a fundamental structure form. Any intelligent race. Man," said Moran almost sadly. "Man the dreamer, man the doubter. No, Lieutenant, I'm not speaking of theories now. I'm speaking of tales I've heard, accounts I've read in archives long molded into dust. And at least 3 times in the past have civilizations raced the span of the void. It was the dying Martian race that first achieved space flight. They found Venus a rank and stinky jungle. But on Earth certain of them set up their new abode." He smiled quietly, and reverted to savagery, as is always the case when civilized man, removed from the source of his culture, find themselves face to face with stark reality. Then it was the moon creatures who fled their airless world, spanned the distance to nearby Earth. I said, "That's an interesting thought, Moran. It explains the coloration of the races of man, doesn't it? I'd like to read that book you mentioned. Where can I get it?" He shook his head sadly. "You can't, Lieutenant Brant. The last copy of it was destroyed more than 12 centuries ago. Simon Magnus was the last man to read it, as I remember. I loaned it to him." He stopped abruptly, but Sparks' eyes were plate-sized and incredulous. "You loaned it to him?" I spun on Sparks, angry. Jernigan had told us to humor Moran, help him to complete recovery. I didn't approve of this, not a little bit. I snapped, "That'll do, Sparks. Good Lord, man. What's the matter, Moran?" For suddenly his face had paled, his eyes widened in horror, and he was backing away from me. He thrust out a trembling hand, grasped hoarsely, "Have a care, Brait. Thou shalt not take the name of the Lord God in vain." Then he fled, his running footsteps clattering down the ramp. The echoes were strangely disturbing. Sparks stared after him, then made a circular motion at his temple. "Nuts," he said. "Crazy as a loon, Lieutenant." Oh, he was an odd one, that Moran. Those next days are somehow garbled in my mind. They were so full of incident, and now, looking back upon them, I can hardly distinguish between that which actually was and that which was an active imagination conjured for me out of fantasy. This I do know, it was the worst trip I've ever experienced in the Antigone, or any other ship. Something was always wrong. Lieutenant Russ Bartlett, whose mind is as accurate as the cogs of a computing machine, discovered to his dismay that he had made an error in calculation, that at our present rate of speed we would miss Earth entirely and plunge sunward at a rate that would destroy us all. He discovered that by sheer accident, and just in time to scream a hasty, "Cut hypos!" to the engine room, else I wouldn't be here at all to tell it. Then there was that mysterious occurrence in the galley. Our cook had a pet cat, and if it weren't for his habit of feeding the pussy before he fed the crew, half of us would be stiff now, because that cat slopped up its dinner, and forthwith proceeded to give up all 9 of its lives simultaneously. Ptomaine from faulty food tins. This was the first time such a thing had happened in more than 40 years. You couldn't say Moran was behind either of these near disasters, for I was dogging his footsteps. I'll take my oath he was not involved, physically that is, but they say a Jonah's curse works even though the Jonah takes no actual part. Oh, he was an odd one, that Moran. For instance, the time Sparks' selenium plate blew out. It was Moran who got permission to use the machine shop, construct a substitute out of uranoid steel atom chamber. We used that freak audio throughout the trip, then replaced it with the standard one when we reached Earth, like dopes, because 2 years later that screwball first mate of the Saturn invented a uranium time-speech trap, exactly like the one Moran had made us. He earned 250,000 credits from it. Imagine! Then there was the time, as we were approaching the lunar outpost, that our calculating machine jammed. Lieutenant Bartlett and Cap McNeely were in a dither trying to figure out the approach velocity. It's a 15-minute job for the machine, a 6-hour job for a man's brain. But Moran, who happened by, glanced casually at the declination chart, said, "Cut to 43 at 3.05 Earth Standard, Captain. Maintain full speed for 0.35 parsecs. Altered declension to North 1, Loft 7. Fire 4 jets twice." Having no better idea, McNeely did as Moran suggested, and we warped past the moon. Oh, trajectory! which put us within scant hours of Earth's H-layer, and which also roused in me the realization that the mysterious Paul Moran was more than the ordinary space sailor he pretended to be. Maybe I'm Snoopy. I don't know. Anyway, I went into the radio room. I told Sparks grimly, "You and I are going to find out just who this Moran guy is. Send a message, Sparks, to Fred Bender at Long Island Spaceport. Tell him to find out if there's a scientist missing who answers this description. 5 feet, 7.5 inches, 125 pounds, dark hair, brown eyes." The relay of that description and the subsequent reply took longer than I had anticipated. That's why Sparks and I were among the last to learn of the new trouble. We didn't learn until, excited, we burst onto the bridge, confronted the skipper with our information. "Look, Skipper," I yelled. "No wonder Moran was able to fix Sparks' radio and set your course. Do you?" And the captain raised haggard eyes to me. "Brate, where have you been? I've been autoing all over the ship for you." "In Sparks' cabin. Listen, though, Moran is—" "I don't care," said the skipper wearily, "who he is. In a little while nobody else will either. Your checkup, Mr. Brate, was a miserable failure. We are only an hour and a half out of the H-layer, and the shield generators refuse to function." I just stared at him for a minute. When I caught my breath, there was only enough for one word. "Impossible." "Impossible, maybe," acknowledged the first mate. "But unfortunately, Don, the captain's right. 3 lead-in cables are broken. The striping is off the condenser." "But everything was in perfect order an hour ago. I don't understand." "Yes, I do, Moran. He said he'd destroy us all if he got a chance." "Skipper, there's the answer. He's done it. The madman." Then there was a mirthful chuckle in the doorway, and Moran was standing there looking at us, his thin lips wide in a smile. "You're right, Brate. I did do it. But I'm not a madman. I'm a happy man. The happiest man who's ever lived." His eyes lighted triumphantly. He stretched his arms above his head in a great, yearning gesture. "Soon will come freedom. The great, everlasting freedom of death." "Get him!" said the skipper succinctly. Gunner McCoy lumbered forward. His long, hairy arms encircled Moran's body. The skipper pawed his gray thatch. "This is no time for reproaches, Mr. Brate. I told you to guard this man. For some reason you failed to do so. But now our problem is to repair the damage he has done, or else." His pause was significant, but Moran's quiet, mocking laughter persisted. "It's useless, Captain. Not in hours, no, not in weeks, will you repair the damage. Don't you see?" There was a feverish light in his eyes, a shuddering vibrance in his voice. "Don't you see that I bring you the greatest of all boons known to man? Death! Wonderful, blissful death! Death that I have sought so long, so hopelessly." Those were the last words I heard for some time. I dashed from the room, Bartlett, Sparks, and McCoy at my heels. We picked up the chief engineer. We covered the Antigone from stern to stern, and our worst fears were realized. It was no use. The damage Moran had done was irreparable. Russ Bartlett said, "There's only one way out. We mustn't try to penetrate the heaviside layer. We must shift trajectory past Earth and remain in space until we get the shield generator operating again." And Chief Lester said somberly, "Have you forgotten the trajectory you planned, Lieutenant Bartlett?" "The trajectory? I thought it was unusual," rumbled the engineer, "when you called it down to me. It's a paper-thin balance on a knife's edge between counter-gravitations. If we try to shift our course now, we'll tear the ship into shreds." I knew now why Moran had come up with such a ready answer when the computer failed. He had planned well. He had deliberately forced us into this trajectory from which there was no escape. Back on the bridge, we found Captain McNeely pacing the deck like a caged cat. Moran was silent, watchful, intent, with an unholy gleam of justification lighting his curious eyes. The skipper looked up, hopeful as we entered. "Well, gentlemen," Bartlett shook his head. McNeely was silent for a long moment. His glance roved the smart, glistening interior of the Antigone's control room. I knew exactly what he was thinking. It was too bad that this smooth perfection, this finest ship built by master craftsmen, should become a brief, winking flame in the atmospheric borders of Earth. And it was tough that we must all go out like this together, through no fault of our own, through the machination of a space-mad castaway. He turned to me. "Lieutenant Brate, you and Sparks will go to the radio turret. Send a complete report to the Earth authorities. Tell them," he gulped, "tell them why the Antigone will not come in." I said, "Aye, aye, sir," mechanically, and started for the door. But Sparks stopped me. Ain't you going to tell him what we learned, eh? About him? He jerked his head toward Moran. Doesn't really make any difference now, I said. But I suppose. My voice was scornful. There was scorn and bitterness in my heart. They might as well know that the man who has condemned us all to death is, or was, one of Earth's greatest scientists. Had he not become a raving lunatic, his genius could have stemmed this disaster. McNeely said, What's that, Lieutenant? What do you mean? I mean, this man's name is not Paul Moran. Names, murmured Moran gently. What difference does a name make when one has had thousands of names? His name, I continued, is John Cartaphilus. Bartlett said, Cartaphilus? In a leap, he was at our strange guest's side, his voice eager. Then he will. He must. Help us. Cartaphilus, listen to me. Of all men, only you have the genius of devising some way of escaping this peril. You've been mad, sir, insane from your privations, but now I beg that you cast aside this madness. Come to our rescue. Moran, or Cartaphilus, brushed his hand aside. A dreamy look was in his eyes. Death, at last, he whispered. Oh, sweet boon of mankind, death. I have suffered so long, waited such a long time. Can't you hear me, man? Snap out of it. Time is growing short. In half an hour, maybe less, we'll nose into the H-layer, and then... Please, sir. But there was no reply. Captain McNeely looked at me uncertainly. Are you sure, Braid? Positive. I forwarded a description to Bender at LI. He said Cartaphilus has been missing for 1.5 years. He fled Earth because of a scandal, it seems. Never mind that now. McNeely confronted the insane scientist. Mr. Cartaphilus, you must help us out of this jam. We're not thinking only of ourselves, but of the mothers and children waiting for us on Earth, and the future of space travel. If the Antagon, the finest ship ever built, blows out in the H-layer, it will strike a heavy blow to all astronavigation. Help us, sir, for heaven's sakes. Cartaphilus spoke sharply. Don't say that. Only heaven can save us now, said McNeely simply. If you won't, it's our only hope. May the Lord help us if you... Don't! The strange, thin man screamed the word. Suddenly he buried his face in his hands, and his words were an incoherent babble of torment. Don't you see what you're doing? Man, have you no pity? He raised wide, tortured eyes. The endlessness of time, he whispered. But I thought that, free of Earth, lost in the depths of space, I might at least find peace. But now you call upon me to save you in His name. I won't do it. I won't. The power cannot force me here in the void. 2,000 years. No, no. McNeely stepped back, torn between dread and doubt. He shook his head at us. It's no use. He's completely mad. Then Russ Bartlett cried, Wait, listen. For Cartaphilus, his face worn and aged, had bowed his head as though surrendering to forces greater than his will to die, and he was droning in a drab, lackluster voice. Tell the engineer to reverse the polarity of the alternate hypotonic motors. Transmit the counter-electromagnetic force helically through the forward coils. Use full power. Keep all motors running at top speed. Cut out the intercommunications and lighting system. There must be no DC current in operation anywhere on the ship. Cross currents will... Chief Engineer Lester's face was a mask of blank dismay. He husked, "A hysteresis block. It might work. Nobody's ever thought of that before." "What do you mean?" That was Captain McNeely. "His suggestion. Heterodyning the web coils so we'll counter the H-layer radiation with an alternating current of our own. It's just about 1 chance in a million." "Then take that chance," cried the skipper. "Try it. Do as he says. And for God's sake, man, hurry." Cartaphilus, his eyes drained of all expression, rose sluggishly. Once more he spoke faintly. "It will work," he said. "It will work, and I have failed again. And all because I would not let him rest." His voice broke into a great retching sob. Then he lurched from the control room like a broken thing. I never saw him again. No one aboard the Antagon ever saw him again. For the next hour we were in a turmoil, rearranging the electrical units of the ship as Cartaphilus had told us. We finished our task just in time. Scant seconds after we had thrown on the power, we nosed into the web-like fields of the force which is the H-layer. It was a breathless moment. Despite our efforts, there was not a man of us but expected a brief, brilliant instant of horror, then oblivion. But we were as wrong as Cartaphilus had been right. There was a jolt as our force field met that of Earth's shield. Perma-alloy hull of the ship sang and hummed and glowed cherry red under the impact of that terrific electromotive strain, but we slipped through the barrier with greater ease than ever had any ship using the old-style shield generators. In our jubilation, we quite forgot the mad scientist whose strange, last-minute change of mind had saved our lives. We landed, and sometime between the moment of landing and the moment when we remembered our passenger, he fled, disappeared completely from the ship and from our lives. McNeely was nothing if not a square shooter. He refused to take credit for the invention that had brought us through the H-layer. The patent rights were taken out in the name of our deranged passenger. The Moran H-penetrator, it's called. All spaceships used it, until just recently, until Cap Hawkins of the Andromeda and the Venetian scientist J. Fargos discovered AMPEs could be used as H-layer shields. But afterward, Captain McNeely came to me wondering, why should he have wanted to die, Brait? I don't understand it. A man like John Cartaphilus, wealthy, intelligent, respected. Was he really mad, do you think? I hesitated. I, too, had been wondering about that. I had gone so far as to look up the life history of the mad scientist. I found several curious things. No man knew when or where John Cartaphilus had been born. All agreed that he was remarkably youthful in appearance. It was rumored that he had outlived a wife, married in youth, and that she had been an elderly woman when she died. I said, I told you there had been a scandal in his life recently, Skipper. It concerned a friend of his, a worker in one of his shops. Cartaphilus was, and is, a genius, but he has a reputation for driving his men too hard. They say that on this occurrence, seeking the answer to some problem that invaded him, he forced his assistant to labor for weeks, begrudging him even a few hours' sleep each night. On the eve of the solution to the problem, this worker came to him, nervous, ragged, exhausted, begging for a brief respite, claimed he was sick with overwork and fatigue. But John Cartaphilus insisted, impatiently, that there was no time for rest. He ordered the man to get about his work. The job was completed, but the friend died. The doctor said it was a pure case of exhaustion. When he heard this, Cartaphilus's brain snapped. He blamed himself for the man's death, fled Earth, became, or so we believe, the wandering spaceman we found in the asteroids. Captain McNeely frowned. Do you believe that story, Brait? I started to say no. I started to tell the skipper something else I had discovered while probing into the life history of John Cartaphilus. Something that, to my mind at least, more fully explained the oddness of our erstwhile passenger. It was an old legend I had run across, the queer story of a man with many names. I have had so many names, Moran had said, who wandered endlessly about the earth, perhaps the universe now, simply because he had not let another rest for a moment at his doorsill. Sometimes this man had been known as Cartaphilus. He had also been known as Juan Esprado and de Zoe, Ahasuerus, and as Budadeus. The Parisian Gazette, Turkey spy, had in 1644 A.D. reported his presence in the city traveling under the name of Paul Marianne, but men in general knew him by a more descriptive name, the Wandering Jew, the Eternal Jew. But I did not tell Captain McNeely this. After all, it was a fanciful thought, and surely Moran, or Cartaphilus was mad when he claimed to have met and talked with Simon Magus 1,200 years ago. Anyway, when we saw that ad in the classified column of this week's Space Weeklies, and McNeil claimed Moran would return to claim his reward, it raised a question in my mind. Will he return, or will he find at last whatever peace awaits him out there, in the vast emptiness of space, where the power cannot, must not extend? I wonder. End of The Castaway by Nelson S. Bond. Recording by James Jenkins.
Keep Out by Frederick Brown. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Recording by Maria Grazia Tundo, Italy. Keep Out. With no more room left on Earth, and with Mars hanging up there empty of life, somebody hit on the plan of starting a colony on the Red Planet. It meant changing the habits and physical structure of the immigrants, but that worked out fine. In fact, every possible factor was covered, except one of the flaws of human nature. Daptine is the secret of it. Adaptine they called it first, then it got shortened to daptine. It let us adapt. They explained it all to us when we were 10 years old. I guess they thought we were too young to understand before then, although we knew a lot of it already. They told us just after we landed on Mars. "You're home, children," the head teacher told us after we had gone into the glassite dome they'd built for us there. And he told us there'd be a special lecture for us that evening, an important one that we must all attend. And that evening he told us the whole story, and the whys and wherefores. He stood up before us. He had to wear a heated spacesuit and a helmet, of course, because the temperature in the dome was comfortable for us, but already freezing cold for him, and the air was already too thin for him to breathe. His voice came to us by radio from inside his helmet. "Children," he said, "you are home. This is Mars, the planet on which you will spend the rest of your lives. You are Martians, the first Martians. You have lived 5 years on Earth and another 5 in space. Now you will spend 10 years, until you are adults, in this dome, although toward the end of that time you will be allowed to spend increasingly long periods outdoors. Then you will go forth and make your own homes, live your own lives as Martians. You will intermarry, and your children will breed true. They too will be Martians. It's time you were told the history of this great experiment of which each of you is a part." Then he told us. Men, he said, had first reached Mars in 1985. It had been uninhabited by intelligent life. There is plenty of plant life and a few varieties of non-flying insects, and he had found it by terrestrial standards uninhabitable. Men could survive on Mars only by living inside glassite domes and wearing spacesuits when he went outside of them. Except by day, in the warmer seasons, it was too cold for him. The air was too thin for him to breathe, and long exposure to sunlight, less filtered of rays harmful to him than on Earth because of the lesser atmosphere, could kill him. The plants were chemically alien to him, and he couldn't eat them. He had to bring all his food from Earth, or grow it in hydroponic tanks. For 50 years, he had tried to colonize Mars, and all his efforts had failed. Besides this dome, which had been built for us, there was only one other outpost, another glassite dome much smaller and less than a mile away. It had looked as though mankind could never spread to the other planets of the solar system besides Earth, for of all of them Mars was the least inhospitable. If he couldn't live here, there was no use even trying to colonize the others. And then, in 2034, 30 years ago, a brilliant biochemist named Weymouth had discovered daptine, a miracle drug that worked not on the animal or person to whom it was given, but on the progeny he conceived during a limited period of time after inoculation. It gave his progeny almost limitless adaptability to changing conditions, provided the changes were made gradually. Dr. Weymouth had inoculated and then mated a pair of guinea pigs. They had borne a litter of 5, and by placing each member of the litter under different and gradually changing conditions, he had obtained amazing results. When they attained maturity, one of those guinea pigs was living comfortably at a temperature of 40 below 0 Fahrenheit. Another was quite happy at 150 above. A third was thriving on a diet that would have been deadly poison for an ordinary animal, and a fourth was contented under a constant X-ray bombardment that would have killed one of its parents within minutes. Subsequent experiments with many litters showed that animals who had been adapted to similar conditions bred true, and their progeny was conditioned from birth to live under those conditions. 10 years later, 10 years ago, the head teacher told us, you children were born of parents carefully selected from those who volunteered for the experiment, and from birth you have been brought up under carefully controlled and gradually changing conditions. From the time you were born, the air you have breathed has been very gradually thinned and its oxygen content reduced. Your lungs have compensated by becoming much greater in capacity, larger than those of your teachers and attendants. When you're fully mature and are breathing air like that of Mars, the difference will be even greater. Your bodies are growing fur to enable you to stand increasing cold. You are comfortable now under conditions which would kill ordinary people quickly. Since you were 4 years old, your nurses and teachers have had to wear special protection to survive conditions that seem normal to you. In another 10 years, at maturity, you will be completely acclimated to Mars. Its air will be your air, its food plants your food. Its extremes of temperature will be easy for you to endure, and its median temperatures pleasant to you. Already, because of the 5 years we spent in space under a gradually decreased gravitational pull, the gravity of Mars seems normal to you. It will be your planet, to live on and to populate. You are the children of Earth, but you are the first Martians. Of course, we had known a lot of those things already. The last year was the best. By then, the air inside the dome, except for the pressurized parts where our teachers and attendants live, was almost like that outside, and we were allowed out for increasingly long periods. It's good to be in the open. The last few months they relaxed segregation of the sexes, so we could begin choosing mates, although they told us there is to be no marriage until after the final day, after our full clearance. Choosing was not difficult in my case. I had made my choice long since, and I had felt sure that she felt the same way. I was right. Tomorrow is the day of our freedom. Tomorrow we will be Martians, the Martians. Tomorrow we shall take over the planet. Some among us are impatient, have been impatient for weeks now, but wiser counsel prevailed, and we are waiting. We have waited 20 years, and we can wait until the final day. And tomorrow is the final day. Tomorrow, at a signal, we will kill the teachers and the other earthmen among us before we go forth. They do not suspect, so it will be easy. We have dissimulated for years now, and they do not know how we hate them. They do not know how disgusting and hideous we find them, with their ugly misshapen bodies, so narrow-shouldered and tiny-chested, their weak, sibilant voices that need amplification to carry in our Martian air, and above all their white, pasty, hairless skins. We shall kill them, and then we shall go and smash the other dome, so all the Earthmen there will die too. If more Earthmen ever come to punish us, we can live and hide in the hills, where they'll never find us. And if they try to build more domes, here we'll smash them. We want no more to do with Earth. This is our planet, and we want no aliens. Keep off! End of Keep Out by Frederick Brown. Recording by Grazia Tundo, Italy.
Something Will Turn Up by David Mason. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Read by Dale Grothmann. Maybe it had to do with this being a non-parody universe, perhaps? Some things can't be simply inverted, after all. Something Will Turn Up by David Mason. You, Mr. Rapp? Stanley Rapp blinked, considering the matter. He always thought over everything very carefully. Of course, some questions were easier to answer than others. This one, for instance. He had very few doubts about his name. Stanley Rapp said. Yes. He stared at the bearded young man. Living in the village, even on the better side of it, one saw beards every day, all shapes and sizes of beard. This one was not a psychoanalyst beard, or a folk singer beard, not even an actor beard. This was the scraggly variety, almost certainly a poet beard. Mr. Rapp, while holding no particular prejudice against poets, had not sent for one. He was sure of that. Then he noticed the tool case in the bearded young man's hand, lettered large, Lightning Service TV Hi-Fi. Oh, Stanley said, nodding. You're the man to fix the TV set. You know it, Dad, the young man said, coming in. He shut the door behind him and stared around the apartment. What a wild pad. Where the idiot box, eh? The pleasantly furnished, neat little apartment was not what Mr. Rapp had ever thought of as a wild pad. But the village had odd standards, Mr. Rapp knew. Chakun, a son got, he had said on moving into the apartment 10 years ago. Not aloud, of course, because he had only taken 1 year of French and would never have trusted his accent. But Chakun, the son got anyway. The television set, Mr. Rapp said, translating. Oh, yes. He went to the closet door and opened it. Reaching inside, he brought out an imposingly large TV set, mounted on a wheeled table. The bearded repairman whistled. In the closet, the repairman said admiringly. Crazy. You go in there to watch it, or you let it talk to itself? Oh, well, I don't exactly watch it at all, Mr. Rapp said, a little sadly. I mean, I can't. That's why I called you. Lightning's here, have no fear, the bearded one said, approaching the set with a professional air. Like in the closet, hey. He bent over the set appraisingly. I thought you were a square, Pops, but I can see you're... Hey, this is like too much, man. I don't want to pry, but why is the box upside down? I wish I knew, Mr. Rapp said. He sat down and leaned back, sighing. This was going to be difficult, he knew. He had already had to explain to at least 3 repairmen, and he was getting tired of explaining. Although he thought somehow that this young man might understand a little more quickly than the others had. I had a couple of other repairmen look it over, Mr. Rapp told the bearded one. They gave up. Dilettantes, commented the beard. Oh, no, Mr. Rapp said. One of them was from the company that made it, but they couldn't do anything. Let's try it, the repairman said, plugging the cord into the wall socket. He returned to the set and switched it on, without changing its upside-down position. The big screen lit almost at once. A painted face appeared with a large silhouetted hammer striking the image's forehead in a rhythmic beat. Immediate relief for headache, a bland voice said, as the pictured face broke into a broad smile. The repairman shuddered and turned down the sound, staring at the image with widened eyes as he did so. Dad, I don't want to bug you, the repairman said, his eyes still on the screen. Only look, the set is upside down, right? Right, Mr. Rapp said. Only the picture, the repairman paused, trying to find the right phrase. I mean, the picture's flipped. Like it's wrong upside down, too. Only right side up now. Exactly, said Mr. Rapp. You see, that's the trouble. I put the set upside down because of that. Cool, the repairman said, watching the picture. I mean, so why worry? You got a picture, right? You want me to turn the picture around? I can do that with a little fiddling around inside the set. Uh-oh, Dad, something's happening. The repairman bent closer, staring at the picture. It was now showing a busty young woman singer, her mouth opened, but silent, since the sound was turned down. She was slowly rotating as Rapp and the bearded repairman watched, turning until her face, still mouthing silent song, hung upside down on the screen. It always does that, Rapp said. No matter which way I put the set, the picture's always upside down. No, man, the repairman said pleadingly. Look, I took a course. I mean, the best school. You dig? It don't work that way. It just can't. It does, though, Rapp pointed out, and that's what the other repair people said, too. They took it out and brought it back, and it still did it. Not when they had it in their shops, but the minute it came back here, the picture went upside down again. Wow, the repairman said, backing slowly away from the set, but watching it with the tense gaze of a man who expected trouble. After a minute, he moved toward it again and took hold of the cabinet's sides, lifting. I don't want to put you down, Pops, he said, grunting. Only I got to see this. Over she goes. He set it down again, right side up. The picture, still the singer's face, remained in a relatively upright position for another moment, then slowly rolled over, upside down again. You see, Mr. Rapp said, shrugging, I guess I'll have to buy another set. Except I'd hate to have it happen again. This one did cost quite a lot. You couldn't trade it in either, the repairman agreed. Not to me, anyway. Suddenly he snapped his fingers. Hey, now! Sideways! You mean on its side? Just for kicks, the repairman gripped the set again. On the side. He set the cabinet down on one side and stepped back to regard the picture again. Slowly, the picture turned once more, and once again. Relative to the unusual position of up and down, the picture was stubbornly, completely inverted. It's onto that, too, the repairman said gloomily. He sat down on the floor and assumed a kind of yoga posture, peering between his legs. You should try it this way, Pops. I'm pretty stiff, Mr. Rapp told him, shaking his head. Yeah, the repairman said, inverting himself. For a long while he sat, pulling his beard thoughtfully, a look of deep thought on his face. The reversed singer faded out, to give place to an earnestly grinning announcer, who pointed emphatically to a large, upside-down sign bearing the name of a product. Watching it this way could get to be a fad, the repairman said at last, almost inaudibly. He fell silent again, and Mr. Rapp, sadly, began to realize that even this bearded and confident young man had apparently been stopped, like the others. The way I look at it, like there's a place where science hangs up, the bearded one spoke finally. Like I don't want to put down my old guru at the Second Avenue School of Electronics, he added solemnly. But you've got to admit that there are things not dreamed of in your philosophy, Horatio. You dig? My name isn't Horatio, Mr. Rapp objected. I was quoting, the repairman told him. I mean, this is a thing like outside material means. Supernatural, sort of. Did you cross up any witches lately, Pops? Oh, dear, Mr. Rapp said sadly. He shook his head. No, I haven't offended any witches. Not that I know of. He regarded the inverted picture for a moment. Then, as the repairman's words began to sink in, Mr. Rapp looked at him apprehensively. Witches? Mr. Rapp asked. But, I mean, that's all superstition, isn't it? And anyway, well, television sets. They used to dry up cows, but who keeps cows? The bearded one said ominously. Why not television sets? Like, I happen to be personally acquainted with several witches and like that. The village is full of them. However, he rose and stalked toward the set, his eyes glittering in a peculiar way. You're a lucky one, Daddy-O. Back in my square days, I did some reading up on the hookups between poetry and magic. Now, I'm a poet. Therefore, and to wit, I'm also a magician. On this hang-up, I'm going to try magic. Electronics won't work, that's for sure. But, Mr. Rapp said, not quite sure why he disapproved, but he did. On the other hand, the repairman appeared to be very definitely sure of what he was doing, as he peered into the back of the television set. Have you ever tried this method before? Never ran into any hex television sets before, the repairman said, straightening up. Don't worry, though, I got the touch, like with poetry. Same thing, in fact. All magic spells rhyme, see? Well, I used to rhyme back before I really started swinging. Anybody can rhyme, and the rest is just instinct." He had been scribbling something on a notepad as he spoke. Now he bent down to take another look at the back of the set, and nodded with an air of assurance. "The tube layout," the repairman told Mr. Rapp, exhibiting his notebook. "That, and Ohm's law, and a couple of Hindu bits I picked up listening to the UN on the radio. Makes a first-class spell." Rapp backed away nervously. "Look, if it's all the same to you—" "Don't flip." The repairman consulted his notebook and moved to stand in front of the screen. The picture showed a smiling newscaster pointing to a map which indicated something ominous. "Cool, man," the repairman said. "Here we go." He lifted his hands in an ecclesiastical gesture, and his voice became a deep boom. 9SN7, 6AC5, 6 and 7 millivolts are running down the line. E equals R times A. That's the way it goes. Go round the other way. Shabbos Chandra Bose." Afterward, Mr. Rapp was never quite sure exactly what happened. He had an impression of a flash of light and an odd, indefinite sound, rather like the dropping of a cosmic garbage can lid. But possibly neither the light nor the sound actually happened. At any rate, there were no complaints from the neighbors later on. However, the lighted screen was certainly doing something. "Crazy," the repairman said in awed tones. Mr. Rapp, his view partly blocked by the repairman, could not see exactly what was happening on the screen. However, he caught a brief glimpse of the newscaster's face. It was right side up, but no longer smiling. Instead, the pictured face wore a look of profound alarm, and the newsman was apparently leaning far forward, his face almost out of focus because of its nearness to the lens. Just for a moment, Mr. Rapp could have sworn he saw a chair floating up, past the agonized expression on the screen. Then the screen went gray, and a panel of lettering appeared, shaking slightly. "Our picture has been temporarily interrupted. Normal service will be restored as soon as possible. Please stand by." "I was only going to give you a bill," the repairman said. "Only maybe we better just charge it up to customer relations." The letters remained steady on the screen, and Mr. Rapp studied them. They were right side up. "You fixed it," Mr. Rapp said a little uncertainly. "I mean, it's working. I ought to pay." "I goofed," the repairman said. He picked up his tools and moved toward the door. "Like, I won't mention it to anybody if you won't. But I goofed all right. Didn't you see the picture?" "But whatever you did, it worked," Mr. Rapp said. "The picture's right side up." "I know," the repairman said. "Only somewhere there's a studio that's upside down. I just goofed, Pops, that's all." He closed the door behind him, leaving Mr. Rapp still staring at the immobile, right side up message on the glowing screen. The end of Something Will Turn Up by Dave Mason.
Now We Are Three by Joe L. Hensley. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Recording by Maddie Ruth. Now We Are Three by Joe L. Hensley. John Rush smoothed the covers over his wife, tucking them in where her restless moving had pulled them away from the mattress. The twins moved beside him, their smooth hands following his in the task, their blind eyes intent on nothingness. "Thank you," he said softly to them, knowing they could not hear him, but it made him feel better to talk. His wife, Mary, was quiet. Her breathing was smooth, easy, almost as if she were sleeping. The long sleep. He touched her forehead, but it was cool. The doctor had said it was a miracle she had lived this long. He stood away from the bed for a moment, watching before he went on to the porch. The twins moved back into what had become a normal position for them in the past months, one on each side of the bed, their thin hands holding Mary's tightly, the milky blind eyes surveying something that could not be seen by his eyes. Sometimes they would stand like this for hours. Outside, the evening was cool, the light not quite gone. He sat in the rocking chair and waited for the doctor who had promised to come and yet might not come. The bitterness came back, the self-hate. He remembered a young man and promises made but not kept. A girl who had believed and never lost faith even when he had retreated back to the land away from everything. Long, sullen silences, self-pity, brooding over the news stories that got worse and worse. And the children, one born dead, two born deaf and dumb and blind. Worse than dead. You helped, he accused himself. You worked for those who set off the bombs and tested while the cycle went up and up beyond human tolerance. Not the death level, but the level where nothing was sure again. The level that made cancer a thing of epidemic proportions, replacing statistically all of the insane multitude of things that man could do to kill himself. Even the good things that the atom had brought were destroyed in the panic that ensued. No matter that you quit, you are still one of the guilty. You have seen it hidden in her eyes, and you have seen it in the milky eyes of the twins. Worse than dead. Dusk became night, and finally the doctor came. It had begun to lightning, and a few large drops of rain stroked Rush's cheek. Not a good year for the farming he had retreated to. Not a good year for anything. He stood to greet the doctor and the other man with him. Good evening, doctor. Mr. Rush. The doctor shook hands gingerly. I hope you don't mind me bringing someone along. This is Mr. North. He is with the county juvenile office. The young doctor smiled. How is the patient this evening? She is the same, John Rush said to the doctor. He turned to the other man, keeping his face emotionless, hands at his side. He had expected this for some time. I think you will be wanting to look at the twins. They are by her bed. He opened the door and motioned them in, and then followed. He heard the juvenile man catch his breath a little. The twins were playing again. They had left their vigil at the bedside and were moving swiftly around the small living room, their hands and arms and legs moving in some synchronized game that had no meaning, their movements quick and sure, their faces showing some intensity, some purpose. They moved with grace, avoiding obstructions. I thought these children were blind, Mr. North said. John smiled a little. It is unnerving. I've seen them play like this before, although they've not done so for so long a time, since my wife has been ill. He lowered his head. They are blind, deaf, and dumb. How old are they? 12. They don't seem to be more than 8, 9 at the most. They have been well fed, John said softly. How about schooling, Mr. Rush? The teaching of handicapped children is not something that can be done by a person untrained in the field. I have 3 degrees, Mr. North. When my wife became ill and I began to care for them, I taught them to read Braille. They picked it up very quickly, though they showed little continued interest in it. I read a number of books in the field of teaching handicapped children. He let it trail off. Your degrees were in physics, were they not, Mr. Rush? Now a touch of malice came. That is correct. He sat down in one of the wooden chairs. I quit working long before the witch hunts came. I was never indicted. Nevertheless, your degrees are no longer bona fide. All such degrees have been stricken from the records. He looked down, and John saw that his eyes no longer hid the hate. If your wife dies, I doubt that any court would allow you to keep custody of these children. A year before, even 6 months, and John would not have protested. Now he had to make the effort. They are my children, such as they are, and I will fight any attempt to take them from me. The juvenile man smiled without humor. My wife and I had a child last year, Mr. Rush, or perhaps I should say that a child was born to us. I'm glad that child was born dead. I think my wife is even glad. Perhaps we should try again. I understand that you and your kind have left us an even chance on the normal birth. He paused for a moment. I shall file a petition with the circuit court asking that the juvenile office be appointed guardians of your children, Mr. Rush. I hope you do not choose to resist that petition. Feeling would run pretty high against an ex-physicist who tried to prove he deserved children. He turned away stiffly and went out the front door. In a little while, Rush heard the car door slam decisively. The doctor was replacing things in the black bag. I'm sorry, John. He said he was going to come out here anyway, so I invited him to come with me. John nodded. My wife? There's no change. And no chance. There never has been one. The brain tumor is so large and too inaccessible for treatment or surgery. It will be soon now. I'm surprised she has lasted this long. I am prolonging a sure process. He turned away. That's all I can do. Thank you for coming, Doctor. I appreciate that. Rush smiled bitterly, unable to stop himself. But aren't you afraid your other patients will find out? The doctor stopped, his face paling slightly. I took an oath when I graduated from medical school. Sometimes I want to break that oath, but I have not so far. He paused. Try as I might, I cannot blame them for hating you. You know why. Rush wanted to laugh and cry at the same time. Don't you realize that the government that punished the men I worked with for their criminal negligence is the same government that commissioned them to do that work? That officials were warned and rewarned of the things that small increases in radiation might do, and that such things might not show up immediately, and yet they ordered us ahead? He stopped for a moment and put his head down, touching his work-roughened hands to his eyes. They put us in prison for refusing to do a job, or investigated us until no one could or would trust us in civilian jobs. Then when it was done, they put us in prison, or worse, because the very things we warned them of came true. Perhaps that is true, the doctor said stiffly, but the choice of refusing was still possible. Some of us did refuse to work, Rush said softly. I did, for one. Perhaps you think that we all alone will bear the blame. You are wrong. Sooner or later, the stigma will spread to all of the sciences, and to you, Doctor. Too many now that you can't save. In a little while, the hate will surround you also. When we are gone and they must find something new to hate, they will blame you for every malformed baby and every death. You think that one of you will find a cure for this thing. Perhaps you would if you had 100 years or 1,000 years, but you haven't. They killed a man on the street in New York the other day because he was wearing a white laboratory smock. What do you wear in your office, doctor? Hate-blind eyes can't tell the difference. Physicists, chemists, doctor, we all look the same to a fool. Even if there were a cancer cure, that is only part of the problem. There are the babies. Your science cannot cope with the cause. Only mine can do that. The doctor lowered his head and turned away toward the door. There was another thing left to say. If the plumbing went bad in your home, doctor, you would call a plumber, for he would be the one competent to fix it. Rush shook his head slowly. But what happens when there are no plumbers left? The children were in bed, their hands holding those of the mother. Gently, John Rush tugged those hands away and led them toward their own bed. The small hands were cold in his, and he felt a tiny feeling of revulsion as they tightened. Then the feeling slipped away and was replaced, as if a current had crossed from their hands to his. It was a warm feeling, one that he had known before when they had touched him, but for which he had never been able to find mental words to express the sensation. Slowly he helped them undress. When they were in the single bed, he covered them with the top sheet. Their milky eyes surveyed him, unseeing, somehow withdrawn. I have not known you well, he said. I left that to her. I have sat and brooded and buried myself in the earth until it is too late for much else. He touched the small heads. I wish you could hear me. I wish. Outside on the road, a truck roared past. Instinctively, he set to hear it. The faces below him did not change. He turned away quickly then and went back out on the porch. He filled his pipe and sat down in the old creaky rocker. A tiny rain had begun to fall hesitantly, as if afraid of striking the sun-hardened ground. Somewhere out there, somewhere hunted but not found, the plumbers gathered. There had been a man. What was his name? Masser, that was it. He had been working on a way to inhibit radioactivity, speed up the half-life until they had taken the grant away. If a man can do whatever he thinks of, can he undo that which he has done? Masser was the theoreticist. I was the applier, the one who translated equations into cold blueprints. And I was good until they had hounded him back to the land when he quit. Others had not been so lucky. When a whole people panic, then an object for their hate must be found. A naming, an immediate object. He remembered the newspaper story that began, "They lynched 12 men, 12 X-men, in New Mexico last night." Have I been wrong? Have I done the right thing? He remembered the tiny hands in his own, the blind eyes. Those hands, why do they make me feel like... He let his head slide back against the padded top of the rocking chair and fell into a light, uneasy sleep. The dreams came as they had before. Tiny, inhumanly capable hands clutched at him, and the sun was hot above. There was a background sound of hydrogen bombs heard mutely. He looked down at the hands that touched and asked something of his own. The eyes were not milky now. They stared up at him, alert and questioning. What is it you want? The wind tore holes in tiny voices, and there was the sound of laughter, and his wife's eyes were looking into his own, sorry only for him, at peace with the rest. And they formed a ring around him, those three, hands caught together, enclosing him. What is it you're saying? It seemed to him that the words would come clear, but the rain came then, great torrents of it, washing all away, all sight and sound. He awoke, and only the rain was true. The tiny rain had increased to a wind-driven downpour, and he was soaked where it had blown under the eaves onto the porch. From inside the house he heard a cry. She was sitting upright in bed. Her eyes were open and full of pain. He went quickly to her and touched her pulse. It was faint and reedy. "I hurt," she whispered. Quickly, as the doctor had taught him, he made up a shot of morphine, a full quarter grain, and gave it to her. Her eyes glazed down but did not close. "John," she said softly, "the children, they talk to—" She twisted on the bed and held her with his strong arms until the eyes closed again and her breathing became easy. He pushed the ruffled hair back from her eyes and straightened the awry sheets. The vibration of his walking might have wakened the twins. He tiptoed to their bed, for they refused to be parted even in sleep. For a second he thought that the small nightlight had tricked him by shadows on shadows. He reached down to touch. They were gone. He fought down a sudden panic. Where can two children, deaf and dumb and blind, go in the middle of the night? Not far. He opened the door to the kitchen, hand-hunted for the hanging light. They were not there, nor were they on the small back porch. The panic passed, critical mass, exploded out of control. He lurched back into the combination living room, bedroom. He looked under all of the beds and into the small closet, everywhere that two children might conceal themselves. Outside, the rain had increased. He peered out into the lightning night. A truck horn blew ominously far down the road. The road? He slogged through the mud, instantly soaking as soon as he was out of shelter, not knowing or caring. Through the front yard, out to the road. He could see the lights of the truck coming from far away, two tiny points in the darkness, but no twins. He waited helplessly while the truck rushed past, its headlights cutting holes in the darkness, fearing those lights would outline something that he had not seen. But there was nothing. For another eternity, he hunted the muddy fields, the small barn and outbuildings. The clutch of fear made him shout their names, though he knew they could not hear. And then, suddenly, all fear was gone, like a summer squall near the sea with the sun close behind. It was as if their hands had reached out and touched him and brought the strange feeling again. "They are in the house," he said aloud, and knew he was right. He took time to discard muddy shoes on the porch before he opened the door. And they were there, by their mother's bed, hands clasped over hers. He felt a tiny chill. Their eyes were watching the door as he opened it, their faces set to receive some stimuli, already set, as if they had known he was coming. Mary was breathing softly. On her face, all trace of pain had disappeared, and now there was the tiny smile that had been hers long ago. Her breathing was even, but light as forgotten conversation. Gently, he tried to pry their resisting hands away from hers. The hands fought back with a terrible strength beyond normality. By sheer greater force, he tore one of the twins away. It was like releasing a bomb. Sudden pain stabbed through his body. The twins struggled in his arms, the small hands reaching blindly out for the thing they had lost. And Mary's eyes opened, and all of the uncontrolled pain came back into those eyes. Her body writhed on the bed, tearing the coverings away. The twins squirmed away from his slackening hold and once again caught at the hands of their mother. All struggle ceased. Mary's eyes shut again. The pain lines smoothed themselves. The tiny smile flowered. He reached out and touched the small hands on each side of the mother, and the feeling for which there were no words came through more strongly than ever before. Tiny voices tried to whisper within the corners of his mind, partially blotted, sometimes heard. The real things, the things of hate and fear and despair, retreated beyond the bugle call that sounded somewhere. "She will die," the voice said. One voice for two. "This part of her will die." And then her voice came, as it had been once before when all of the world was young. "You must not be afraid, John. I have known for a long time, for they were a part of me. And you could not know, for your mind was hiding and alone. I have seen—" He cried out and pulled his hands away. Sound died. The room was normal again. The milky white eyes surveyed him. The hands remained locked securely over those of the mother. The thin carven features of the children were emotionless, waiting. He strove for rational meaning within his brain. "These are my sons. They cannot see or hear or speak. They are identical twins born with these defects. Take two children, blind them, make them deaf to all sound, cut away their voices. They are identical twins facing the same environment, sharing the same heredity of blasted chromosomes. They will have intelligence and curiosity that increases as they mature. They will not be blinded by the senses, the easy way. The first thing they will discover is each other. What else might they then discover? It has been said that when sight is lost, the sense of touch and hearing increase to almost unbelievable acuteness. Rush knew that. The blind often also develop a sense almost like radar, which allows them to perceive an object ahead of them and gives them the ability to follow twisting paths. Take one child and put him under the disability that the twins were born with. As intelligence grows, so does single bewilderment. The world is a puzzling and bewildering place. Braille is a great discovery, a way to communicate with the unknown that lies beyond. But the twins had shown almost no interest in Braille. He reached back down for the tiny hands. "Yes, we can communicate," the single voice that spoke for two said. "We have tried with you before, but we could not break through. Your mind speaks in a language we do not understand, in figures and equations that are not real to us. Those things lie all through your mind. On the surface, we have sensed only your pity for us and your hate for the shadowy ones around you, the ones we do not know. It was a wall we could not climb. She is different." "A part of her will go with us," the voice said. "There is another part that touches this one, which we perceive and know more fully than this one." The voice died away, and brief pictures of a land of other dimensions beyond sight flashed in his brain. He had seen them before, imperfectly, in the disquieting dreams. "She must go with us, for she can no longer exist here," the voice said softly. "Perhaps there are others like us to come. We don't yet know what we are or whether there will be others like us. But we must go now, before we were ready because of her. The mother's voice came. You must go too. There's nothing here for you but sorrow. They will take you, John. A softness touched at him. Please, John. The longing was a thing of fire, to cast off the world that had already given him all of the hate and fear that he could stand, that had made him worse than a coward. To go with her. But she no longer needed him. She was complete as they were, only necessary to themselves. He could not go. During the long night, he kept the vigil by the bedside, long after any need to keep it. The twins were gone, and she with them. He could not cry, for all tears seemed useless. He said a small prayer, something he had not done in years, over the cold thing left behind. The rain had ceased outside. Somewhere out there in his world, there were men trying to undo the harm that had been done, harm that he had helped to do, then retreated from. He had no right to retreat further. Something spoke a requiem sentence in his consciousness, light as late sunset, only vaguely there. We are here. We will wait for you. Come to us. Come. He wrote a short note for the doctor and the others who would come and hunt and go through the motions that men must live by. Perhaps the doctor might understand. I have gone plumbing, the note said. End of Now We Are Three by Joe L. Hensley. Recorded by Maddie Ruth.
There is a Reaper by Charles V. DeVette. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. There is a Reaper by Charles V. DeVette. Doctors had given him just 1 month to live. A month to wonder what comes afterward. There was one way to find out. Ask a dead man. The amber brown of the liquor disguised the poison it held, and I watched with a smile on my lips as he drank it. There was no pity in my heart for him. He was a jackal in the jungle of life, and I was one of the carnivores. It is the lot of the jackals of life to be devoured by the carnivore. Suddenly, the contented look on his face froze into a startled stillness. He knew he was feeling the first savage twinge of the agony that was to come. He turned his head and looked at me, and I saw suddenly that he knew what I had done. "You murderer!" he cursed me, and then his body arched in the middle and his voice choked off deep in his throat. For a short minute he sat tense, his body stiffened by the agony that rode it, unable to move a muscle. I watched the torment in his eyes build up to a crescendo of pain, until the suffering became so great that it filmed his eyes, and I knew that, though he still stared directly at me, he no longer saw me. Then, as suddenly as the spasm had come, the starch went out of his body, and his back slid slowly down the chair edge. It landed heavily, with his head resting limply against the seat of the chair, his right leg doubled up in a kind of jerk, before he was still. I knew the time had come. "Where are you?" I asked. This moment had cost me $60,000. 3 weeks ago, the best doctors in the state had given me a month to live, and with $7 million in the bank, I couldn't buy a minute more. I accepted the doctor's decision philosophically, like the gambler that I am, but I had a plan, one which necessity had never forced me to use until now. Several years before, I had read an article about the medicine men of a certain tribe of Aborigines living in the jungle at the source of the Amazon River. They had discovered a process in which the juice of a certain bush, known only to them, could be used to poison a man. Anyone subjected to this poison died, but for a few minutes after his life left his body, the medicine men could still converse with him. The subject, though ostensibly and actually dead, answered the medicine men's every question. This was their primitive, though reportedly effective method of catching glimpses of what lay in the world of death. I had conceived my idea at the time I read this article, but I had never had the need to use it until the doctors gave me a month to live. Then I spent my $60,000, and 3 weeks later I held in my hands a small bottle of the witch doctor's fluid. The next step was to secure my victim. My collaborator, I preferred to call him. The man I chose was a nobody, homeless, friendless non-entity picked up off the street. He had once been an educated man, but now he was only a bum. And when he died, he'd never be missed. A perfect man for my experiment. I'm a rich man because I have a system. The system is simple. I never make a move until I know exactly where that move will lead me. My field of operations is the stock market. I spend money unstintingly to secure the information I need before I take each step. I hire the best investigators, bribe employees and persons in positions to give me the information I want, and only when I am as certain as humanly possible that I cannot be wrong do I move, and the system never fails. $7 million in the bank is proof of that. Now, knowing that I could not live, I intended to make this system work for me one last time before I died. I'm a firm believer in the adage that any situation can be whipped, given prior knowledge of its coming, and of course, its attendant circumstances. For a moment, he did not answer, and I began to fear that my experiment had failed. "Where are you?" I repeated, louder and sharper this time. The small muscles about his eyes puckered with an unnormal tension, while the rest of his face held its death frost. Slowly, unnaturally, as though energized by some hyper-rational power, his lips and tongue moved. The words he spoke were clear. "I am in a tunnel," he said. "It is lighted, dimly, but there is nothing for me to see." Blue veins showed through the flesh of his cheeks, like watermarks on translucent paper. He paused, and I urged, "Go on." "I am alone," he said. "The realities I knew no longer exist, and I am damp and cold. All about me is a sense of gloom and dejection. It is an apprehension, an emanation, so deep and real as to be almost a tangible thing. The walls to either side of me seem to be formed, not of substance, but rather of the soundless cries of melancholy of spirits I cannot see. I am waiting in the gloom for something which will come to me, That need to wait is an innate part of my being, and I have no thought of questioning it. His voice died again. What are you waiting for? I asked. I do not know, he said, his voice dreary with the despair of centuries of hopelessness. I only know that I must wait. That compulsion is greater than my strength to combat. The tone of his voice changed slightly. The tunnel about me is widening, and now the walls have receded into invisibility. The tunnel has become a plain, but the plain is as desolate, as forlorn and dreary as was the tunnel. And still I stand and wait. How long must this go on? He fell silent again. I was about to prompt him with another question. I could not afford to let time run out in long silences. But abruptly the muscles about his eyes tightened, and subtly a new aspect replaced their hopeless dejection. Now they expressed a black, bottomless terror. For a moment I marveled that so small a portion of a facial anatomy could express such horror. There is something coming toward me, he said. A beast of brutish foulness. A beast is too inadequate a term to describe it, but I know no words to tell its form. It is an intangible and invasive thing, but very real, and it is coming closer. It has no organs of sight as I know them, but I feel that it can see me, or rather that it is aware of me with a sense sharper than vision itself. It is very near now. Oh God, the malevolence, the hate, the potentiality of awful, fearsome destructiveness that is its very essence. And still I cannot move. The expression of terrified anticipation centered in his eyes lessened slightly and was replaced instantly by its former deep, deep despair. I am no longer afraid, he said. Why? I interjected. Why? I was impatient to learn all that I could before the end came. Because, he paused, because it holds no threat for me. Somehow, someday, I understand. I know that it too is seeking that for which I wait. What is it doing now? I asked. It has stopped beside me, and we stand together, gazing across the stark, empty plain. Now a second awful entity with the same leashed virulence about it moves up and stands at my other side. We all three wait, myself with the dark fear of this dismal universe, my unnatural companions with patient, malicious menace. Bits of, he faltered, of I can name it only aura, go out from the beasts, like an acid steam, and touch me, and the hate and the venom chill my body like a wave of intense cold. Now there are others of the awful breed behind me. We stand, waiting, waiting for that which will come. What it is, I do not know. I could see the pallor of death creeping steadily into the last corners of his lips, and I knew that the end was not far away. Suddenly a black frustration built up within me. "What are you waiting for?" I screamed, the tenseness and the importance of this moment forcing me to lose the iron self-control upon which I have always prided myself. I knew that the answer held the secret of what I must know. If I could learn that, my experiment would not be in vain, and I could make whatever preparations were necessary for my own death. I had to know that answer. Think, I pleaded. What are you waiting for? I do not know. The dreary despair in his eyes, sightless as they met mine, chilled me with a coldness that I felt in the marrow of my being. I do not know, he repeated, Yes, I do know. Abruptly, the plasmatic film cleared from his eyes, and I knew that for the first time since the poison struck, he was seeing me clearly. I sensed that this was the last moment before he left, for good. It had to be now. Tell me, I command you, I cried. What are you waiting for? His voice was quiet as he murmured, softly, implacably, before he was gone. We are waiting, he said, for you. The end. End of There Is a Reaper by Charles V. DeVette. Recording by Dog Ears, San Francisco.
Beyond the Door by Philip Dick. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Recording by Grazia Tundo, Italy. Beyond the Door. That night at the dinner table, he brought it out and set it down beside her plate. Doris stared at it, her hand to her mouth. My God, what is it? She looked up at him, bright-eyed. Well, open it. Doris tore the ribbon and paper from the square package with her sharp nails, her bosom rising and falling. Larry stood, watching her as she lifted the lid. He lit a cigarette and leaned against the wall. A cuckoo clock, Doris cried. A real old cuckoo clock like my mother had. She turned the clock over and over, just like my mother had, when Pete was still alive. Her eyes sparkled with tears. It's made in Germany, Larry said. After a moment he added, Carl got it for me wholesale. He knows some guy in the clock business. Otherwise, I wouldn't have... He stopped. Doris made a funny little sound. Otherwise I wouldn't have been able to afford it. He scowled. What's the matter with you? You've got your clock, haven't you? Isn't that what you want? Doris sat holding on to the clock, her fingers pressed against the brown wood. Well, Larry said, what's the matter? He watched in amazement as she leaped up and ran from the room, still clutching the clock. He shook his head, never satisfied. They're all that way, never get enough. He sat down at the table and finished his meal. The cuckoo clock was not very large. It was handmade, however, and there were countless frets on it, little indentations and ornaments scored in the soft wood. Doris sat on the bed, drying her eyes and winding the clock. She set the hands by her wristwatch. Presently she carefully moved the hands to 2 minutes of 10. She carried the clock over to the dresser and propped it up. Then she sat waiting, her hands twisted together in her lap, waiting for the cuckoo to come out, for the hour to strike. As she sat, she thought about Larry and what he had said, and what she had said too, for that matter. Not that she could be blamed for any of it. After all, she couldn't keep listening to him forever without defending herself. You had to blow your own trumpet in the world. She touched her handkerchief to her eyes suddenly. Why did he have to say that? About getting it wholesale? Why did he have to spoil it all? If he had felt that way, he needn't have got it in the first place. She clenched her fists. He was so mean, so damn mean, that she was glad of the little clock, sitting there ticking to itself, with its funny grilled edges on the door. Beside the door was the cuckoo, waiting to come out. Was he listening, his head cocked on one side, listening to hear the clock strike so that he would know to come out? Did he sleep between hours? Well, she would soon see him. He could ask him, and she would show the clock to Bob. He would love it. Bob loved all things, even old stamps and buttons. He liked to go with her to the stores. Of course, it was a little awkward, but Larry had been staying at the office so much, and that helped. If only Larry didn't call up sometimes to... There was a whir. The clock shuddered, and all at once the door opened. The cuckoo came out, sliding swiftly. He paused and looked her out solemnly, scrutinizing her, the room, the furniture. It was the first time he had seen her, she realized. Smiling to herself in pleasure, she stood up, coming towards him shyly. "Go on," she said, "I'm waiting." The cuckoo opened his bill. He whirred and chirped, quickly, rhythmically. Then, after a moment of contemplation, he retired, and the door snapped shut. She was delighted. She clapped her hands and spun in a little circle. It was marvelous, perfect. And the way he had looked around, studying her, sizing her up. He liked her. She was certain of it. And she, of course, loved him at once, completely. He was just what she had hoped would come out of the little door. Doris went to the clock. She bent over the little door, her lips close to the wood. "Do you hear me?" she whispered. "I think you're the most wonderful cuckoo in the world." She paused, embarrassed. "I hope you like it here." Then she went downstairs again, slowly, her head high. Larry and the cuckoo clock really never got along well from the start. Doris said it was because he didn't wind it right and he didn't like being only half wound all the time. Larry turned the job of winding over to her. The cuckoo came out every quarter hour and ran the spring down without remorse, and someone had to be ever after it, winding it up again. Doris did her best, but she forgot a good deal of the time. Then Larry would throw his newspaper down with an elaborate, weary motion and stand up. He would go into the dining room where the clock was mounted on the wall over the fireplace. He would take the clock down and, making sure that he had his thumb over the little door, he would wind it up. "Why do you put your thumb over the door?" Doris asked once. "You're supposed to." She raised an eyebrow. "Are you sure? I wonder if it isn't that you don't want him to come out while you're standing so close." "Why not? Maybe you're afraid of him." Mary laughed. He put the clock back on the wall and gingerly removed his thumb. When Doris wasn't looking, he examined his thumb. There was still a trace of the nick cut out of the soft part of it. Who, or what, had pecked at him? One Saturday morning, when Larry was down at the office working over some important special accounts, Bob Chambers came to the front porch and rang the bell. Doris was taking a quick shower. She dried herself and slipped into her robe. When she opened the door, Bob stepped inside, grinning. "Hi," he said, looking around. "It's all right, Larry's at the office." "Fine." Bob gazed at her slim legs below the hem of the robe. "How nice you look today." She laughed. "Be careful. Maybe I shouldn't let you in after all." They looked at one another, half amused, half frightened. Presently Bob said, "If you want, I'll—" "No, for God's sake," she caught hold of his sleeve. "Just get out of the doorway so I can close it. Mrs. Peters across the street, you know." She closed the door. "And I want to show you something," she said. "You haven't seen it." He was interested. "An antique, or what?" She took his arm, leading him toward the dining room. "You'll love it, Bobby." She stopped, wide-eyed. "I hope you will. You must. You must love it. It means so much to me. He means so much." "He?" Bob frowned. "Who is he?" Doris laughed. "You're jealous. Come on." A moment later, they stood before the clock, looking up at it. "He'll come out in a few minutes. Wait until you see him. I know you two will get along just fine." "What does Larry think of him?" "They don't like each other. Sometimes when Larry's here, he won't come out. Larry gets mad if he doesn't come out on time. He says—" "Says what?" Doris looked down. "He always says he's been robbed, even if he did get it wholesale." She brightened. "But I know he won't come out because he doesn't like Larry. When I'm here alone, he comes right out for me every 15 minutes, even though he really only has to come out on the hour." She gazed up at the clock. "He comes out for me because he wants to. We talk. I tell him things. Of course, I didn't like to have him upstairs in my room, but it wouldn't be right." There was the sound of footsteps on the front porch. They looked at each other, horrified. Larry pushed the front door open, grunting. He set his briefcase down and took off his hat. Then he saw Bob for the first time. "Chambers, I'll be damned." His eyes narrowed. "What are you doing here?" He came into the dining room. Doris drew a robe about her helplessly, backing away. Bobby began. That is, we... He broke off, glancing at Doris. Suddenly the clock began to whir. The cuckoo came rushing out, bursting into sound. Larry moved toward him. "Shut that den off," he said. He raised his fist toward the clock. The cuckoo snapped into silence and retreated. The door closed. That's better. Larry studied Doris and Bob standing mutely together. "I came over to look at the clock," Bob said. "Doris told me that it's a rare antique and that—" "Nuts! I bought it myself." Larry walked up to him. "Get out of here." He turned to Doris. "You too, and take that damn clock with you." He paused, rubbing his chin. "No, leave the clock here. It's mine. I bought it and paid for it." In the weeks that followed after Doris left, Larry and the cuckoo clock got along even worse than before. For one thing, the cuckoo stayed inside most of the time, sometimes even at 12 o'clock, when he should have been busiest. And if he did come out at all, usually spoke only once or twice, never the correct number of times, and there was a sullen, uncooperative note in his voice, a jarring sound that made Larry uneasy and a little angry. But he kept the clock wound, because the house was very still and quiet, and it got on his nerves not to hear someone running around, talking and dropping things, and even the whirring of a clock sounded good to him. But he didn't like the cuckoo at all, and sometimes he spoke to him. "Listen," he said late one night to the closed little door. "I know you can hear me. I ought to give you back to the Germans, back to the Black Forest." He paced back and forth. "I wonder what they're doing now, the two of them. That young punk with his books and his antiques. A man shouldn't be interested in antiques. That's for women." He set his jaw. "Isn't that right?" The clock said nothing. Larry walked up in front of it. "Isn't that right?" he demanded. "Don't you have anything to say?" He looked at the face of the clock. It was almost 11, just a few seconds before the hour. "All right, I'll wait until 11. When I want to hear what you have to say. You are pretty quiet." "Ah! You've been pretty quiet the last few weeks since she left." He grinned wryly. "Maybe you don't like it here since she's gone." He scowled. "Well, I paid for you, and you're coming out, whether you like it or not. You hear me?" 11 o'clock came. Far off, at the end of town, the great tower clock boomed sleepily to itself, but the little door remained shut. Nothing moved. The minute hand passed on, and the cuckoo didn't stir. He was someplace inside the clock, beyond the door, silent and remote. "All right, if that's the way you feel," Larry murmured, his lips twisting. "But it isn't fair. It's your job to come out. We all have to do things we don't like." He went unhappily into the kitchen and opened the great gleaming refrigerator. As he poured himself a drink, he thought about the clock. There was no doubt about it. The cuckoo should come out. Doris or no Doris. He had always liked her from the very start. They had got along well, the two of them. Probably liked Bob too. Probably he had seen enough of Bob to get to know him. They would be quite happy together, Bob and Doris and the cuckoo. Larry finished his drink. He opened a drawer at the sink and took out the hammer. He carried it carefully into the dining room. The clock was ticking gently to itself on the wall. "Look," he said, waving the hammer. "You know what I have here? You know what I'm going to do with it? I'm going to start on you first." He smiled. "Birds of a feather, that's what you are. The three of you." The room was silent. "Are you coming out, or do I have to come in and get you?" The clock whirred a little. "I hear you in there. You've got a lot of talking to do. Enough for the last 3 weeks. As I figure it, you owe me—" The door opened. The cuckoo came out fast, straight at him. Larry was looking down, his brow wrinkled in thought. He glanced up, and the cuckoo caught him squarely in the eye. Down he went, hammer and chair and everything hitting the floor with a tremendous crash. For a moment the cuckoo paused, its small body poised rigidly. Then it went back inside its house. The door snapped tight shut after it. The man lay on the floor, stretched out grotesquely, his head bent over to one side. Nothing moved or stirred. The room was completely silent, except of course for the ticking of the clock. "I see," Doris said, her face tight. Bob put his arm around her, steadying her. "Doctor," Bob said, "can I ask you something?" "Of course," the doctor said. "It is very easy to break your neck falling from so low a chair." "It wasn't very far to fall. I wonder if it might not have been an accident. Is there any chance it might have been—" "Suicide?" The doctor rubbed his jaw. "I never heard of anyone committing suicide that way. It was an accident, I'm positive. I don't mean suicide." Bob murmured under his breath, looking up at the clock on the wall. "I meant something else." But no one heard him. End of Beyond the Door by Philip Dick.
The Violators by Endo Binder. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Recording by Paul Harvey. The Violators by Endo Binder. Some wonderful odds and ends of Mother Earth had escaped the fiery incinerator of time, and the most significant of all, metallic, angular, and ancient, Lem Starglitter Blake carried proudly in his dirty old prospector's bag. He was excited, the little man with the big find. He drove his battered old space tub down at the world which lay frozen over and lifeless since long ago, but not completely abandoned, far from it. He joined the long line of ships making the pilgrimage to the ancient original home of the human race. Below lay a transparent dome, the largest Z model of 100,000 capacity, into whose ample entry locks the ships filed down, one by one. Some had to circle, waiting their turn. He licked his lips impatiently. At times he grinned and savored the delay in view of what lay ahead. At last he chugged in and parked his grimy little tub beside shiny yachts and towering space liners and space buses. The canned air of the dome was fresh to his lungs compared to the reek of his cabin. He dug a tip out of his frayed jeans for the parking attendant, not quite daring to snub him. He winced at the sneer over the small coin. But no more sneers like that, soon, and plenty more money with what he had in his bag. He smiled and mumbled as he walked away, swinging the leather bag at his side, bulging with something angular. He filed his way, among others, toward the turnstiles leading to the main exhibit area. Tourists, vacationers, families with kids, school groups, newsmen, galactic trotters, earnest scholars. You could find all types here, from every walk of life and from any distant planet, drawn like a magnet to this must for all travelers. It was the sight to see around the Milky Way. Certainly nothing could beat its appeal as the birthplace of mankind. Nothing, that is, except the gay and fabulous Carnival of Castor, whose attendance record could never be topped. He tried to rush through the turnstile, but was halted by the green-clad guard. "I'm in a hurry, mister," he mumbled in his wispy voice from an oxygen-burned throat. He began opening his bag. "Look what I found." The guard heard not a word. "We keep a register of all visitors to Mother Earth. Name, homeworld, occupation." It was odd how even the guard's routine voice lowered a tone on the words Mother Earth. "Lem Starglitter Blake," said the little old man in unkempt jeans and patched boots. The guard's lip twitched slightly. Lem Blake wished he had left out the middle name. Why had parents of that generation taken to such frothy names? Red-faced, Blake went on with a rush. Born on Antares 4, prospector for ore strikes. But listen, I made the biggest strike of all. Not ore, but next, said the guard. Lem Blake swallowed the rest and moved on. People wouldn't treat him that way later, he consoled himself in secret gloating, clutching his bag. He could take it for a short time more without bitterness. Another guard eyed the bag sternly. "I must warn you, sir, there is no souvenir hunting allowed here. Understand, sir? I'm not going to take anything, Blake tried to protest. I'm bringing something. Your bag will be emptied and examined when you leave, dismissed the guard. They were all so big and important in their flashy uniforms. But just wait, thought Blake, just wait. We'll see who's big and important later. But Blake could see why they were so cautious. All around, enclosed in the giant plastic bubble, were the hoary ruins of a city, moldered to fragility. If the hordes of visitors were allowed to snatch souvenirs, the place would be picked clean as a bone. Ancient New York, said a sign, main city of home Earth in pre-space days. People stared in the proper awe, due such time-honored relics of antique glory. It was from this terribly old civilization that the race of starmen had sprung, inheriting the galaxy. Various individual exhibits among the ruins were labeled. A broken wheel, a shred of tapestry under glass, a coil of wire, pottery, bits of jewelry, a bleached human skull, odds and ends that had escaped the incinerator of time. There wasn't much left after 140 rock-wearing centuries. Priceless, those few dozens of relics. Lem Blake grew excited again at what lay in his bag. It would command a price, maybe enough to stake him to years of good food, new clothes, his tub overhauled, leisure and fun. Maybe more, much more. It all depended. Blake knew all the busy guards would ignore him. He must reach higher authority. He hurried to the central auditorium, where the staff lecturer spoke sonorously to the hushed crowd packed shoulder to elbow. Blake took a long breath at the outer fringes and began squeezing his way closer to the rostrum. It was slow work in the human jam. He heard the speech as he struggled on. Though today we are born and live and die on many worlds, my fellow humans, we all come from the original stock of this particular planet. It was from this small and quite backward 20th century world that mankind leaped to the stars. Lem Blake suddenly choked on a chuckling thought in the dead quiet of the listening throng. A circle of eyes transfixed him at the unspeakable crime. Mumbling apologies, Blake pressed on. Professor John Nova McKay went on with the stock lecture. How many times had it been repeated now? Some 80,000? He himself had delivered it over 1,000 times. It was hard to keep the monotony out of his tones. Ships roared into space at the end of the 20th century, first to explore and pioneer on nearby worlds of the same sun. By the 25th century, they had the hyperdrive, permitting speeds greater than light. Then began the second phase of building a galactic commonwealth. Those were days of glory. The speaker tried to lift his voice on those words, but it fell flat in his own ears. But the audience hung on it, caught in the dramatic thought that their own feet stood where all that had started. This is all ancient space history going back 14,000 years, and many of its details and records are lost, but we know that by the 30th century, we humans ranged all through the Milky Way, settling, colonizing, setting up trade with native races. Worlds existed in vast numbers, many habitable. Blake stopped muttering apologies as he elbowed his way, inch by inch. The apologies drew frosty frowns and were the last thing they wanted. They wanted silence. Only Blake's bag insisted on clanking now and then. He kept on doggedly. Professor McKay's voice rolled over the rapt faces. Today, there are over 1 million Commonwealth planets, about half under native rule, friendly to us. On the other half, no native intelligence survived, and they thus become our own home planets. Earthmen came to dominate the galaxy, but only in the sense that they were the single largest and most prolific race. McKay's dry voice quickened now, as the most unique part of the stock historical story came at last. But strangely, during that era of galactic expansion, Earth itself gradually faded out of the picture. More and more people left, seeking better homes, richer opportunities, more desirable locations and neighborhoods in the galaxy. Population fell on Earth. This was all hastened and brought to a focus when the sun of Earth suddenly began dimming in the 49th century. An old star, that sun died. In a short time, by the cosmic clock, another ice age fell on Earth, the final one. The oceans froze solid, and all land areas turned to bleak wasteland. There was a suitable pause at this point for the audience to weigh that calamitous event. People stood hushed, half in ancient sorrow. Blake stopped, hardly daring to breathe. One clank now, and he might be thrown out. Of course, long before the final death of the planet, the last Earthman had left for other waiting homes. There was no swift story like doom, no panic or hardship or loss of life. And then perhaps inevitably, but still queerly, Earth receded in all human memory and was forgotten. The speaker paused again. It always came on cue here, a gasp from the audience, as certainly as the ahs and ohs of a fireworks display. The bold statement always had its shock effect on any audience, and here on hallowed Earth itself. Lem Starglitter Blake resumed his slow progress toward the rostrum, glad for the noise. Professor McKay braced himself, winced, and went on. Who had written the original purple prose for the lecture? Yet it could not be changed now, not without an act of the Galactic Congress. Yes, Mother Earth was forgotten and abandoned as it floated frozen and lifeless about its dying primary. Forlorn, deserted, nobody came to visit Earth anymore for any reason, nor any of its sister planets, as they too were sheathed in ice. Earth became a ghost world. And as the centuries marched on, with humanity busy on many thriving worlds, all records were lost as to where Earth might be. Earth fell into the category of a vague legend, known only to be a frozen globe circling a sun, once typed G-O, but there were 100 such. Which one was Earth's sun? Nobody knew anymore. Blake stepped on somebody's toes and was roundly cursed, but he kept on, clutching his bag. They'd be sorry. All this would change when he showed what he had. Imagine it, friends. By the 100th century, even the name Earth had faded from collective memory. Most humans living and dying on the worlds of Arcturus, Vega, Pollux, or any others didn't even know that the race had come from Earth originally. They almost thought themselves native life. We no longer called ourselves Earthmen by then. That term fell into discard too. We were starmen. And so, for an age, lonely Earth was lost in space, unsung, unknown, unhallowed. McKay went on by rote, thinking of dinner. It was not till the 130th century that the Galactic Historical Society decided to make a shrine of Mother Earth, original home of the Starmen, as turned up in musty record. But where was Earth? Vague records helped nothing. Picture how aghast they were. Finally, they had to organize a galactic hunt for Earth that took a century. Lem Blake sweated as he forged on through the packed crowd. If only his bag didn't bump against shins, producing two noises, one metallic, the other human and angry. But later, when they heard they wouldn't mind, Blake grinned. Maybe they'll tell of it proudly. The ship searched everywhere for unmarked Earth, known only to be a frozen world of a dead sun. It was not even known how many planets had circled Earth's sun. Some thought 3, others 9, again 13. Nobody could submit proof one way or another, so it became a blind search in a cosmic haystack, a star search. The only real clue was that it must be in the vicinity of Sirius, since it was known that such star systems as Centauri, Barnard, and Epsilon Eridani held the earliest colonies of starmen. Earth had to be somewhere among this general group, since the starmen expanded outward slowly, jumping from near stars to far stars. All frozen worlds among the narrowed-down group were visited, for any telltale signs as to which would be Earth itself. They often had to burn down with atomic torches through glacial ice to examine ancient ruins. Blake glared back at an indignant glare. He grew bolder as his goal neared. Not far now, another 100 feet. Ultimately, the most likely evidence pointed to one certain planet, the one we stand on today. Under the ice and hoarfrost was found this ancient city, whose ruins now surround you. A few scraps of chiseled wording on cornerstones match the earliest writings of Earth we know of, at least prior to the 30th century. And so, we had found the forgotten world, Mother Earth. McKay remembered to make his voice ring just in time. The GHS then enthusiastically gave Earth its deserved and honored niche in galactic history. A dome, many times replaced and enlarged, was set up around the city ruins. Precious ruins, for they proved the only ones found on Earth. All else had vanished to dust. Visitors were welcomed. Earth became a shrine. In the past 9 centuries, no less than 12 billions of our scattered people from all corners of the galaxy have made the pilgrimage here to home Earth. Blake was close now, panting, not caring how he swung the bag. McKay was close now, too, to the end of his lecture. Think once, my galactic fellow men. This, we believe, was New York, main metropolis of ancient Earth. The then existing oceans are gone, the continents utterly changed and jumbled, and the day is far longer than at that time. Everything of that long past era is obliterated in dusty time, except these few ruins. But this is Earth, our home planet, our mother world. In reverent honor to our vanished ancestors of this Alpha world, we ask that you bow your heads in silent tribute for a moment. Blake had just reached the rostrum and was yelling, "Hey, Mr. Speaker, I'm Lem Blake, and I got something to show you." Blake froze in horror, even as his weak voice rang out like a gong in the pin-drop silence that had just fallen. But what did it matter now? He leaped on the rostrum before the startled lecturer. "Listen," said Blake hurriedly. "Listen what I found." "Shut up," hissed McKay, snapping off the sound system. "Nothing like this happened in 900 years. A lecture interrupted. You fool, don't ruin it for all of them. See me later." McKay tried to shove Blake bodily off the platform, but Blake twisted free. If he did not go through with it now, guards would come and hustle him out of the dome. "Look, here in my bag," he begged. "An old-time relic, one I stumbled on, looking for pay dirt under deep ice. I knew it was a real old-timer when I saw it. Maybe it's the biggest strike I ever made." McKay took his hand away from Blake's collar. "Another relic of Earth, you mean? They're so scarce. Let me see it. Hurry, man." At last Blake fumbled it out of his bag and held it up. 2 cross pieces of rusted metal, welded at right angles to a common bar, freakishly preserved by some oily patina and with lettering still legible in white. From under glacial ice it must be old as old. 5th Avenue, read one crosspiece. To Professor McKay's trained eye, the other, 42nd Street. He stared. Blake grinned suddenly. "And you know where I found it? Not here on Procyon 5, but over on Sol 3. You know, about 11 light years galactic east. Blake grinned more, shrewdly measuring what he saw in McKay's face, and let go his bombshell, whose fuse had been burning uncertainly inside him all this time. So this was the wrong Earth all the time, eh? Guess that really rocks you. It'll rock the galaxy, too. I'll be famous. Don't be a fool, hissed the professor, signaling guards. You're mistaken, that is, but I'll explain later. As the guards dragged Blake off, McKay said, Take him to my office. See that he keeps his mouth shut till I get there. In a moment, the reconnected sound system blared out to the puzzled audience. Please pardon the rude interruption. And in conclusion, as we stand reverently on Mother Earth... My God, did he think he was the first one? And did he think we'd changed now after 900 years? End of The Violators by Binder. Recording by Paul Harvey.
The Stowaway by Alvin Heiner. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Recording by Maddie Ruth. The Stowaway by Alvin Heiner. His eyes were a little feverish, as they had been of late, and his voice held a continuous intensity, as though he were imparting a secret. I've got to get on that ship. I've got to, I tell you, and I'm going to make it. Different members of the group regarded him variously, some with amusement, some with contempt, others with frank curiosity. You're plain nuts, Joe. What do you want to go to the moon for? Sure, why you want to go? What they got on the moon we ain't got right here? There was general laughter from the dozen or so who sat eating their lunch in the shade of Building B. They all thought that was a pretty good one. Good enough to repeat. Sure, what they got on the moon we ain't got here. But Joe Spain wasn't in the mood for jokes. He burned with even greater conviction and stood up as though to harangue the workers. You want to know why I got to go to the moon? Why I've got to get on that ship? Then I'll tell you. It's 'cause I'm a little guy, that's why. Joe Spain, workin' stiff, one of the great inarticulate masses. More laughter. Where'd you get those big words, Joey? Out of a book? Come on, talk English. Joe Spain pointed to the huge tube-like Building A off across the desert. The building you had to have 2 different passes and a written permit to enter. The mystery building where even newspaper reporters were barred. It's only the big shots they let in there, ain't it? Only them that's got a drag or went to college or something. Us little guys, they tell go to blow. Ain't that right? Who the hell cares? Maybe it's a damn good place to stay away from. Maybe it'll explode or something. Who wants to die and collect his insurance? I've got to get on that ship when it blasts off because they can't push the masses around. We got a right to be represented even if we got to sneak in. Me, I'll stay on the ground. And besides, there's the glory. You guys are too stupid to see that, but it's there. The glory of being on the first rocket ship to the moon. The name of Joe Spain written down in the history books and said over by people and school kids for thousands of years. Immortality, that's the word. Well, just forget about it, Joe, 'cause you ain't going. Joe Spain's eyes burned brighter. Joe Spain coming down the ramp with the big shots when it's all over. News cameras snapping, people asking for interviews. But you ain't going 'cause, Joe shouted at the man. And another thing, us little people are entitled to a representative aboard that ship. We got a right to know what's going on. How come there's nothing about it in the papers? Only the big shots know about it and whispering among themselves. It's because they're trying to snag it all and freeze us out.
You're crazy. It's for security reasons. It's all hush-hush so it won't leak out like the atom bomb did. The big boys are being smart this time.
And you ain't getting on, the interrupted man repeated doggedly, because there ain't a way in God's world to get on. With triple security all around the building, just tell me a way to get in. Just tell me one.
I'm going on that ship,
Joe Spain said. Then he clammed up suddenly. Joe Spain wasn't stupid. He was a talker, but he knew when to stop sounding off. The men went back to work, shifting the big aluminum barrels from trucks into Building B, carrying the wooden crates and the paper-wrapped parcels up the ramps and to the side of the building facing the big secret structure labeled A. They worked until 5 o'clock. Then they filed out and got into the waiting trucks and were hauled back to town. The boom town that had mushroomed up in the desert overnight and would die with the same swiftness when the project was completed. Joe went straight to his rooming house, washed up, put on his good clothes, and found a stool in a nearby restaurant. He ate a leisurely supper, glancing now and again at the clock. When the clock read 8, he went out into the neon-stained darkness and walked 3 blocks to the Black Cat, one of the 3 nightclubs the desert town boasted. He went to the bar and ordered a drink. He downed it slowly, carefully, after the manner of a man who wanted to stay sober. A half-hour passed before a thin, nervous individual elbowed to the bar and stood beside him. Joe said, "Hello, Nick.
You been thinking it over?" "I need a drink."
"Sure, Nick. Then we'll go someplace and talk." But Nick got rid of 5 drinks while Joe protected his own glass from the barkeep. After a while, Joe said, "I'm willing to up the price, Nick. 2,000, cash, all I got."
"Let's get out of here,"
Nick mumbled. They walked out of the town and into the desert, Nick stumbling now and again, to be supported by the tense, sober Joe.
2,000, Nick. You need the dough." "Sure, need the dough. But it wouldn't work. Couldn't get you into one of them barrels."
"You wouldn't have to. All I ask is that you come along in the morning and seal me up in one. All you have to do is lock on the lid."
"How do you know the barrels are going on the ship?"
"Never mind about that. I just know. I paid to find out."
"Okay. Suppose you do get on the ship in a barrel. Maybe it'll be stored in a hold somewhere. Maybe they wouldn't open it very soon. You die."
"I got a way to get out. One of 'em's special torches, the little ones. Aluminum isn't very strong. I can cut it like butter."
"It'd be hot. You burn yourself."
"Let me worry about that," Joe said fiercely. "You want the $2,000 or not?" Nick wanted the 2,000, and he was against the wall for excuses. Then he had a happy thought.
"Barrels is airtight. You'd smother. Things impractical. We'll forget it."
"I won't smother. I'm taking my own oxygen. Enough to last me clear to the moon if it has to. Come on, break down."
"Okay. For $2,000. Gotta have the dough now, though."
His heart singing, Joe Spain counted out 2,000 in cash. When he'd finished, he had exactly $9 left. He was a pauper, but the happiest pauper who ever bought with his whole fortune the thing he craved most. "You won't double-cross me now, will you? If you've got any ideas like that."
"I'll do like we said. Nick Sparks never went back on his word. Never. But how you going to stay hid when it's time to leave work?"
"Leave that to me. It'll be easy. They don't check Building B too close. No double check, 'cause it's over a mile from Building A, outside the safety perimeter. I'll stay in tomorrow night, and I'll put a little chalk mark on the barrel I'm in, right near the top rim. First thing you do when you come to work the next morning is seal it and line it up with the filed ones. Okay, but I gotta go home now. I gotta head. I gotta get some sleep.
What's in the duffel bag?
Clean overalls, towel. Joe pulled the zipper down halfway. The guard fingered the blue denim but didn't dig deeper to find the towel. He checked Joe's badge number, made a note on his pad, and motioned to the next worker. Joe let tight breaths slowly out of his lungs as he walked toward Building B. Getting past the guard was a load off his mind. He'd expected to get by, but it was one of the calculated risks that could have stopped him cold. Once inside the building, he put the bag into his locker and went to work. He labored briskly and carried more than his share of the load. But now and again he stopped to look over at the outline of Building A, lined hard against hot, blazing sky. And each time it was with a sense of heady exhilaration that he thought of his destiny, his hard-earned, dearly bought destiny. To be among that select group who would first set foot upon the surface of the moon. He had no worries about not being allowed to do so. Once he showed himself, with the ship far out in space, they'd have to accept him. Not graciously, of course, but they'd have to admire his courage and tenacity. They could not, in all humanity, deny him a share of the victory. The day wore on, and as quitting time approached, he became more tense, more alert. 5 minutes before the whistle, he faded back into the building and hurried to the lavatory. He went into the booth furthest from the entrance and locked the door. Now there was nothing to do but wait. Another of the calculated risks. The whistle blew. Almost immediately, the sound of footsteps broke the silence, and the lavatory was filled with hurrying men. Their stay in the room was short, however, as Joe had known it would be. Men leaving for home do not dawdle on the premises. The lavatory was empty again. A period of silence, while Joe raised his feet from the floor and braced them on the toilet seat. The entrance door opened. A guard making the departure checkup. Joe held his breath. If the card came down the line and tried the door, he was finished. But Joe had banked upon human nature. The guard stopped. For a long moment there was no sound, and Joe knew the man was bending over to run his eyes down the line of toilets close to the floor. In this manner, he could see the floor of every booth. The guard straightened, turned, walked out. The door closed. Silence. Joe's heart swelled with gratitude. He grinned, looking forward with joy to the long night ahead. He found a spot over behind the barrels where the night watchman would have to climb over a lot of equipment in order to find him. He made himself comfortable, practically certain the guard would not do this. He stretched out on the hard floor and recorded the passing of the hours by the number of times the watchman went through. And he was surprised at how fast the time passed. Finally, checking his count carefully, he left his hiding place and tiptoed to the line of lockers. He took the oxygen equipment from the duffel bag, after which he hid the bag and the clothing therein behind a wall flange in the far corner. Then he climbed into the barrel at the front end of the packing line. He checked the barrel with a small X and jockeyed the lid into place. Time passed. Nothing happened. He wondered if he'd missed on that time element. The men should certainly have come to work now. More than once he was tempted to push the barrel lid aside and check the situation. When footsteps sounded close by and the lid snapped firmly into place, he was glad he hadn't done so. Good old Nick. When he got back from the moon, he'd see to it that Nick got credit for his courageous act. Soon the barrel began to move. Joe felt it rise into the air and settle with a thump. Then the motor of a truck roared, and Joe knew where he was going. Straight toward Building A and the moon rocket. There was more movement until finally the barrel was set down for what appeared to be the last time. Joe put a nosepiece of the oxygen tube into place and visualized himself safe and snug in a storage room of the rocket. He closed his eyes and went peacefully to sleep. He slept a long time, to be awakened by a crushing, a wrenching that all but drove his head down into his spine. The pain brought him sharply alert. He knew instantly what had happened. Blast off. He braced himself against the sides of the barrel and gritted his teeth. Soon it was better. Then no pressure at all. Only the fierce happiness on his heart. He'd set a course and won through. He was on the way to the moon. Joe let plenty of time elapse. He knew it was well over an hour later when he unlimbered the torch to cut an escape hole in the barrel. This, he knew, would be tricky. He could easily burn himself. The heat would be intense. But it wasn't too bad. The aluminum cut quickly, and in a matter of minutes he was standing beside his barrel. As he'd suspected, it was a storage hold. The pitch darkness did not bother him. He'd come prepared with a small pencil flash that threw an adequate beam. He found the door, opened it, and went out into a long passageway. Now he'd covered the length and breadth of the ship. He'd found a lot of rooms, all in pitch darkness, no observation ports, and no living thing. He stood frozen in one of the rooms while the beam of his flash picked out a code stenciled on a steel plate over some piece of machinery. X59306MY. Experimental Explosion Rocket. Moon. The flash dropped from Joe Spain's fingers. He stood in the pitch darkness while the jets vibrated through the rocket. But there was no fear in him, only the great pain of futility, only his tears and his whispered words. They'll never know. Nobody won't ever know. End of The Stowaway by Alvin Heiner. Recording by Maddie Ruth.
Bargain Basement by Charles L. Fontenay. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Recording by Colleen McMahon. Bargain Basement by Charles L. Fontenay. Jack Henshaw was madder than a wet hen, and his roommate, Ken Adaman, was enjoying his misfortune hugely. Not a blame thing, snarled Jack, fiddling with the knobs of the television set. Not even static lines. First, they give me a set without a plug-in cord, and now this one's got a no-good picture tube. You get what you pay for, said Ken, laughing. I've warned you about these so-called bargains. But what's this about the plug-in cord? Ken had been at work the day before, when Jack first brought the new television set into their apartment and discovered that omission. I didn't see any point in saying anything about it last night, admitted Jack, After I bought the thing yesterday and brought it home, I found out it didn't have a cord to plug it in, not even a connection in the back for a cord. I took it back to them, and they said something about the wrong kind of power, and fixed it up for me last night. You got stung, old buddy, said Ken, unwinding his long legs from the arm of the easy chair. They probably made it from junk parts. It doesn't look like it, said Jack stubbornly. It didn't. The television set was shiny and new-looking, although rather odd. With a 35-inch screen, it was only about 6 inches thick, and it had a strange antenna of concentric circles on top instead of the conventional rabbit ears. There were only 2 dials, one for the channels, it was lettered instead of numbered, and one for off, on, and volume. I'd take it back and demand my money, said Ken. I'll take it back all right, but if they'll fix it, I don't want my money back. Guess how much it cost me? Well, Ken pulled a stubby pipe from his coat pocket and began to pack it slowly from a humidor on the chairside table. Knowing your bargains, I'd say about $150. $2, said Jack. $2 and no strings attached. Ken whistled. I smell a sucker game somewhere. Maybe so, but what's $2? The materials are worth more than that as junk, and if they fix it, well, how about going along with me to return it, Ken? Ken lit his pipe carefully and glanced at his wristwatch. Okay, he said, if we can be back in an hour. I'm curious to see this place, but I've got a date with Lorene tonight, and I have to get cleaned up. Jack winced. The roommates were competitors for the hand of Lorene Shavely, the pert brunette in the tobacco store down the street. But Ken was getting so much the better of it that it could be called competition in name only by now. It's only about 5 blocks on Gehannon Street, Jack said. We'll be back in time. He repacked the television set in its box. Ardex, said Ken, reading the name on the box. Off-brand. I never heard of it before. They set out, Jack carrying the box under one arm. The set was remarkably light for its size. The streetlights were coming on along Gehannon Street, for it was 5 o'clock on a winter afternoon. Jack bought a late edition from a newsboy on the corner. Probably closed by now, said Ken. But it wasn't. Just past Wing Fan's Chinese Laundry, Jack turned into an alley and went down a flight of concrete steps. There was a door there, leading into a basement under the Eat-A-Bite restaurant. It was unlighted, and there were no signs there to indicate anything but that the Grove Brothers Circus, greatest show on earth, was coming to town 2 years ago. But when they opened the battered wooden door, the light inside was like fairyland. Soft, of many changing hues, it lit a spotless expanse of floor that stretched away farther than Ken had realized the basement extended. The floor was broken by merchandise-loaded counters and gleaming machines. Here and there, clerk moved, in raiment that changed color with the light. One of the clerks approached them. He was black-eyed, black-haired, and handsome, and wore a tunic and balloon trousers. "Ah, Mr. Henshaw," he exclaimed, recognizing Jack. "Glad to see you back again. But I see you have the, television with you. Still having trouble?" "Yeah," said Jack. "The screen's no good. No picture at all." The clerk looked puzzled. "The tube couldn't be bad. It must be in the transmission facilities." "You mean the TV stations? I don't see how—" "Different methods of transmission," said the clerk hastily. "Just a minute, Mr. Henshaw, and I'll see what our communications man can do about this." He took the box from Jack and started off. "Wait," said Jack. "Here's your newspaper." With a smile of thanks, the man accepted the paper and disappeared into the depths of the basement store. "What's with the newspaper business?" demanded Ken. "It's part of the bargain," said Jack. "When I bought the television set, I agreed to bring him a late newspaper every time I come in the store." Queer setup. And what kind of funny clothes is he wearing?" "Store uniform, I guess?" "Some uniform," remarked Ken, who worked in a men's clothing store. "That fabric's spun glass, I think, and some of these people in store uniforms seem to be customers." Indeed, some of the perhaps 24 people visible, all dressed like the clerk, appeared to be making purchases. While waiting for the clerk to return, the two of them looked around at the nearby counters. "Funny thing about this place," said Ken, "is I don't know what 70% of these gadgets they're selling are. Those I can recognize look strange. Like that set of dishes. I'm no housewife, but I've never seen shapes like those before." "I noticed that too," said Jack. "But anything they've got that we can use, we can't afford not to buy at the prices they ask." "Let's wait and see how the television set turns out," suggested Ken. The clerk returned, empty-handed. "My communications man thinks he can fix your a television set so it will be all right, if you can bring us a technical manual on television sets. I hate to ask you to go to such trouble." "What? You mean you've got a television repairman who doesn't have a manual on the things?" "Not on the type you need," said the clerk apologetically. "It wouldn't matter what brand or trade name the manual applies to." "Why can't you have your communications man go out and buy his own?" demanded Ken. "Or order one?" "Well, let's just say it would cause great inconvenience at this time. Mr. Henshaw, I realize it would inconvenience you also. So in return for the favor, I will be willing to give you free any item of merchandise in the store." "Fair enough," agreed Jack, his eyes gleaming. "I'll bring it tomorrow." "Incidentally, sir, would your friend be interested in a purchase while you're here?" "No, absolutely not," said Ken, turning away. Jack caught his arm. "Oh, come on, Ken. Price these things anyhow. You'll be astonished. Show Mr. Adaman something he can use." "Mr. Adaman?" The clerk's eyes widened delightedly. "Why, sir, that's my name too. Edigo Adaman." "Mine's Kenneth Adaman," said Ken shortly, but he showed more interest. "It isn't a common name," said Edigo. "Are you by chance a merchant, Mr. Adaman?" "You might say so. I'm a clerk in a men's clothing store." Edigo nodded gravely. "My family has been in the mercantile business for many generations," he said. "My father owns this store, and it will be the largest in the Americas when we finish it. Now, Mr. Adaman, do you see anything that interests you? Anything at all?" "Well," said Ken, moving over to a counter. "Is this a watch?" "Yes, sir, and a very good one." Edigo picked it up. It was a thin dial with 3 hands and 24 numerals instead of the usual 12. "It's very nice looking, but it's a pocket watch, isn't it? I wear a wristwatch." "Oh, no," said Edigo. "Hold out your arm." Ken obeyed. Edigo placed the dial on his wrist, and it clung without apparent support. "Say, that's keen!" exclaimed Ken. "Some sort of magnetism, I suppose. How much?" Would 50 cents be too much?" asked Edigo anxiously. 50 cents? Sold!" Ken pulled a coin from his pocket. "Oh, no, sir, not the cash. Deposit it in the account, please, and bring me the deposit slip. Mr. Henshaw knows the bank." "That's right," said Jack. "Broadway National, account of Supercolossal Mercantile Company. Here's the deposit slip on the $2 for the television set. And we'll have it straightened out for you right away, Mr. Henshaw, if you can only bring us the manual." As the two of them headed for the door to the basement, Ken said to Jack in a low tone, "There goes another customer out ahead of us. I'm going to stop him outside and see if he can give us the answers to some of the things I don't understand about this place." The customer, dressed like Edigo and all the others in the basement, went through the door just ahead of them. Jack caught it just before it shut. But when he and Ken mounted the steps, the man was nowhere in sight, either up or down the alley. "Where could he have gone?" asked Ken in amazement. "He'd have had to run like hell to get out of the alley before we got up here." They walked to the mouth of the alley and emerged into the glare of the neon lights. Ken held up his new watch and looked at it in a stunned sort of way. "Say, you know something?" he said thoughtfully. "That fellow, Edigo Adaman, looks vaguely familiar to me." "I noticed that too," said Jack. "Look like any of your relatives?" Ken considered. "No, not in the least." Several days later, Jack was in the tobacco store chatting with Lorene. Mr. Schmidt, the store's owner, registered silent disapproval in the background, but was not likely to protest openly unless Lorene slighted a customer. Jack had told Lorene about the strange bargain basement the day after he and Ken had visited it. He found that Ken had mentioned it to her that night, too. "I couldn't find the kind of complete television manual they need at any of the bookstores," said Jack gloomily. "I had to have one of them order me one, and while I'm waiting, no television. The man said it was color TV, too. I can't understand any store that big not getting its own manuals." "Have you ever been upstairs?" asked Lorene. Upstairs? There's nothing up there but the Eat-A-Bite restaurant. Oh, Ken said they had something like elevators going up, and it looked like they might have floors above. I didn't know Ken had been back after that night, said Jack in surprise. He didn't say anything to me about it. I got the impression he thought the whole thing was a fake. Lorraine's black eyes sparkled as she smiled, and she turned a cheek to exhibit oddly cut earrings. He brought me these earrings from there. I think you'd be buying other things too, Jack, at those prices, instead of moping over the television set. Oh, I have, said Jack. I bought several suits of clothes at $1 each. They didn't have any in stock except those funny outfits they wear in the store, but I took them a picture from a magazine advertisement, and they made me some suits to order. Is that one of them? Asked Lorraine, gazing critically at the somewhat baggy suit he was wearing. No, said Jack sheepishly. I thought they were too nice to wear to work. They're that spun glass or whatever it is. Go dancing with me tonight and I'll wear one. Can't, said Lorraine. I've got a date with Ken. I never get to go out with you any more, Lorraine, Jack said glumly. What have I done to make you turn me down every time? Nothing, said Lorraine candidly. I like you as a friend, Jack, but Ken, well, he's got that extra something I can't resist. We're going to get married, you know. No, I didn't, said Jack, but he wasn't very surprised. Just then Ken breezed in. Hi, honey, he said. Hello, Jack. Say, you two, come out and take a look at my new car. New car? Squealed Lorraine. Oh, Ken, but I can't leave the store. I'll have to look from the door. It's down the block, said Ken. I'll drive by, and you can get a good look tonight. Come on, Jack. Jack went with him. The automobile was one of those low-slung, half-block-long affairs, like one Jack vaguely remembered seeing pictured in a foreign car magazine. That's not yours, he said flatly. Those things cost $10,000 or $15,000. Cost me $50, said Ken smugly. I got it at our friend Edigo's store. $50. You mean they carry things like that? I took them a picture, and they made it up for me, said Ken. Had to widen that door and put runways up the steps to drive it out of there. It cost me twice as much as the car to get the door widened and then bricked back the way it was. They worked on the inside, and I got a crew to work on the outside. Seems to me they'd have had it out on the street for you, instead of building it in the basement and then having to get it out, said Jack critically, gazing up and down the gleaming length of black and chrome. Ha, said Ken slyly. That's just it, son. They couldn't. I found out the secret of our friends in the bargain basement. Secret? You mean there is something phony about it? I'll tell you while we're driving around in this dream wagon. But first, let me show you something. He went to the front of the car and raised the hood. Inside was the strangest little engine Jack had ever seen. What is it? He asked. Turbojet, said Ken proudly. And if you'll notice, you can't see inside the car. One-way glass. And it's got radar brakes and 100 other new gadgets on it. But I thought the turbojet engine was still in the future, protested Jack. It is, said Ken solemnly. That's where our bargain basement is, in the future. The big car swept along the superhighway as silently as a floating cloud. The speedometer read 160. Ken explained that it was 160 kilometers, or about 100 miles an hour. He buzzed it up to 200 kilometers once, when some youngsters in a souped-up sports car sought to race with them. They use solar power, Ken explained, but it's broadcast power and wouldn't work in a car sent back to the past. They made one like the picture, which just showed the outside, and I suppose they assumed we used turbojets back in this period. It must be pretty ancient to them. Why would people from the future want to set up a store in the basement under the Eat-A-Bite restaurant? Protested Jack. Not from the future, in the future. For some reason, that basement door is in a time fault. People from now can go through it into the future and come back, and bring inanimate objects with them. But the people from the future can't come back to the past for some reason. That's why they can't go out and get things themselves, and that's why they want us to bring them rare antiques like newspapers and books. Maybe, said Jack doubtfully. How did you guess all this? A little deduction. I had some conversations with Edigo while I was shopping there. He said he just dug that basement as the lower floor of his new 50-story building. But actually, that basement's been there for years and is supposed to be empty. It belongs to old man Caswell, who owns the building the Edobites in, and God knows how he's going to react if he ever walks into it and finds that store. And it's not just that. The costumes, the strange objects they have for sale, even that peculiar accent. How far in the future? Asked Jack. I don't know. Pretty far, I expect. How much interest does that bank account draw? You know, the one in their name, where we've been depositing the money for the things we bought. 3%, I think, compounded quarterly. It would have to be compounded to amount to anything in a couple 100 years or so. I still don't get it. Why do they sell things so cheap? Will prices be that much lower in the future? Probably a lot higher, said Ken. They don't even use the same sort of money we do. That's why they don't just ask us to make deposits of their own money for them. But they can afford to sell us at these ridiculously low prices because the deposits in their name draw compound interest and build up to a lot higher than the value of the merchandise in the future, their time. I expect every dime we deposit for them means $100 or more to them in their equivalent of our money. I just don't see that, said Jack. We're in their past. How could they have us deposit money to build up for them unless, to them, the deposits are already there? Edigo, you know, Jack, that fellow still reminds me of somebody I know. Edigo explained it to me when I made him admit this future business was true. The future can be changed, and we could change the present if we could influence the past. And don't I wish I could manage that trick, Ken added greedily. So every time we put a dime in their account, pop, at their end, they've got an extra $100 or more in the bank. I suppose so, said Jack thoughtfully. But how about this fellow Edigo digging the basement? The basement's already there now. The real one, I mean. In 100 years, 200 years, you think it'll still be there? Demanded Ken scornfully. Old Caswell's basement's going to fill in again, and sometime in the future, this fellow, Edigo Adaman's, going to dig it out again. You know, Jack, with that name, he could be a descendant of mine. He seemed to think he might be, from what he said that first evening. Look, buddy, we'll have to go back, said Ken, pulling the car into a clover leaf to turn around. I've got a date with Lorene tonight, and I'm sure anxious to see her face when she climbs into this buggy. Sure, said Jack, but drop me off at the bargain basement, will you? I've got an idea for something I want to buy. Edigo looked at Jack curiously. There was that odd familiarity to the man's face that Jack couldn't quite place. We have strict regulations against influencing an individual's attitudes by artificial means, he said, but I don't suppose it's against the law in your time, is it? Not unless it's a dangerous or habit-forming drug, said Jack. Possession of certain drugs, you know, can get you a stiff prison sentence. But there are milder things, like perfumes and alcohol, that influence people temporarily. That's sort of what I had in mind, only with a stronger effect, not a habit-forming drug. Murmured Edigo. What we have wouldn't have been discovered in your time and wouldn't be covered by law. And it isn't dangerous or habit-forming. It's prescribed by psychologists in certain cases. But I'm not sure I should... $100, said Jack. That's a great deal for 5 cleanse worth of... All right. Would you prefer it in liquid, tablet, or powder form? How about like this, suggested Jack, handing over a package of chewing gum. Yes, it could be mixed in that. If you can wait a few minutes, I'll have our chemist prepare it. Edigo went away with the chewing gum, and Jack gave himself over to doubts. Perhaps it wasn't fair, but what was that old saying about love and war? Jack convinced himself that Ken hadn't been fair in getting that flashy car. What if Ken had thought of the same thing? A momentary chill passed over Jack, but no, Ken didn't need it. In a few moments, Edigo returned with the chewing gum. It looked no different. Jack couldn't tell whether it was the same gum with a new ingredient added, or new sticks put in the old wrappers. It didn't matter. Thank you. I'll deposit the $100 right away, said Jack. He took the gum and left. He went straight to the tobacco store. He was just in time. Lorene was getting her hat and jacket on to return home. Surprisingly, Ken was not waiting outside for her with the new car. I'll walk you home, Lorene, suggested Jack. All right, she agreed, smiling at him. Ken was to pick me up, but he phoned and said he had to work late on inventory. They left the store together. Have some chewing gum, suggested Jack, offering her a stick. It was much better than trying to slip liquid or a tablet into a milkshake. Not right now, she said. It's too soon before supper. Oh, come on, he invited jovially. You only live once. I'll have some too. No harm in that. It couldn't change his feelings much anyhow. She accepted a stick, and they chewed as they walked. Jack could guess her feelings from the intensification of his own. Suddenly, Lorraine was the most beautiful woman in the world. Cleopatra, Helen, the Queen of Sheba. He would have died for her gladly. He took her hand and squeezed it. She leaned against his shoulder and turned starry eyes up to him. That walking kiss was the most ecstatic thing he had ever experienced. "Let's get married, Lorraine," he said huskily. "Now." "Yes, Jack, yes," she sighed. Ken took the announcement rather hard. After all, he and Lorraine already had set their wedding date. He looked very thoughtful, but Jack was not worried. Ken would never suspect that Lorraine had been won away from him by a package of chewing gum doctored with some unknown drug from the future. Jack and Lorraine would not be able to get married until the next day, because the city hall had closed for the afternoon, and they were unable to get a license. They spent the evening shopping in the bargain basement for Lorraine's trousseau, ordering things from pictures and magazine advertisements, and planning for the future. "I'll get them to make us a car like Ken's," said Jack, "and maybe we can work out some way of buying a house through them. With this setup, we can live like royalty, even on my salary." Their wedding was a peculiar one. As the minister pronounced them man and wife, Jack's clothing suddenly vanished. He was kissing his bride when the sudden chill and the gasps of those around him made him realize he was in his underwear. He borrowed a suit from the minister and took Lorraine back to the apartment. Ken was packing his things. "I'll move my stuff to a hotel until I can find another apartment," said Ken. "Call me a cab, will you, old man? Somebody's stolen my car." Jack and Lorraine were to leave on their honeymoon the next day. That afternoon, he announced his intention of going to the bargain basement and lodging a complaint. "That suit and shirt I had on were clothes I bought there. If their stuff's going to disintegrate like that, it's not worth even the little I paid for it. After that trouble with the television set— Say, what happened to the television set? I'll bet Ken took it with him. And to think I almost married him," shuddered Lorraine. On the way to the bargain basement, Jack explained to Lorraine what Ken had told him, how the bargain basement existed in the future and the door to it was a fault in time. They passed Wing Fan's laundry and turned into the alley. They went down the steps to the basement door and opened it. A blank wall of raw earth met their eyes. "What in blazes!" exclaimed Jack. There were footsteps in the alley above them. Old man Caswell came down the steps with a policeman in tow. "My basement," Caswell was complaining bitterly, almost shouting. "I was going to rent it today, and somebody fills it up with dirt. Why, I ask you, why? Why would anybody want to fill my basement with dirt?" He caught sight of Jack and Lorraine standing to one side. "You!" he cried. "You have anything to do with this?" "Absolutely nothing," Jack assured him. "I thought there was a store here." "Store?" snorted Caswell. "Dirt." Jack and Lorraine got away and made their way back to the street. "Was there really a store there, Jack?" she asked. "We're really married, aren't we, honey? I mean, yes, there was. I don't know what happened." He looked at her, smiling, and then the smile faded. "Uh-oh," he said slowly. "I think I know now." "What?" "I know now who Edigo Adaman reminded me of. You." He didn't tell her the rest. He didn't tell her he was almost sure that, the way things would have been, Lorraine and Ken would have been married, and Edigo would have been their descendant. But Edigo had changed all that when he sold Jack a drug that Jack used to make sure that Ken wouldn't marry Lorraine, but that he would instead. And since Ken and Lorraine wouldn't be married now, Edigo would never be born, and would never have had the idea of building a 50-story building at that spot, starting it by digging a basement. So that was what happened to the suit and Ken's car and the television set. Since the basement wasn't to be built there, they wouldn't be, so they weren't. They never had been. The strange thing about it was that Jack remembered it all, and even stranger, he was still married to Lorraine, and he wouldn't have been except for the drug. But then that had to be, because if he hadn't married her, she'd have married Ken, and then the basement would have been, and he'd have gotten the drug, and Ken wouldn't have married Lorene because Jack would have, and then there wouldn't have been the basement, Jack sighed. He was happy that the circle stopped where it did. End of Bargain Basement by Charles L. Fontenay. Recording by Colleen McMahon.
Say Hello from Me by Frank W. Coggins. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Read by Dale Grothmann. Say Hello for Me by Frank W. Coggins. This was to be the day, but of course Professor Pettibone had no way of knowing it. He arose as he had been doing for the previous 20 years, donned the tattered remnants of his spacesuit, and went out into the open. He stood erect, bronzed, magnificent, faced distant Earth, and recited, "Good morning, bright sunshine. We're glad you are here. You made the world happy and bring us good cheer." It was something that he had heard as a child, and isolated here on Mars, he had remembered it and used it to keep from losing his power of speech. The ritual finished, he walked to the edge of the nearest canal and gathered a bushel or so of the dried Martian moss. He returned and began polishing the shiny exterior of the wrecked spaceship. It had to really glitter if it was to be an effective beacon in guiding the rescue ship. Professor Pettibone knew, had known for years, that a ship would come. It was just a matter of time, and as the years slipped by, his faith diminished not a whit. With his task half completed, he glanced up at the sun and quickened the polishing. It was a long walk to the place the berry bushes grew, and if he arrived too late, the sun would have dried out the night's crop of fragile berries, and he would have to wait until the morrow for nourishment. But on this day, he was fated to arrive at the bush area not at all, because an alien sound from above again drew the professor's eyes from his work, and he knew that the day had arrived. The ship was 3 times as large as any he had ever visualized, and its futuristic design told him, sharply, how far he had fallen behind in his dreaming. He smiled and said, quite calmly, "I dare say I am about to be rescued." And he experienced a thrill as the great ship set down and 2 men emerged therefrom. A thrill tinged with a guilt sense, because emotional experiences were rare in an isolated life and seemed somehow indecent. The 2 men held weapons. They advanced upon Professor Pettibone, looking up into his face, reflected a certain wary hostility. That the hostility was tinged with instinctive respect, even awe, made it no less potent. One of them asked, "Fella, man came here in ship, skyboat, long time ago. Him dead? Where?" Appropriate gestures accompanied the words. Professor Pettibone smiled down at the little men and bowed. "You are, of course, referring to me. I came in the ship. I am Professor Pettibone. It was nice of you to hunt me up." The eyes of the 2 Terran spacemen met and locked in startled inquiry. One of them voiced the reaction of both when he said, "What the hell?" "You no doubt are curious about the fate of the other members of the expedition. They were killed, all save Fletcher, who lasted a week." Professor Pettibone waved a hand. There, in the graveyard. But their eyes remained on the only survivor of the ill-fated first expedition. It was hard to accept him as the man they sought, but, faced with undeniable similarities between what they expected and what they had found, the 2 spacemen had no alternative. I hope your food supply is ample and varied, Professor Pettibone said. This seemed to bring them out of their bemusement. Of course, Professor. Would you care to come aboard? The other made a try at congenial levity. You must be pretty hungry after 20 years. Really? Has it been that long? I tried to keep track at first. We can blast off anytime you say. You're probably pretty anxious to get back. Indeed I am. The changes in 20 years must be breathtaking. I wonder if they'll remember me. A short time later, the professor said, It's amazing. A ship this size handled by only 2 men? Then he sat down to a repast laid out by one of the odd spacemen. But after nibbling a bit of this, a forkful of that, he found that satisfaction lay in the anticipation more than in the eating. We'll look around and see what we can find in the way of clothing for you, Professor, one of the spacemen said. Then the man's bemusement returned. His eyes traveled over the magnificent physique before him. The perfect giant of a man, the great Apollo-like head, with the calm, clear eyes, the expression of complete contentment and serenity. The spaceman said, Professor, to what do you attribute the changes in your body? What is there about this planet? I really don't know. Professor Pettibone looked down at his torso with an impersonal eye. I think the greenish skin pigmentation is a result of mineral-heavy vapors that occurred during certain seasons. The growth? As to my body, I really don't know. But the 2 spacemen, though they did not refer to it, were not concerned with the body so much as the aura of completeness, the radiation of contentment which came from somewhere within. It was passing strange that nothing more was said about the professor returning to Earth. No great revelation suddenly arrived at that he should not go. Rather, they discussed various things that 3 gentlemen, meeting casually, would discuss. Then Professor Pettibone arose from his chair and said, It was kind of you to drop off and see me. And one of the spacemen replied, A pleasure, sir. A real pleasure indeed. Then the professor left the ship and watched it lift up on a tail of red fire and go away. He raised an arm and waved. Say hello for me, he called. Then he turned away, and from force of habit, he began again to polish the hull, knowing that he would keep it shining and be proud of it for many years to come. Almost beyond reach of the planet, one of the spacemen flipped a switch and put certain sensitive communication mechanisms to work. So sensitive they could pick up etheric vibrations far away and make them audible. But only faintly came the pleasant voice of the contented man. Good morning, bright sunshine. We're glad you are here. You make the world. The end of Say Hello for Me by Frank W. Coggins.
The Used People Lot by Irving Fang. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Recording by James Jenkins. The Used People Lot by Irving Fang. It's had it. Finished. Done. My wonderful red thunder flash. I thought to myself, it isn't worth the electricity to atomize it to kingdom come. Ever since that drunk in his 2-seat charioteer plowed into the rear end with such force that even my radar repellent wouldn't stop it, my thunder flash had been out of kilter. The specialists my garage recommended worked over it for 2 days, but couldn't get it running the way it did new. And what was I supposed to do for an automobile now? I'd signed the customary 40-year pact for half my salary to pay for it. That meant I would still be shelling out by 2117. Weeping over it wasn't going to do any good. It was stuck on the 5th level expressway, and that was that. I levered myself out, at least the ejector seat still worked. Then got behind the car and gave it a good old-fashioned push to get it off the ramp, out of the stream of traffic. After I parked, I remembered I was heading for a date with Jenny. I checked my wallet. Nope, not enough for a taxi there. I just have to phone her to cancel the date. Reluctantly, I pushed the tip of my tongue against my toothed telephone. Operator, said the operator. Popular 3104, please. Thank you. One moment. I'll ache it for you. She dialed the number of the toothed telephone in Jenny's mouth so the two fine wires sent gentle electrical currents into the nerves. On the third ache, Jenny clicked the receiver open with the tip of her tongue. Hello? Jenny, this is Arnold. I won't be able to come over this evening. But we had a date, Jenny said in a petulant voice. I know, but my car broke down. Again? Yes, honey. Why don't you do something about it? Jenny complained. But, baby, what can I do? I've been to the garage. I've been to the specialists. I'm so broke on account of these repair bills. I've been living on macaroni concentrate for the last couple of weeks. Jenny, my beautiful sweetheart, was distinctly unhappy. Don't come to me with your troubles, she replied. In fact, you don't have to come to me at all until you can come to me like a gentleman. Listen, just a minute, Jenny. I started to plead, but it was too late. Jenny had clicked off. A fine thermal kettle of fish. A month ago I had a shiny Lifetime car and was romancing the best-looking girl in town. Then one drunk comes along and my car is next to useless and my girl is mad at me. Feeling in a distinctly blue mood, I moved my tongue to the other side of my mouth and shoved on my tooth radio. I rolled the tongue over the bottom of the tooth until I got a program with some blues music. Just the way I felt, the blues. I sat in the front seat of my Thunder Flash and listened to the music echoing against my tonsils. After the song came the inevitable commercial. Only this was a new one. The announcer said, Here's some big news from Grinning Gregory, your largest volume dealer in Lifetime cars. Gregory announced today that his used people lots are nearly empty. Yes, Grinning Gregory's used people lots are nearly empty. And that means good news for you car owners with lifetime contracts who would like new cars. Grinning Gregory has added to its stock of new Orions, Thunderflashes, Galaxies, Solars, Charioteers, Protons, and Fords. For the first time in 2 years, yes, the first time in 2 years, he has more new cars than new people to sell them to. So he is offering a limited number of them to used people, you folks who have had cars on his conveniently located used people lots. Come on down and let some of Grinning Gregory's new cars look you over. Be sure and bring your photostats of your credit ratings and official car histories. Hurry, and avoid the rush to Grinning Gregory's used people lots. The commercial ended and was replaced by music. Gosh, that was exciting news. Ever since the accident, I had given up hope of ever owning a decent running car again. Automobile prices and government restrictions being what they were. I clicked on my tooth telephone and asked my garage mechanic to come by and pick up my car. Then I took my credit rating and official car history from the glove compartment and caught a Healy-bus to the nearest Grinning Gregory's used people lot. A lot of guys were already there before me. Most of them in the same fix I was. They'd been in accidents, or they were divorced and their wives got custody of the car, although they still had to pay for it. Some of them had been on the lot for some time, and looked a little shop-worn under the lights and fluttering pennants, but they hadn't found a car yet that would take them. We were all classified as used people, a lot less desirable than the people who hadn't signed for cars yet. One of Grinning Gregory's contract brokers lined us up in a row facing the path the cars would come by robot direction. The fellow to my right side slicked his hair down neatly and began shining his shoe tops on the back of his trouser legs. Sure hope I get selected, he whispered nervously to me. Boy, don't you sometimes wish you were living a couple 100 years ago when cars were cheap enough so the people were doing the picking? Not me, I told him. Drive that junk? I'll admit, you didn't have to swear but a couple of years of your life away. But look at all you get now in a new car. I suppose you're right, he said. My Orion was stolen a year ago when I accidentally cut off the burglar photo cell. The police never did find it, and I've been trying ever since to get another one. This is the first time I've tried. I said, my car. Shh, he interrupted. Here they come. A procession of new cars. Like a beautiful green solar convertible inched its way along the row of hopeful buyers. All of us with our credit ratings and car histories pinned to our lapels. Each car's robot mechanism recorded our statistics, took our pictures, noted our heights, weights, and appearances, and then began to correlate the data. By government order, the robot mechanism was directed to select its most promising future owner. A sober-sided bank president, for example, might dearly love to change his big black Galaxy sedan for a low-slung charioteer sports car. But sports cars were planned with crew-cut college boys in mind, so the bank president would be likely to end up with another big Galaxy. Of course, the payment rate was fixed, and the contracts were almost always for 40 years. A tie salesman might want a Galaxy to make an impression on his neighbors, but he'd probably wind up with a Proton or a Thunderflash like I had. I was a tie salesman. The solar came abreast of me. I stood straight and smiling as it began to note my statistics. It flashed a 23 when it was done. Not so good. That put me in the 23 percentile rank of its desirability. The next car, a rhinestone Ford, gave me a 28. I was rated 22, 31, 14 by a Galaxy, 27, 35, and 30 by the next 6 cars. That's the way it went for the whole procession. I received the highest rating, 58, from an experimental model Proton that was no longer in production, but I knew it was rating everybody higher, and I was pretty gloomy. Imagine my surprise when my name was called out as one of the possible choices. I went into the broker's office and was told the Proton would select me if I would get rid of all but 10 years of my Thunderflash contract. That meant I had to find someone to take my car and 27 years of my contract since I had been paying for 3 years of the 40. The price of the Proton, the broker told me, was scaled down to a 30-year contract because it was an off model. But who would take my heap with a 27-year contract attached to it? The broker said Grinning Gregory might go for 5 years just out of the goodness of his big, big heart. I wouldn't get that kind of a deal anywhere else, the broker said. Maybe I wouldn't, but that didn't do me much good. I needed someone to take 27 years. Harry! Why didn't I think of Harry before? He didn't have a car yet. Skinflint Harry didn't want to sign the standard 40-year contract for a new car, and he had been shopping around for second-hand cars. Besides, good old Harry knew how crazy I was about Jenny. He'd even taken her out a couple of times. I gave Harry an ache on the telephone and told him I'd be right over. Then I ached to the garage, and the mechanic told me he could get my Thunderflash in pretty good running condition again, even though he couldn't promise anything permanent. I caught a heliobus to my friend's apartment. Harry, old pal, I have got the chance of a lifetime for both of us. Harry eyed me suspiciously. How's that? He asked. Well, here's the deal. You know my real fine Thunderflash? You said it was a sharp car. It is. It's a first-class car. But ever since that slight accident, I've had just a wee bit of trouble with it. Not much, you understand, but it's niggling enough to annoy my girl Jenny. You remember Jenny, the girl you used to go out with before I cut you out? Ha 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 ha! Anyhow, Jenny wants me to get another car, a newer one. But how can you? Harry asked. You already have one. That's just it, old buddy. Grinning Gregory has one of those experimental model Protons. It's a beautiful shimmering orange with purple wheels and bearskin upholstery. You'd love it. They'll let me have it on a 30-year contract if I can sell 27 years of my Thunderflash contract. So here's what I'm going to do for you, pal. I'll keep 10 years of the contract and let you have the Thunderflash for the rest. You'll get a 3-year-old car with 13 years of contract taken care of. Now, is that a deal or is that a deal? Harry wasn't convinced. What's wrong with your car? Oh, hardly anything. What's hardly anything? Not even worth mentioning. What's not worth mentioning? To tell the truth, the frame is just the least trifle out of line, and every once in a great while it makes the rear wheel twist sideways. I don't know, said Harry. Good old cautious, hard-headed Harry, I told him. You're getting the deal of a lifetime, and doing a good, loyal friend a big favor besides. I still don't know, Arnold, said Harry. All right, when will you know? Let me sleep on it tonight. Okay, Harry. I went home in high spirits. I knew Harry would come through for me and take that wreck off my hands. He always was a man with an eye out for a deal. I slept late the next morning, but by afternoon I was over at the used people lot to tell them to hold that Proton for me for another day. Instead, they tapped me over the head with the news that someone came in that morning and bought it, and they didn't have another one like it that would accept me. Another hope gone astray. I caught a heliobus to the garage and picked up my Thunderflash after paying a whopping repair bill. I drove to Jenny's house to convince her it was just as good as new. Jenny's mother met me at the door. Hello, Arnold, she said, with the big smile of greeting she always gave me. I'm glad to see you, and I hope you'll keep dropping over to see me, but Jenny isn't here anymore. Not here? I'm afraid not. Where is she? She eloped less than an hour ago. You remember that boy she used to go out with, Harry? He came by in a beautiful new car. It was shimmering orange with purple wheels and bearskin upholstery and... End of The Used People Lot by Irving Fang. Recording by James Jenkins.
Egocentric Orbit by John Corey. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Recording by Eric Kim. Egocentric Orbit by John Corey. Near the end of his 15th orbit, as Greenland slipped by noiselessly below, he made the routine measurements that tested the operation of his space capsule and checked the automatic instruments which would transmit their stored data to Earth on his next pass over control. Everything normal, all mechanical devices were operating perfectly. This information didn't surprise him. In fact, he really didn't even think about it. The previous orbits and the long simulated flights on Earth during training had made such checks routine and perfect results expected. The capsules were developed by exhaustive testing both on the ground and as empty satellites before entrusting them to carry animals and then the first human. He returned to contemplation of the panorama passing below and above, although, as he noted idly, above and below had lost some of their usual meaning. Since his capsule, like all heavenly bodies, was stable in position with respect to the entire universe, and, thanks to Sir Isaac Newton and his laws, never changed, the Earth and the stars alternated over his head during each orbit. Up now meant whatever was in the direction of his head. He remembered that even during his initial orbit when the Earth first appeared overhead, he accepted the fact as normal. He wondered if the other two had accepted it as easily. For there had been 2 men hurled into orbit before he ventured into space. 2 others who had also passed the rigorous 3-year training period and were selected on the basis of overall performance to precede him. He had known them both well and wondered again what had happened on their flights. Of course, they had both returned, depending on what your definition of return was. The capsules in which they had ventured beyond Earth had returned them living. But this was to be expected, for even the considerable hazards of descent through the atmosphere and the terrible heating which occurred were successfully surmounted by the capsule. Naturally, it had not been expected that the satellites would have to be brought down by command from the ground, but this too was part of the careful planning. Radio control of the retro rockets that moved the satellite out of orbit by reducing its velocity. Of course, ground control was to be used only if the astronaut failed to ignite the retro rockets himself. He remembered everyone's surprise and relief when the first capsule was recovered and its occupant found to be alive. They had assumed that in spite of all precautions he was dead because he had not fired the rockets on the 50th orbit and it was necessary to bring him down on the 65th. Recovery alive only partially solved the mystery, for the rescuers and all others were met by a haughty, stony silence from the occupant. Batteries of tests confirmed an early diagnosis, complete and utter withdrawal, absolute refusal to communicate. Therapy was unsuccessful. The second attempt was similar in most respects, except that command return was made on the 31st orbit after the astronaut's failure to deorbit at the end of the 30th. His incoherent babble of moons, stars, and worlds was no more helpful than the first. Test after test confirmed that no obvious organic damage had been incurred by exposure outside of the Earth's protective atmosphere. Biopsy of even selected brain tissues seemed to show that microscopic cellular changes due to prolonged weightlessness or primary cosmic ray bombardment, which had been suggested by some authorities, were unimportant. Somewhat reluctantly, it was decided to repeat the experiment a 3rd time. The launching was uneventful. He was sent into space with the precision he expected. The experience was exhilarating, and although he had anticipated each event in advance, he could not possibly have foreseen the overpowering feeling that came over him. Weightlessness he had experienced for brief periods during training, but nothing could match the heady impression of continuous freedom from gravity. Earth passing overhead was also to be expected from the simple laws of celestial mechanics, but his feelings as he watched it now was inexpressible. It occurred to him that perhaps this was indeed why he was here, because he could appreciate such experiences best. He had been told the stars would be bright, unblinking, and an infinitude in extent, but could mere descriptions or photographs convey the true seeing? On his 21st orbit, he completed his overseeing the entire surface of the planet in daylight. He had seen more of Earth than anyone able to tell about it, but only he had the true feeling of it. The continents were clearly visible, as were the oceans and both polar ice caps. The shapes were familiar, but in only a remote way. A vague indistinctness born of distance served to modify the outlines, and he alone was seeing and understanding. On the dark side of the planet, large cities were marked by indistinct light areas which paled to insignificance compared to the stars and his sun. He speculated about the others who had only briefly experienced these sights. Undoubtedly, they weren't as capable of fully grasping or appreciating any of these things as he was. It was quite clear that no one else but he could encompass the towering feeling of power and importance generated by being alone in the universe. At the end of the 25th orbit, he disabled the radio control of the retro rockets and sat back with satisfaction to await the next circuit of his Earth around him. The End. End of Egocentric Orbit by John Corey.
As Long as You Wish by John O'Keefe. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Read by Dale Grothmann. If, somehow, you get trapped in a circular time system, how long is the circumference of an infinitely retraced circle? As Long as You Wish by John O'Keefe. The patient sat stiffly in the leather chair on the other side of the desk. Nervously, he pressed a coin into the palm of one hand. "Just start anywhere," I said, "and tell me all about it." As before? Without waiting for an answer, he continued, the coin clutched tightly in one hand. "I am Charles J. Fisher, professor of philosophy at Reiser College." He looked at me quickly. "Or at least I was until recently." For a second his face was boyish. Professor of philosophy, that is. I smiled and found that I was staring at the coin in his hand. He gave it to me. On one side I read the words, "The statement on the other side of this coin is false." The patient watched me with an expressionless face. I turned over the coin. It was engraved with the words, "The statement on the other side of this coin is false." "That's not the problem," he said. "Not my problem. I had the coin made when I was an undergraduate. I enjoyed reading one side, turning it over, reading the other side, and so on. A fiendish enjoyment, like boys planning where to put the tipped-over outhouse." I looked at the patient. He was 38, single, medium build, with an MA and PhD from an Eastern university. I knew this and more from the folder on my desk. "8 months ago," he continued, "I read about the sphere found on Paney Island." He stopped, looking at me questioningly. "Yes, I know," I said. I opened my desk drawer, took out a clipping from the newspaper, and handed it to him. "That's it." I read the clipping before putting it back in the drawer. Manila, September 24th, INS. Archaeologists from the University of California have discovered, in earth fault of recent quake, a sphere 2 feet in diameter of an unidentifiable material. Dr. Carl Schwartz, head of the group, said the sphere was returned to the university for study. He declined to answer questions on the cultural origin of the sphere. "There wasn't any more in the newspaper about it," he said. "I have a friend in California who gave me the photographs." He looked at me intently. "You won't believe any of this." He pressed the coin into the palm of his hand. "You won't be able to." "The photographs," he continued as if lecturing, "were of characters projected by the sphere when placed before a focused light. The sphere was transparent, you see, embedded with dark, microscopic specks. By moving the sphere a certain distance each time, there was a total projection of 360 different characters in 18 different orderings, or 19 different orderings if you count one which is a list of all the characters. I made a mental note of the numbers. I felt they were significant. As I said, he continued, I obtained the photographs of the characters. Very strange shapes, totally unlike the characters of Oriental languages. But yet, that is the closest way to describe them. He jerked forward in his chair. Except, of course, ostensively. Later, I said. I wanted to get through the preliminaries first. There would be time to see the photographs. The characters projected by the sphere, he said, weren't like the characters of any known language. He paused dramatically. There was reason to believe they had origin in an unknown culture, a culture more scientifically advanced than our own. And the reason for this supposition? I asked. The material of the sphere. It could only be roughly classified as ferroplastic, totally unknown, amazingly impervious, a synthetic material, hardly the product of a former culture. From Mars? I said, smiling. There were all kinds of conjectures, but of course the important thing was to see if the projections of the characters was a message. The message, if any, would mean more than any conjecture. You translated it? He polished the coin on his jacket. You won't dare believe it, he said sharply. He cleared his throat and stiffened into a more rigid posture. It wasn't exactly translation. You see, to us, none of the characters had designation. They were just characters. So it was a problem of decoding? I asked. As it turned out, no. Decoding is dependent on knowledge of the language characteristics of known languages. Decoding was tried, but without success. No, what we had to find was a key to the language. You mean like a rune stone? More or less. In principle, we need a picture of a cow and a sign of meaning indicating one of the characters. For me, there was no possibility of finding similarities between the characters and the characters of other languages. That would require tremendous linguistic knowledge and library facilities. Nor could I use a decoding approach. That would require special knowledge of techniques and access to electronic computers and other mechanical aids. No, I had to work on the assumption that the key to the sphere was implicit in the sphere. You hope to find the key to a language in the language itself? Exactly. You know, of course, some languages do have an implicit key. For example, hieroglyphics or picture language. The word for cow is a picture of a cow. He looked at the toes of his shoes. You won't be able to believe it. It's impossible to believe. I use the word impossible in its logical sense. In most languages, he continued, looking up from his shoes, the sound of some words themselves indicates the meaning of the word. Onomatopoetic words like bow wow, buzz. The key to the unknown language? I asked. How did you find it? I watched him push the coin against the back of his arm, then lift it to read the backwards letters pressed into his skin. He looked up at me and smiled. I built models of the characters, big material ones exactly proportional to the ones projected. Then, quite by accident, I viewed one of them through a glass globe the size of the original sphere. What do you think I saw? What? I noticed he had that boyish look again. A distortion of the model, but that's not what's important. The distortion on study gave specific visual entities. Like when looking at one of those trick pictures and suddenly seeing a lion in the grass. The lines outlining the lion are there all the time. Only the observer has to view them as an outline of a lion. It was the same with the models of the characters, except the shapes that appeared were not lions or other recognizable things. But they did suggest. He pressed the coin against his forehead, closed his eyes, and appeared to be thinking deeply. Yes, impossible to believe. No one can believe it. In addition to the visual response, the distortions gave me definite feelings. Not mixtures of feelings, but one definite emotional experience. How do you mean? One character, when viewed through the globe, gave me the visual image and, at the same time, a strong feeling of light hilarity. I take it then that these distortions seem to connote meaning rather than denote them. You might say that their meaning was conveyed through a gestalt experience on the part of the observer. Yes, each character gave a definite gestalt, but the gestalt was the same for each observer, or at least for 35 observers there was an 80% correlation. I whistled softly. And the translation? Doctor, what would you say if I told you the translation was unbelievable, that it couldn't be seriously entertained by any man? What if I said that it would take the sanity of any man who believed it? I would say it might well be incorrect. He took some papers from his pocket and laughed excitedly, slumping down in the chair. This is the complete translation in idiomatic English. I'm going to let you read it, but first I want you to consider a few things. He hid the papers behind the back of his chair. His face became even more boyish, almost as if he were deciding where to put the tipped-over outhouse. Consider first, Doctor, that there was a total projection of 360 different characters, the same number as the number of degrees in a circle. Consider also that there were 18 different orderings of the characters, or 19 counting the alphabetical list. The square root of 360 would lie between 18 and 19. Yes, I said. I remembered there was something significant about the numbers, but I wasn't at all sure that it was this. Consider also, he continued, that the communication was through a medium of a sphere. Moreover, keep in mind that physics accepts the path of a beam of light as its definition of a straight line. Yet the path is a curve. If extended sufficiently, it would be a circle, the section of a sphere. All right, I said. By now the patient was pounding the coin against the sole of one shoe. And, he said, keep in mind that some sense of time can be thought of as another dimension. He suddenly thrust the papers at me and sat back in the chair. I picked up the translation and began reading. The patient sat stiffly in the leather chair on the other side of the desk. Nervously, he pressed a coin into the palm of one hand. Just start anywhere, I said, and tell me all about it. As before? Without waiting for an answer, he continued, the coin clutched tightly in one hand. I am Charles J. Fisher, professor of philosophy at Reiser College. He looked at me quickly. Or at least I was until recently. For a second, his face was boyish. Professor of philosophy, that is. I smiled and found that I was staring at the coin in his hand. He gave it to me. On one side I read the words, "The statement on the other side of this coin is false." The patient watched. The end of As Long as You Wish, by John O'Keefe.
Dead Ringer, by Lester Del Rey. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Recording by P.J. Vander Kooij. Dead Ringer, by Lester Del Rey. There was nothing, especially on Earth, which could set him free, the truth least of all. Dane Phillips slouched in the window seat, watching the morning crowds on their way to work and carefully avoiding any attempt to read Jordan's old face as the editor skimmed through the notes. He had learned to make his tall, bony body seem all loose-jointed relaxation, no matter what he felt. But the oversized hands in his pockets were clenched so tightly that the nails were cutting into his palms. Every tick of the old-fashioned clock sent a throb racing through his brain. Every rustle of the pages seemed to release a fresh shot of adrenaline into his bloodstream. This time, his mind was pleading, it has to be right this time. Jordan finished his reading and shoved the folder back. He reached for his pipe, sighed, and then nodded slowly. A nice job of researching, Phillips. And it might make a good feature for the Sunday section at that. It took a second to realize the words meant acceptance, for Phillips had prepared himself too thoroughly against another failure. Now he felt the tautened muscles release, so quickly that he would have fallen if he hadn't been braced against the seat. He groped in his mind, hunting for words and finding none. There was only the hot, sudden flame of unbelieving hope, and then an almost blinding exultation. Jordan didn't seem to notice his silence. The editor made a neat pile of the notes, nodding again. Sure, I like it. We've been short of shock stuff lately, and the readers will go for it when we can get a fresh angle. But naturally, you'd have to leave out all that nonsense on Blanding. Hell, the man's just buried, and his relatives and friends... But that's the proof! Philip stared at the editor, trying to penetrate through the haze of hope that had somehow grown chilled and unreal. His thoughts were abruptly disorganized and out of his control. Only the urgency remained. It's the key evidence, and we've got to move fast. I don't know how long it takes, but even one more day may be too late. Jordan nearly dropped the pipe from his lips as he jerked upright to peer sharply at the younger man. Are you crazy? Do you seriously expect me to get an order to exhume him now? What would it get us other than lawsuits? Even if we could get the order without cause, which we can't. Then the pipe did fall as he gaped open-mouthed. My God. You believe all that stuff. You expect us to publish it straight. No, Dane said thickly. The hope was gone now, as if it had never existed, leaving a numb emptiness where nothing mattered. No, I guess I didn't really expect anything. But I believe the facts. Why shouldn't I? He reached for the papers with hands he could hardly control and began stuffing them back into the folder. All the careful documentation, the fingerprints, smudged perhaps in some cases, but still evidence enough for anyone but a fool. Phillips, Jordan said questioningly to himself. Then his voice was taking on a new edge. Phillips! Wait a minute, I've got it now. Dane Phillips, not Arthur. 2 years on the trib, then you turned up on the register in Seattle? Philip Dean, or some such name there? Yeah, Dane agreed. There was no use in denying anything now. Yeah, Dane Arthur Phillips. So I suppose I'm through here? Jordan nodded again, and there was a faint look of fear in his expression. You can pick up your pay on the way out, and make it quick before I change my mind and call the boys in white. It could have been worse. It had been worse before. And there was enough in the pay envelope to buy what he needed. A flash camera, a little folding shovel from one of the surplus houses, and a bottle of good scotch. It would be dark enough for him to taxi out to Oakhaven Cemetery, where Blanding had been buried. It wouldn't change the minds of the fools, of course. Even if he could drag back what he might find without the change being completed, they wouldn't understand the evidence. He'd been crazy enough to think anything could change their minds, and they called him a fanatic. If the facts he dug up in 10 years of hunting wouldn't convince them, nothing would. And yet, he had to see for himself, before it was too late. He picked a cheap hotel at random and checked in under an assumed name. He couldn't go back to his room while there was a chance that Jordan still might try to turn him in. There wouldn't be time for Sylvia's detectives to bother him, probably, but there was the ever-present danger that one of the aliens might intercept the message. He shivered. He'd been risking that for 10 years. Yet the likelihood was still a horror to him. The uncertainty made it harder to take than any human-devised torture could be. There was no way of guessing what an alien might do to anyone who discovered that all men were not human, that some were zombies. There was the classic syllogism: all men are mortal. I am a man, therefore I am mortal. But not Blanding, or Corporal Harding. It was Harding's death that had started it all during the fighting on Guadalcanal. A grenade had come flying into the foxhole where Dane and Harding had felt reasonably safe. The concussion had knocked Dane out, possibly saving his life when the enemy thought he was dead. He'd come to in the daylight to see Harding laying there, mangled and twisted, with his throat torn. There was blood on Dane's uniform, obviously spattered from the dead man. It hadn't been a mistake or delusion. Harding had been dead. It had taken Dane 2 days of crawling and hiding to get back to his group, too exhausted to report Harding's death. He'd slept for 20 hours, and when he awoke, Harding had been standing beside him, with a whole throat and a fresh uniform, grinning and kidding him for running off and leaving a stunned friend behind. It was no ringer, but Harding himself, complete to the smallest personal memories and personality traits. The pressures of war probably saved Dane's sanity while he learned to face the facts. All men are mortal. Harding is not mortal. Therefore, Harding is not a man. Nor was Harding alone. Dane found enough evidence to know there were others. The Tribune morgue yielded even more data. A man had faced 7 firing squads and walked away. Another survived over a dozen attacks by professional killers. Fingerprints turned up mysteriously copied from those of men long dead. Some of the aliens seemed to heal almost instantly. Others took days. Some operated completely alone. Some seemed to have joined with others. But they were legion. Lack of a clearer pattern of attack made him consider the possibility of human mutation. But such tissue was too wildly different, and the invasion had begun long before atomics or X-rays. He gave up trying to understand their alien motivations. It was enough that they existed in secret, slowly growing in numbers while mankind was unaware of them. When his proof was complete and irrefutable, he took it to his editor, to be fired, politely but coldly. Other editors were less polite. But he went on doggedly trying and failing. What else could he do? Somehow he had to find the few people who could recognize facts and warn them. The aliens would get him, of course, when the story broke, but a warned humanity could cope with them. Ye shall know the truth, and the truth shall make you free. Then he met Sylvia by accident after losing his 5th job, a girl who had inherited a fortune big enough to spread his message in paid ads across the country. They were married before he found out she was hard-headed about her money. She demanded a full explanation for every cent beyond his allowance. In the end, she got the explanation. And while he was trying to cash the check she gave him, she visited Dr. Buell to come back with a squad of quiet, refined, strong-arm boys who made sure Dane reached Buell's rest home safely. Hydrotherapy, Buell as the kindly, firm father image, analysis, hypnosis that stripped every secret from him, including his worst childhood nightmare. His father had committed a violent, bloody suicide after one of the many quarrels with Dane's mother. Dane had found the body. 2 nights after the funeral, he had dreamed of his father's face, horror-filled, at the window. He knew now that it was a normal nightmare, caused by being forced to look at the face in the coffin, but the shock had lasted for years. It had bothered him again after his discovery of the aliens, until a thorough check had proved without doubt that his father had been fully human, with a human, if tempestuous, childhood behind him. Dr. Buell was delighted. "You see, Dane, you know it was a nightmare, but you don't really believe it even now. Your father was an alien monster to you. No adult is quite human to a child, and that literal-minded self, your subconscious, saw him after he died. So there are alien monsters who return from death. Then you come to form a concussion. Harding is sprawled out unconscious, covered with blood. Probably your blood, since you say he wasn't wounded later. But after seeing your father, you can't associate blood with yourself. You see it as a horrible wound on Harding. When he turns out to be alive, you're still in partial shock with your subconscious dominant. And that has the answer already. There are monsters who come back from the dead. An exaggerated reaction, but nothing really abnormal. We'll have you out of here in no time. No non-directive psychiatry for Buell. The man beamed paternally, chuckling as he added what he must have considered the clincher. Anyhow, even zombies can't stand fire, Dane. So you can stop worrying about Harding. I checked up on him. He was burned to a crisp in a hotel fire 2 months ago. It was logical enough to shake Dane's faith, until he came across Milo Blanding's picture in a magazine article on society in St. Louis. According to the item, Milo was a cousin of the Blandings, whose father had vanished in Chile as a young man, and who had just rejoined the family. The picture was of Harding. An alien could have gotten away by simply committing suicide and being carried from the rest home, but Dane had to do it the hard way, watching his chance and using commando tactics on a guard who had come to accept him as a harmless nut. In St. Louis, he'd used the purloined letter technique to hide, going back to newspaper work and using almost his real name. It had seemed to work, too, but he'd been less lucky about Harding Blanding. The man had been in Europe on some kind of a tour until his return only this last week. Dane had seen him just once then, but long enough to be sure it was Harding before he died again. This time, it wasn't a drunken auto accident that seemed to be none of his fault, but left his body a mangled wreck. It was almost dark when Dane dismissed the taxi at the false address, a mile from the entrance to the cemetery. He watched it turn down the road, then picked up the valise with his camera and folding shovel. He shivered as he moved reluctantly ahead. War had proved that he would never be a brave man, and the old fears of darkness and graveyards were still strong in him. But he had to know what the coffin contained now, if it wasn't already too late. It represented the missing link in his picture of the aliens. What happened to them during the period of regrowth? Did they revert to their natural form? Were they at all conscious while the body reshaped itself into wholeness? Dane had puzzled over it night after night, with no answer. Nor could he figure how they could escape from the grave. Perhaps a man could force his way out of some of the coffins he had inspected. The soil would still be soft and loose in the grave, and a lot of the coffins and boxes around them were strong in appearance only. A determined creature that could exist without much air for long enough might make it. But there were other caskets that couldn't be cracked, or at least without the aid of outside help. What happened when a creature that could survive even the poison of embalming fluids and the draining of all blood woke up in such a coffin? Dane's mind skittered from it, as always, and then came back to it reluctantly. There were still accounts of corpses turned up with the nails and hair grown long in the grave. Could normal tissues stand the current tricks of the morticians to have life enough for such growth? The possibility was absurd. Those cases had to be aliens, ones who hadn't escaped. Even they must die eventually in such a case, after weeks and months. It took time for hair to grow. And there were stories of corpses that had apparently fought and twisted in their coffins still. What was it like for an alien then, going slowly mad while it waited for true death? How long did madness take? He shivered again, but went steadily on while the cemetery fence appeared in the distance. He'd seen Blanding's coffin, and the big, solid metal casket around it that couldn't be cracked by any amount of effort and strength. He was sure the creature was still there, unless it had a confederate. But that wouldn't matter. An empty coffin would also be proof. Dane avoided the main gate, unsure about whether there would be a watchman or not. 100 feet away, there was a tree near the ornamental spikes of the iron fence. He threw his bag over and began shinnying up. It was difficult, but he made it finally, dropping onto the soft grass beyond. There was the trace of the moon at times through the clouds, but it hadn't betrayed him, and there had been no alarm wiring along the top of the fence. He moved from shadow to shadow, his hair prickling along the base of his neck. Locating the right grave in the darkness was harder than he had expected, even with an occasional brief use of the small flashlight. But at last he found the marker that was serving until the regular monument could arrive. His hands were sweating so much that it was hard to use the small shovel, but the digging of foxholes had given him experience, and the ground was still soft from the gravedigger's work. He stopped once, as the moon came out briefly. Again, a sound in the darkness above left him hovering and sick in the hole, but it must have been only some animal. He uncovered the top of the casket with hands already blistering. Then he cursed as he realized the catches were near the bottom, making his work even harder. He reached them at last, fumbling them open. The metal top of the casket seemed to be a dome of solid lead, and he had no room to maneuver, but it began swinging up reluctantly until he could feel the polished wood of the coffin. Dane reached for the lid with hands he could barely control. Fear was thick in his throat now. What could an alien do to a man who discovered it? Would it be Harding there, or some monstrous thing still changing? How long did it take a revived monster to go mad when it found no way to escape? He gripped the shovel in one hand, working the lid with the other. Now, abruptly, his nerves steadied, as they had done whenever he was in a real battle. He swung the lid up and began groping for the camera. His hand went into the silk-lined interior and found nothing. He was too late. Either Harding had gotten out somehow before the final ceremony, or a Confederate had already been here. The coffin was empty. There were no warning sounds this time, only hands that slipped under his arms and across his mouth, lifting him easily from the grave. A match flared briefly, and he was looking into the face of Buell's chief strong-arm man. "Hello, Mr. Phillips. Promise to be quiet, and we'll release you, okay?" At Dane's sickened nod, he gestured to the others. "Let him go. And Tom, better get that filled in. We don't want any trouble from this." Surprise came from the grave a moment later. "Hey, Burke, there's no corpse here." Burke's words killed any hopes Dane had at once. "So what? Ever hear of cremation? Lots of people use a regular coffin for the ashes." "He wasn't cremated," Dane told him. "You can check up on that." But he knew it was useless. "Sure, Mr. Phillips. We'll do that." The tone was one reserved for humoring madmen. Burke turned, gesturing. "Better come along, Mr. Phillips. Your wife and Dr. Buell are waiting at the hotel." The gate was open now, but there was no sign of a watchman. If one worked here, Sylvia's money would have taken care of that, of course. Dane went along quietly, sitting in the rubble of his hopes while the big car purred through the morning and on down Lindell Boulevard toward the hotel. Once he shivered, and Burke dug out hot brandied coffee. They had thought of everything, including a coat to cover his dirt-soiled clothes as they took him up the elevator to where Buell and Sylvia were waiting for him. She had been crying, obviously, but there were no tears or recriminations when she came over to kiss him. Funny, she must still love him. As he'd learned to his surprise, he loved her. Under different circumstances. "So you found me?" he asked needlessly of Buell. He was operating on purely automatic habits now, the reaction from the night and his failure numbing him emotionally. "Jordan got in touch with you?" Buell smiled back at him. "We knew you were here all along, Dane, but as long as you acted normal, we hoped it might be better than the home. Too bad we couldn't stop you before you got all mixed up in this." "So I suppose I'm committed to your booby hatch again?" Buell nodded, refusing to resent the term. "I'm afraid so, Dane. For a while, anyhow. You'll find your clothes in that room. Why don't you clean up a little? Take a hot bath, maybe. You'll feel better." Dane went in, surprised when no guards followed him. But they had thought of everything. What looked like a screen on the window had been recently installed, and it was strong enough to prevent his escape. Blessed of the poor, for they shall be poorly guarded. He was turning on the shower when he heard the sound of voices coming through the door. He left the water running and came back to listen. Sylvia was speaking. "Seems so logical, so completely rational." "It makes him a dangerous person," Buell answered, and there was no false warmth in his voice now. Sylvia, you've got to admit it to yourself. All the reason and analysis in the world won't convince him he's wrong. This time, we'll have to use shock treatment. Burn over those memories. Fade them out. It's the only possible course. There was a pause and then a sigh. I suppose you're right. Dane didn't wait to hear more. He drew back while his mind fought to accept the hideous reality. Shock treatment. The works, if what he knew of psychiatry was correct. Enough to erase his memories, a part of himself. It wasn't therapy Buell was considering. It couldn't be. It was the answer of an alien that had a human in his hands, one who knew too much. He might have guessed. What better place for an alien than in the guise of a psychiatrist? Where else was there the chance for all the refined modern torture needed to burn out a man's mind? Dane had spent 10 years in fear of being discovered by them. And now, Buell had him. Sylvia? He couldn't be sure. Probably she was human. It wouldn't make any difference. There was nothing he could do through her. Either she was part of the game, or she really thought him mad. Dane tried the window again, but it was hopeless. There would be no escape this time. Buell couldn't risk it. The shock treatment, or whatever Buell would use under the name of shock treatment, would begin at once. It would be easy to slip, to use an overdose of something, to make sure Dane was killed. Or there were ways of making sure it didn't matter. They could leave him alive, but take his mind away. In alien hands, human psychiatry could do worse than all the medieval torture chambers. The sickness grew in his stomach as he considered the worst that could happen. Death he could accept if he had to. He could even face the chance of torture by itself, as he had accepted the danger while trying to have his facts published. But to have his mind taken from him, a step at a time, to watch his personality, his ego, rotted away under him, and to know that he would wind up as a drooling idiot? He made his decision, almost as quickly as he had come to realize what Buell must be. There was a razor in the medicine chest. It was a safety razor, of course, but the blade was sharp and it would be big enough. There was no time for careful planning. One of the guards might come back in at any moment if they thought he was taking too long. Some fear came back as he leaned over the wash basin, staring at his throat, fingering the suddenly murderous blade. But the pain wouldn't last long. A lot less than there would be under shock treatment, and less pain. He'd read enough to feel sure of that. Twice he braced himself and failed at the last second. His mind flashed out in wild schemes, fighting against what it knew had to be done. The world still had to be warned. If he could escape, somehow, if he could still find a way, he couldn't quit, no matter how impossible things looked. But he knew better. There was nothing one man could do against the aliens in this world they had taken over. He'd never had a chance. Man had been chained already by carefully developed ridicule against superstition, by carefully indoctrinated gobbledygook about insanity, persecution complexes, and all the rest. For a second, Dane even considered the possibility that he was insane. But he knew it was only a blind effort to cling to life. There had been no insanity in him when he'd groped for evidence in the coffin and found it empty. He leaned over the wash basin, his eyes focused on his throat, and his hand came down and around, carrying the razor blade through a lethal semicircle. Dane Phillips watched fear give place to sickness on his face as the pain lanced through him and the blood spurted. He watched horror creep up to replace the sickness, while the bleeding stopped and the gash began closing. By the time he recognized his expression as the same one he'd seen on his father's face in the window so long ago, the wound was completely healed. End of Dead Ringer by Lester Del Rey. Recording by P.J. Vander Kooij.